We got it.
You got the touch.
All right, welcome in everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Manta Ray. I am your host today for the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month stream and panel and charity stream for the Asian American Drug Abuse Program. Thank you everyone for showing up. It is awesome to see you all. My guests today are, oh my god, I am so sorry. First I'll introduce Teafiee,
Doja!
Taga, and we're going from right to left. Princess Rosca, Lawler Hix, KRBlade, Atramentum, and Althemia. But Althemia, I'm so sorry. My dancing cat gif is in front of you right now on my stream, and I'm going to move that ASAP.
Perfect. No,
I can't believe
No, it's
Althemia has
perfect.
turned into a dancing cat.
Ta-da! The big
Oh, no.
reveal.
My friends do call me Alley Cat, so
Oh man,
Amazing.
that's perfect. That's awesome.
that's hilarious.
All right, welcome in everybody. Ruby, thank you so much for the sub. I love you so much. I do have all the Discord reactives up. For some reason, the ninjas aren't working, and I think that's my fault because I didn't host the room right. Are we okay proceeding like this? I am also okay with spending about 10 minutes trying to set up other formats if you're okay with it.
I'm okay with either or.
Yeah,
I'm okay with
good.
I'm
either.
content with anything, honestly.
Yeah,
All right, how about we give Video Ninja one more try, and then if it
Cool.
doesn't work out, we'll just start.
Yeah. I think
No
since
problem.
you're the director, you might be able to grab the link from each of... I don't know how it works as a director. I assume there's a
Mhm.
link beneath each of our videos. Wait,
Yeah,
Lawler,
yeah.
were...
I posted a
Yeah.
screenshot of it in general. It should be there should be a button that says copy solo view link. And that's going to be your browser source. Let me repost it really quick to show you what I mean.
okay.
The solo view link should be the individual browser source for each of us.
I'm not seeing that.
Oh dear.
Let
Maybe
me-
you
I'm sorry.
joined the
I
room
secret-
as a guest?
I secretly
instead of
ate the link.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm
That's
leaving.
where it went.
I'm gonna leave and rejoin and see if I can do it right this time.
Pog. We could
Nice.
also just remake the room and then rejoin the room that's remade.
That's true, because
Take,
then,
like,
I
2
mean...
minutes.
Yeah, it should be really fast.
I will make attempts to make new. Also, welcome in, Terry. Thank you so much for stopping by. It is so good to see you. Sungats, Angel Demon, Little Chaos, Scarlet Temple, Scarlet Tempered. I am so sorry. Nah, I will probably be stuttering or skipping a little bit as I am very nervous.
You got
Doing
this.
great.
Everyone give head
You got
pats
this.
to Manta.
Yeah. Big shout out to Manta for organizing all of this.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh my gosh.
Did you get it to work? What's happening?
I
Why
was
are
just
we
getting
oh my
beaten up by
goshing?
stuff by my community.
Manta's Manta's fans decided to beat him up.
I see.
Showing love the way they do on Twitch.
This is how we show our love.
Doja!
By throwing
Not
things.
love, it's a whole bunch
throwing
of
things.
bullying.
Okay, thank you for the follow.
Way.
Welcome in.
First stuff too. Let me
It's the
see
best
here.
way.
Okay.
やれやれだぜ。やれやれ。
All right, I am posting new room in general with same password for cybersecurity reasons.
All right. You
Same
need to send
passwords
us
for
the
cybersecurity.
other link.
Oh no,
You
the
sent us
invite the guest.
director.
Oops, I did that.
Yeah.
I did. Okay,
You did the
ignore.
same thing.
Doxed.
Oh no.
Getting the
Anybody who
mandatory-
clicks that link, it is now illegal. Just a warning.
You just hear a knock on your door like FBI,
Right.
open up.
I open it up.
Oh my god, I'm glad we're getting the mandatory stuff out of the way early.
Yeah, no kidding.
Exactly.
It's okay, it happens.
It wouldn't be a proper VTuber stream if we didn't if we didn't mess it up every now and then.
Yeah,
Every
It's
VTuber
true.
stream must be scuffed in some
I'm,
form.
In some
Yeah.
sort of matter.
I'm pretty sure that's part of the VTuber code. Is scuff is a part of everything.
Pretty much.
Because technology hates us.
Yes, yeah.
Even
It
the
makes our
corporate-
lives easier, but it also hates us.
Even the corporate VTubers have scuff every stream. That's really saying
Yeah.
something.
Okay, I see 3, 4 of you almost.
I think there was 4 people before, so
Like I put
we
my
should be
names
set.
in.
Okay, so do I have to click like add to scene?
If you do underneath each person, you should see copy solo view link, and that should be the individual link for each of us.
Oh yes, yes, at the very, very bottom. I had to scroll down, which is the thing.
We did it!
Yay!
We're getting there. I can
I'll
feel.
finally be 3D.
Finally.
Finally,
It's not a stream without little scuff. It's always like that.
it's
Exactly.
true.
Scuff, scuff, scuff.
Jerry, thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate your support. Thank you for reaching out to me and letting me be a part of your charity. I'm really honored. Thank you so much.
Woo.
Okay, so I just got to make the browser sources, right? And then we're good. We should be in.
Yeah, I
Mhm,
think
think
if
so.
you added us as a browser source in Discord, I think you just replaced the link. It should be fine.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes. Yes, hello, my dog.
Excellent.
What's it up?
And I guess if you're not going to be on Video Ninja, if you could drop your Fuki link, so Manta can also add that as well.
I think Manta already has the Fuki link.
Yeah, I think most of
We
us already added our
just
Fugies.
dropped we
Yeah.
dropped our stuff right there.
I will double
Okay.
triple check the Discord, yes, and then I'll get rid of this.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, yes, you did. Yes, you have. I see it now.
I dropped mine.
It's my fault. I did not do that.
All right, just because I can't see names, just a double triple check. Lawler, your model has a pink tie on, right?
That's right.
Right on.
My
Very
model is
cute, by
also
the
waving
way.
at you.
Eee.
Will it work? Aha! Got Lawler up.
Hey.
Yay!
I live once again.
That reminds me of that
There's now
one.
2 of us.
That reminds me of that one meme. It's like, did you die? Sadly, yes. But then I
Ah.
lived.
And coming in with a cute orange hoodie is Rosca.
Woo!
It's me! Why am I blurry? Oh, there we go. Wow, I'm huge!
Probably subscribes to
No, my one weakness.
Not the quality differential. Differential. Oh my stars! I can't talk today.
Yes, Terry, thank you so much for the lurk. I know you're organizing the music charity festival. If y'all are also interested in awesome music streamers, please go check that out. I will try to get links out while I am organizing everything else.
RTX on.
Manny, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy the stream. All right, next. KR. You're probably the one that looks like KR. I don't know how else to explain it. His design is just so unique. I wouldn't know where to start.
Who could that be?
Oh my god! It's like you should know me right now. Actually, you're the longest one that should.
Okay, it's okay. I'm pulling it off.
Where's my gun?
No,
What the what?
put the violence away. Uh-oh.
Put things on fire.
KR's got a background.
Wait, do you have
I
a
can
green screen,
Oh,
KR?
you
I have a green screen. Let me change it. This was for my own OBS.
If you need,
I haven't
if you need
changed
a
it
green
yet.
screen, I can
I
could
can
drop one in
also
general
send
chat.
you a green screen.
I haven't changed it completely yet.
And then KR takes the whole stream right now. So he gets his face.
It is now the KR scream.
Welcome
I mean,
to
Alright,
stream.
it's actually taking part of the stream. This is my stream now.
KR stream.
I'm sorry, this is my stream now.
Thanks so much for having us, KR.
Lila, thank you for the
Welcome,
follow. I hope I
welcome.
said that right. Welcome in, enjoy the swim. We are still kind of setting up right now, but we are still beginning, and then I will talk about the charity and some of our incentives before we begin the rousing questions to get to know all these wonderful people.
Just in case you need it, I dropped it off in general for you.
Nah, yeah, there should be already in here. I just haven't pulled Well, yeah, because I have to go back to V2 Studio myself.
Hey.
Hey, looky, the PNG people are now in the front again.
Yes, I
Thing
actually
Yes,
layered
yes.
Atra.
Move it back. Move it.
PNG
Move that for now. Hold
forever.
on. I'm still doing this.
And now introducing the Eldritch Being with the signature blue hoodie and white blue cap. Atra Mentum, why is the green screen showing?
Did you put a filter on?
Well, yes,
Oh,
because
no.
yours aren't showing.
I mean,
there's
yes.
Lawler's.
Don't worry, I'll
Oh,
cover it up.
weird.
Here,
Oh
I'll
god,
cover it
no,
up.
wait, no, it's not done.
Bro.
Yeah. Now
Yeah, we're
it's-
covering up. There we go. Atra
now
and I
it's the
can cover
Atra
things
Mentum
up. It's
stream.
fine.
It's
I-
not your
there's
No
stream.
enough
way,
time
this
to
is
keep
not a
this going.
loot stream.
Oh
Put it
no!
away.
I know that was that type of stream.
How
Plus
did
18
these
for a
get
reason.
here?
I just
Like,
feel
wait
my
a minute, it's
integrity
not
being
that type of
attacked
stream,
right
is it?
now. I'm just
I
like,
don't know.
Okay, and I have a fifth guest in the ninja lobby, but it doesn't show anything.
It doesn't
that-
show anything.
Is that Taga or Althemia, maybe?
No,
I
it's not
don't,
me.
I don't
Teafiee?
think it was
Is
me.
it Teafiee?
not TV.
I mean, I did click the link early. Well, no, but you sent a new one, so
There
must
was
be
there
something.
should be a new one, right?
Yeah,
There is a new one. Mhm.
but I know I clicked the old one by
let me
accident.
get rid of
So
this.
unless that's me, but I don't think it is because I closed out of it.
I won't make a browser source just because it's not showing anything. But let me also, while getting some of the Video Ninja stuff figured out.
Oh god, I got my evil face on. I apologize. There we go.
Thank you for the food.
Ow!
Everything's green. Now everything's green.
Hair's got the green screen, but it's not being filtered now.
Yeah.
Did you do it on each browser source? Because you do need to add it to each. Source, I think.
Yeah.
That might be the thing because
Yeah, because the thing is, like, if I put green, I was like, wait, it's like as I put the
Uh-huh.
filter in, I'm like, it doesn't matter if I do it because I have to be your end.
Now remind me
Yeah.
how I do
Oh,
that
you
again.
know, it might be
Right click,
because you
filter,
set me and
right.
Lawler up as sources before.
Yes,
so
that's
we
what
already
it
had
is.
filters added.
I am just a silly little guy is what the problem is.
Go to
It's because we're
filters.
2D,
Yep,
2D
chroma
different from
key.
3D.
Yeah, and then chroma key the green out.
There you go.
we go.
Oh, there we
Nice.
go.
Look
Hey,
at someone knowing how to use the software that's essential to this entire thing.
Rosca's our savior.
Sweet. Now I just got to take Atra's source and get rid of these little black bars. Why don't you come in widescreen, Atra?
Why?
No.
Wide,
My,
wide,
my
wide.
setup is like for me. I have no idea how it's
Like, I feel like Astra's like we set it for our thing. We didn't prepare for anyone else. Like, oh shoot, didn't prepare this. Not really.
Big? No, tentacles in the way. Wait.
I'm joking. I'm taking
No tentacles.
down.
Again,
Go
God.
down. Bigger.
There we go.
The tentacles just taking over the stream.
All right.
Yeah.
We're gonna call the
put 'em
ninja
away.
sources good,
Okay.
and
The ninja source.
then I will now go in for Fuji sources.
Actually, it's pronounced Fuji.
It's Boogie.
It's Foogie. It's Foogie today.
Fugi.
Great Foogie today.
In my culture, the G is silent.
No, it's Foogie today.
What culture is that?
The one where I'm right all the time.
Oh.
I think you and I have the same culture.
That's crazy.
Yeah, most VTubers do actually.
Wow.
I mean, y'all aren't wrong.
All right.
Stuff and constantly being right.
I just now noticed there's like a line or two over my face for some reason.
Fine.
Like going up
Line?
and down the top of the screen. And at first I thought it was on my end, but it looks like it's coming from the.
Yeah,
it's no big
Teafee's
deal,
up.
whatever.
Teafee PNG is on.
I know.
Woo!
Nice.
Why do I have to alphabetize my sources?
Imagine organizing your OBS. Am I right?
Oh my god, functionality.
Why must it be organized?
But like when I tell you I can't not do it. Like when I tell you I cannot go even move on to the next thing until I do it.
You know, my scenes in OBS are all over the place.
I was about to say same, but I only have like
Say that,
3 or 4 right now.
Oh, really?
yes.
I have a lot.
Same. I only have like 4 right now.
I
but
kind of just hide and unhide whatever I need whenever I need it.
Wait, you can hide your scenes?
You guys organize your scenes?
Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. Hold
You
on,
guys have
sorry.
scenes?
I
Someone
clicked
just use a
things
stinger.
Wow.
poster,
Are we
sorry.
speaking now? Are you
You have to be careful
outproducing
with-
me?
Oh,
Sorry,
no.
sorry.
Oh, wow.
I was
Oh,
trying
no.
to hide a scene, and I was like, "You can hide your scene."
Yes, you can.
You can, but
Manta, on Manta's
Apparently with a
channel?
flash.
Sorry.
Slayer and
It's my
pizzazz.
regular stinger that I set up on OBS.
Can you link your artists?
IO.
Oh, it's a free stinger. Here, let me go look for it. I'll post it in general. Guys, I am truly the most frugal person you will ever meet. I don't know if that's something I should be proud of.
It's a skill.
Embrace it. If you are proud of it, then be proud of it.
It might be a survival
walk
skill, but it's a
around,
skill.
Wear it like a badge of honor.
Hold on, it's somewhere on my Twitch. Let me go find it.
Listen, this day and age is good, okay?
I'm like 99% sure, like when I started streaming on Twitch, I spent like maximum $20. Because I wasn't sure if I was gonna do it for a long time.
Now that's a YouTube video
That's
I would
actually
watch.
pretty smart.
I was like $20.
Right?
I'm like, I'm way past that now. I don't think I can
Yeah,
go
same.
back.
I'm way past $20. I don't want it.
I think
I'm
I'm
at-
emotes
I
already.
think
I'm
just,
sorry.
just add a little bit more zeros and there you go. Call it a day.
My tax refund was kind of over the
Yeah.
top.
If anyone wants that stinger, I think that person has a lot of stingers actually for free. So, you know,
That's a
check them
fun
out on
thing.
Coffee. Maybe do a little donate.
Talking about coffee
Yeah.
makes me want coffee.
Alright, goodbye,
IO?
good source. Oh god, Taga, where'd you go? I just had you.
Oh,
Someone die?
We lost Taga.
Come back. Taga, come back.
You can blame it all on me.
My
There
internet
was
just
something.
the bucket at like the worst time.
Oh no.
Should have made name tags for y'all. Alright, this will be good. This will be good.
Name tags, really?
Well, because like you know how the DRI group has like all the little like names at the bottom, and so you can actually like see who's who.
Yes, kind of.
I find that to be a handy little like. See if I have it up. Has all your usernames at the bottom under your PNG.
Mm-hmm.
That's really
Ah.
clever.
A useful
That's cool.
feature, I find.
I can make myself a name tag.
That's all right.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're gonna call this good.
Yeah.
I am going to take a small moment to talk about the charity and stuff like that. Once again, this is my first charity stream ever. I am currently again partnered or representing the Asian American Drug Abuse Program that is based out of Orange County in California. Once again, an honor to be able to help out, you know, any community in need, and especially, you know, Asian American Pacific Islander community during AAPI Heritage Month. I am again once again we're using Teafiee as the kind of like the host website for the charity. I do have a link that if anybody would like to donate, you can use that link and it will show up on stream, and every dollar you donate will be a raffle entry into all of the wonderful prizes that once again AADAP was so generous in providing to help, you know, boost the charity stream, which I have that graphic absolutely ready. I'm almost positive I already uploaded it. Like, I definitely didn't just imagine doing it and then patted myself on the back. Or wait, is it just because it's not layered? It's not layered! Let's just bring it up to the front.
There we go.
Boom. So for the charity stream, we are going to be very humble and starting off with a $100 goal. Every dollar that you donate, I will give a personal praise as an individual donation. If you do a $5 donation, you can write a tweet for me on Twitter, so long as it's TOS safe. But if you want to try to out me or make people think that I'm really into feet, go for it. If you donate $10 or more, you will get a custom Discord role in my Discord server. And if you donate $20 or more, I will give you your own chat command in my Twitch chat. So every time you come in, you can just do exclamation point you, and you'll get an amazing little command. Oh wait, what? Whoa, hold up. Who's donating? Who's donating while I'm not looking? Oh my god! No, you can't just. Oh,
Who just did that?
who just
Yo,
left?
who's
I'm trying to stay humble. I tried. You just
Too
blew
late
that
now.
out the water.
Yo, who's
Thank
the,
you so
who's the
much.
app-
No, who is this? Who's the Chad?
Who just dropped $100?
We still fumble, all right.
Fortune,
Alright,
Fortune,
you
is
know
that
what?
There
you?
you go.
My
Congratulations.
stream's almost stream's over almost.
Dude.
All right, what's next? Go,
All right,
guys.
pack it up, everyone. We got.
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah,
Yo,
we just
good-
started, but now it's over.
After all that setup.
I'm sweating. I'm sweating right now. Thank you so
Yo,
much.
It is summer.
VTs. Let's go.
I mean, yes, it is hot in here, but this is definitely more than hot perspiration. This is
Hot perspiration.
this smells like Teen Spirit.
It's-
Smells like something, all right.
Holy hell. Okay,
Yeah,
I need to recover from the recoil. So we got all these raffles, right, that we just unlocked. One thing I haven't even had the chance to mention yet is that I reached out to VTuber Talk on Twitter, and they were so kind to also offer a 30-second Safe for Work audio recording should we unlock it, as then we did, and again, like, all of our goals have been reached. We do
I
have
think you just within like
Who?
5 seconds. Like I think
Yeah,
within
just
5
reach-
seconds your goals have been reached already, man. So with all
Someone
the
just
goals,
donated.
I was still explaining the goals.
and they
It's time
just
for me to
did,
donate.
like they just did it right there. They just saw the
Yo.
goals. You
It's
flashed
another
it on
$10
screen.
donation.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They flashed it. You flashed it on screen. You're like, oh, okay. Press.
I am flabbergasted, to say the least, right now. I am in shock and awe and honor. And holy fuck. I'm gonna take a sip right now. Ah. I'm gonna scream. Chaos, thank you so much for the donation. Oh my god.
I'm gonna stream.
Yeah, so these raffles, right? We got all this stuff and things. We got a 30-second audio recording and a lot of like Hello Kitty merch that we are now gonna have to raffle and give away. We're going to do that later in the
Oh,
stream.
nice. Somebody else just donated.
Oh my lord. Thank you, everyone. Please, at least let me finish. Let me finish, please.
They're not letting you breathe.
Give me a second. Like Zoink Scoob. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Anon, thank you so much for the $20 donation. There are stretch goals because I was like, hey, maybe we'll get more than 100, maybe, if I do, in between both streams.
We're already like almost to the singing stream.
This is ridiculous. Yeah, so you're gonna unlock a singing stream. I will do my own little karaoke. DMCA strikes be damned. It's worth it. At 300, I will do a hot wing challenge. I will literally try to find the hottest wings in my area and or order some Hot Ones brand hot sauce.
Ooh.
I will
Okay, wait,
dog-
no, where are you? Like LA area?
No, I'm closer to Portland,
Okay.
Oregon. I'm like in that
Okay.
metropolitan area.
Because I was about to say, there's this hot chicken place in LA. It's called Howling Rays, and
Oh yes.
my friend brought that hot chicken bag, and I swear I ascended to another plane eating that hot chicken.
That sounds
sounds like
hog.
it's
That chicken got
That sounds
decimated.
delicious.
Any chicken that
sounds
can
like the type of
permanently
place
alter
that-
my brain chemistry, I'm interested in.
I
The hot
identify.
one
Sounds like
sauces are
something
pretty
I
good,
could
though.
not do.
I see
Like-
you're all
We're
cultured.
just talking about chicken earlier. Now we are still doing the same topic. I'm like, I guess we never moved on from it.
Nope. The topic of
Alright.
chicken has followed us.
So at
You started
$300, we have the
making
hot
memes.
wing challenge.
What goes around comes around.
At $400, I will do my first ever live webcam stream. I will put my face.
Ooh.
I will do my makeup. I will do I will find some nice clothes to wear, and you
yeah.
will see me in person, in the flesh. I will do at least a 2 to 4 hour stream, and then I might delete the VOD forever and try to pay people to forget about it. But we'll see from there.
You gotta pay people to forget us.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have the little Men in Black freaking flashy thing, so I got to do my best.
Where do you go to get one of those? Asking for a friend.
Yeah, when I find out, I'll tell
I'll
you.
let you know after stream.
I don't think he'll tell you. I think he'll just use it. Then he'll tell
Yeah,
you again. I don't think he'll tell you again.
It's got to work one of these days.
Huh? What happened?
And then at $500, I will just straight up buy you whatever fucking game on Steam. As long as it's not that one dude tried to sell for like $1,000 per copy or whatever. Not that one. You don't get that one. I'm talking like AAA MSRP $70 tops maybe. Maybe I'll get you a special
Ooh.
edition. I don't know. I still haven't thought about it. But I don't want to put
Fancy.
limits on it because it's supposed to be like the ultimate goal. But like again, if anyone tries to like oh yeah, let me get the Sims 4 and all the DLC, I'll be like, God damn it. Like, why? No. Like $500 in Sims content.
Actual loophole.
But yeah, I will try to be as generous as possible, and whoever wins that, I will try to give you a little kid in the candy shop experience, if we can. Maybe I'll have to set a limit. Maybe I have to think about this. I didn't think we'd get this far. All right.
No one else will get this
I love
far
how
until they do.
The same thing is too is when you have a goal, it's like it kind of just got decimated at the same time.
Oh my
I like how
god.
it's like I didn't
It
think
happens.
we'd
I'm
get
like
this
always like when I think about like goals, we always think about like these goals, and then they're like, oh, so now what do I do now?
Harry, yeah, someone decided to just blow my original goal out the water. Like, they sniped me. I don't know what
No.
happened. I know you were gone for like a couple minutes. We're 30 minutes into the stream. And we're
Another
like
go-
almost
another go
halfway to
now.
my
Sometimes
first stretch goal.
That's all it takes.
Sometimes
Soren's
that's all
just
it takes.
donated $10.
Thorens, thank you so much. Now that I've actually gotten through the graphic, now I can address the actual donors right now. And then I can introduce our guests.
Do it again.
Oh no.
Run it back.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome and enjoy the swim. And yes, Terry in chat is a representative of AADAP. Thank you again for following. Thank you again for reaching out. I'm so glad that we're able to do this and that we are actually hitting some goals. You guys have no idea how much this means to me. So yeah, first and foremost, Fortune, you absolute mad person. I'm not sure what your pronouns are, but you are literally royalty at this point. You can have whatever combination of the incentives you want. I'm literally gonna give you 100 raffle entries, and it's just gonna be one big wheel, and we're gonna just spin for each prize, and then if you win, you get that entry taken out. So even if you win a prize, you got 99 more. Holy hell. Jesus. Yeah, you want your own chat command? It's yours. Discord role, it's yours. You want to make like a bunch of tweets for me? Tell me. Just write them up, DM them to me, throw them in chat. I'll try to catch them. Tell me something about you because I will praise you 100 times easily. I will put the Fortune praise count up in the corner, and I will make sure that I'm clicking these through right now. Can we give everyone in here 2 raffles? You want to give away your raffle entries? I'm not going to stop you. Holy hell.
Yo, Fortune.
Aww,
Fortune, let's go.
One gets
that's
two.
so
This is-
sweet.
I'm getting a pen and paper.
I'm gonna go cry. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Hold on.
That's the sweetest thing ever.
Most time, thank you so much. Gonna quickly write everybody who's in chat right now. That's just literally showing up in my Twitch chat. Anybody's name that I write down, you're automatically getting 2 raffles. Anything that's left over is going to Fortune. Oh my god.
Let's
God.
go, Fortune.
Pog.
So yeah, I'm just even gonna call it out. You know, like KR, Rupee, Althemia, Angel Demon, Atra, Ronagon. Jesus, Creed plays games.
Creed is here.
Not to out anybody. I'm so sorry for the lurkers. If you're just trying to lurk and you're not trying to be perceived, I'm so sorry. I'll probably stop calling out names, but I just want to let everybody know that if your username is showing up in my Twitch chat right now, I am literally writing it down with a pen. I'm probably not going to add all these numbers, man. There's a lot of numbers in some of these usernames. You are all getting 2 tickets to the raffles. Thank you so much for showing by and supporting. Even if you're just lurking, it means a lot to me. This is easily my most anticipated and important stream that I've done in my 2+ years of streaming. And you are all literally making like my dreams come true right now. And I literally have not enough words to express my gratitude. Almost done. Right. And Terry, I don't know if you want to be in the raffle since you're also like providing a lot of the. You want a VIP badge? You know, I'm throwing Terry in just in case she wins a VIP badge or something. You know what I
Throw
mean?
it in.
Pretty much deserves it at this point.
Do it.
What do we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14,
Oh,
16,
they said to
18.
count. They said they could count them out.
I got 21 names written down right now. Times 2, that's 42. That's still what? 38? 38?
No, 60. It's 60 something.
68. Sorry.
No.
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
No.
58, 58.
My brains are mush right now.
No,
Someone
it's
just
58.
donated again.
Oh my god.
How
about that stream?
Someone
We're getting close to
donated
the karaoke
anonymous.
stream.
Anonymous, I don't know if you want any incentives. If you do, please reach out. Holy hell. Thorin's Blade. You can get a custom Discord role. You can do tweets. Again, you can kind of choose your incentives. It stacks. I'm not going to be stingy. I'm not gatekeeping. Another anonymous, thank you so much. Show, thank you so much for donating. Oh my god, this is going to be a lot of things to keep track of.
You can do it. You can do it.
You got this, Manta.
Got the touch. You've got the
Orange is
power.
+10, and then show +10. Anonymous gets like +40, but we're not gonna raffle for Anon, sadly, because if Anon wins, I don't know what to do about that.
I was like, they are anonymous, so like, how were they gonna win in the first place?
No, it's 58. Because if there's 42 tickets, wouldn't
Yes,
58 be
it's
100?
50.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
The fortune still
I
has
said
58.
Don't listen to me. Math wasn't my strong point.
Math wasn't the strong suit of a lot of people, trust me.
I hate
Yeah.
math.
I did math in Pokemon Violet yesterday, and I barely passed.
Wait, which
Math
part
and
was
Pokemon.
math?
What part was math? Wait a second, what?
In Violet?
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you can take classes in the
Oh, that math.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Yeah.
that
Bruh.
math. Oh, the math of like
Wait, you
how
can
you.
actually take classes?
Yes,
Yeah,
Yeah,
in
take
school you
classes.
can take
Violet,
math
you can take
classes.
classes.
It tells you it was like damage calculations and stuff.
Pokemon
Yeah.
has changed.
I don't think I ever went back to school after I left.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
you
I mean,
actually get
you don't-
rewards actually.
Oh
Yeah,
crap!
no, you don't have to, but there are some good incentives if you
Yeah.
go there.
There is,
Oh.
yeah. If you talk to the language professor, eventually like he'll give you like a Meowth, like the Galarian Meowth, the Viking looking one.
Oh, Lost Time, thank you so much for
Oh
the
wait,
sub.
The language professor, yeah, the teacher guy.
Oh, now I got to do that.
Break the stereotype. Asians can be bad at math. Let's go.
Exactly. Show knows where is at.
Yo,
Math wasn't the strong suit, trust me, for like a lot of people.
yeah.
And then when I was looking at damage calculus, like I know about this, but I hate doing it.
I hate it. Still haven't used the Pythagorean theorem in the real world. Just want to say.
Just want to say, it's a
A
lie.
squared plus B squared equals C squared.
It's a lie.
So easy.
Nah,
It's
Pythagoras
alright.
is spitting.
No.
It was never gonna save my life.
But they just proved it with trigonometry. Did you hear about that?
Never gonna
What?
save
So
my
that was
life.
actually like one of the things that like mathematicians couldn't do for a long time, and then like two girls out of New York did it.
Did what?
Two random girls.
They proved the Pythagorean theorem using trigonometry.
Bruh.
That sounds like a good movie plot. Like
It should be.
two girls,
Like two girls
from New York.
Yeah.
York.
This
This
sounds like the sort of thing, the
It
sort of
does.
film they would
It really
show in a high
does.
school classroom.
Yeah.
Okay,
Next light
Before we
novel
get-
title.
before we
How
tangent
my
too
best
much.
friend.
I do want to actually let everybody know who all you lovely people are. Try to do a bit more of an official introduction. So
Right, yeah.
appearing on my stream from left to right this time, we have Lawler Hix, who is also Lul's Time in the chat. We have the wonderful Althemia, who is the cute little PNG in the what looks like an Absol hoodie. Am I right? Is that close?
Yep, you are correct.
Yes.
Ooh, look at me
Nice.
recognizing things. And then we have the cutie in the orange hoodie named Princess Rosca.
Hello.
And then there is the one, the only KRBlade, looking good in the suit as always.
Yes. Hello.
The comfy gentleman in the chair is Taga Moresee. Is that how I say the
Hello.
last name
Yep.
right? Yeah.
Yep, Moresee, that's it. Hello.
Nice.
The one representing the Philippines every time he speaks up and says something.
Yeah.
Philippines mentioned.
I love
Yeah,
that.
yeah. that's my
Pride.
requirement. Yeah.
And then the gentleman in the baseball cap right next to him is Atramentum X.
Hi, everybody. This is my formal baseball cap.
Absolutely.
Stylish.
So if I just take the cap,
If I just
So
like
does that
smack
mean you
into
have
your
a-
chat and try to redeem the cap steal, is that gonna work?
No, because I have it disabled because of this
Oh
podcast.
no.
Dang! Thought ahead.
Oh, I specifically enabled some of my chat stuff.
Oh, I should forgot. I should be doing this as I go. Hold on.
I should
As
have
a-
done that.
I
before
should do this
got
as
fed.
I go for a Mantis stream because I forgot to do this every time.
Chat,
Your-
I'm
your
going to
shout
tell
out
you
to
right
man.
now, I am expecting you to behave.
I should do this
Swear
every time.
to
I
God.
forgot.
Oh, actually, I actually updated my collab command. So boom.
You
all
did
the
it.
wonderful
Okay, so I don't have to do it this time. Okay, cool.
people. Please.
My back is already broken. And
already-
not in a good way.
I said I'd help with the bills.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. See, now you can do it.
So yes, please go follow and support all these wonderful guests. I'm sorry, Teafiee, did I?
You-
I said Teafiee, right?
Teafiee.
Did I forget
No,
Teafiee?
you
I'm
didn't.
awful. I'm fucking awful. I am so sorry, Teafiee. Please say hello.
Hello. It's okay.
All right. Now that we have introduced all the wonderful guests, we are actually expecting one more. Noemi should be joining us within the next hour or so, and I'll happily introduce her and get her situated when that does happen. But with that being said, we will get started now. And like I said, this will be a free-form conversation. Please speak up if you'd like to answer, and then we will, give you your time, and then we'll move on to the next person. And again, I'll try to make sure everyone speaks. But if you don't want to answer anything, I will try to, read the room, pick it up, and we just move on from there.
Mhm.
All right. So starting with the
Mhm.
first one. How do you all identify with AAPI? It's a very broad spectrum of identities. Where do you fall under that? I can start,
Sure.
I was like,
Someone's
that's
gotta-
okay.
someone's gotta
I
start.
thought we were going from like. I thought we were going from left to
I
right.
thought the host was gonna
I mean, I didn't know if
and
I
then we
should
can go
have
afterwards.
Okay, I'll go first. So, although it's not my only nationality or heritage, I am Palauan. Palau is a small island in Micronesia. It's near Guam, which is, a more heard of Micronesian island. Very close together. Basically, I feel like anybody who is from any Pacific island is basically my cousin. That's just how I was raised and how, basically the vibe is. And through my Palauan heritage, I am also Japanese. And so those are, I kind of got both sides of the AAPI identity. And how about
So
you
I
guys?
think in my case, I'm a bit of an odd duck because my family hadn't set foot in Asia in about 200 years. So I am from the Indian diaspora and was born in New York, but I do consider myself Asian American because I have Indian ancestry.
Of course. Absolutely,
Nice.
that fits.
Nice.
That is awesome.
I
guess
can go
I'll go
next.
Yeah, anyone else?
Yeah,
Anyone just
it's
go over?
open.
You know?
I'm just like, I don't
It
want
was
to talk
open,
over
so anyone can jump
anyone.
in afterwards. Like, hey,
I'll go. Yeah, so if as you can clearly see by my React image, I am half Filipino. And yeah, on my mom's side, so her entire family, her four siblings were all Filipino, and it is a heritage I am very proud of.
Hell yeah! Thank you.
Nice.
In my case, I'm actually half Samoan on my mom's side, and everybody on her side is Samoan. But all of her side of the family was raised in Hawaii,
Mm.
except for little old me, because my mom had me really late. Basically, when her siblings were having kids and her kids were having kids, is when she had me. So
There you go.
Nice.
It's actually interesting you mentioned that. My dad was actually born in Guam, by being a Palauan heritage,
oh, nice.
and then moved to the States when he was like a teenager.
I'm gonna go.
For it.
I mean, as long as
I'm Vietnamese American. My parents actually escaped Vietnam after the Vietnam War. My dad and his side of the family are boat people, and my mom actually, her family had a American sponsor, like an American family sponsor her to like bring her family over. So I think both sides have like experience with both of that, like coming into the US. And then I was born in America.
I actually had a similar case too. So I'm also Vietnamese American as well, and I had similar story with as Rosca just went right now as well. My parents came from like the boat side, but actually my grandpa and my uncle was actually first here in America first. And the reason why they were supposed to be here is that because my uncle got sick on the way here, so he was seeking medical treatment here. And eventually, they actually got out America to sponsor my family to come here. My dad's side, anyways. So my mom's side is still in Vietnam, but my dad's side was able to come here through him. So if he didn't do all that, I actually will not even be born in America. I'll be born in Vietnam instead.
Wow.
And then, yeah.
Wow.
So
That is
yeah,
really
it's what
cool.
happened.
Thank you so much for
Yeah,
sharing.
that is right. Yeah.
I guess I'll go next.
Yeah, go.
Okay.
I'm Vietnamese Chinese American. But I mostly lean more on the Vietnamese sides because my home culture be more Vietnamese food, but also a mixture of Chinese food, like mostly Cantonese like foods. At home, I don't really speak Vietnamese, but I mostly do understand most of the time. But I speak a lot of Cantonese at home with my family. But I do eat a lot of like Vietnamese and Chinese food mixtured. Both of my parents were born and raised in Vietnam. I believe we have some Chinese descent in our blood. My dad, I think his family right now is in New York and Philadelphia. And then my dad came home where we are right now, where I was born as an American, and my mom comes in later while my dad does paperwork for my mom to come into the States from Vietnam.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, that is really cool.
And then, yep. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I too am Filipino. Both my parents are immigrants, although I discovered recently that apparently my great grandfather on my dad's side was Puerto Rican, which was kind of surprising. So I guess I have a little bit of Hispanic blood in there mixed in a little bit too.
Nice.
Otherwise, they're both Filipino, although my dad's side of the family is a lot more Americanized to the
Really?
point where a lot of my family members are also African American and also white, which was very interesting. I like telling people I have a triracial family. 'cause
Yeah,
it's
that is
true.
cool.
That
And,
is really cool.
So, grew up like that, and according to my parents, they said they tried to teach me Tagalog, which is the main Filipino language, in
Hmm.
addition to English and Spanish, growing up. But for whatever reason, it didn't take as well as they had hoped. It's something I regret now because I understand what people are saying in Tagalog, but I can't speak it back to them in a fluent manner. So a little bit awkward when we visit the Philippines on vacation from time to time, but you know.
Very cool. Thank you so
That's
much.
it.
From
Awesome. That is really awesome. Like to already hear like that wide like array of like backgrounds and like where we all come from and like just the fact that we can all like meet up here now, I think is just freaking profound.
Mhm.
Gosh, yeah, it's just hearing your answers like just makes me think of so many like stories I want to share and stuff. And if you guys have stories too, definitely speak up and share a little bit about yourself. Rosca, what was that? I saw that.
Sorry. I
Ruckus
think
being bullied.
someone gave me a follow on stream.
Love it.
That's why I have squeaky toys that get thrown at me.
Every follow.
That's adorable.
Yo,
Don't!
spam, yo,
No,
spam
I'm
the
gonna
follow.
turn it off. Hold
Yeah.
on. I don't know
Before-
how
Get on the
before they turn it
follow
off.
train. Go
Too
follow
late.
Princess
No,
Rosca.
don't do it.
Oh no, I'm tiny. Oh, I messed it up. Hold on.
It's even better.
Get her.
What happened?
It's even better now.
On my
No,
way
hold
now.
on.
It's
Right.
fine.
My
Everything's
teeth.
better.
How do I? Oh, okay. That's fine. I'm just
You just
my
live
life
here now.
now.
Yes, honorary VTuber, tradition.
Yes.
All right, we'll move on to the
Yeah,
second question. Second question is, what does AAPI Heritage Month mean to you? For me, Fung AAP, thank you so much for the follow, and yes, of course, absolutely. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of your charity stream for your organization. I love it. I'm so happy to be able to do so. But second question, what does AAPI Heritage Month mean to you? Yeah, full disclosure, it was like never mentioned to me growing up. Like, and I even had to look it up. It's only been a month since like I've been born, like circa 1992. Before that, it was like a week long. And yeah, even at my school and stuff, even though like we went over like several different like Heritage Months, History Months, and stuff like that, I almost never heard about it. It really was only in like the last 10 years of my life that I really like learned that we actually do have some kind of scheduled representation in our country, or at least in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
And since then I've always been very adamant about trying to do something to like honor that, or like bring some awareness about that. But,
I'm gonna be honest, like this entire week that I was telling my chat, like, hey, come by Manta Ray's stream. Since we're hosting a charity stream. Like I had several people, not just like a few, but like several people be like, that's a thing? Like AAPI Heritage Month is a thing. And I was like, yeah. I actually only found out about it like last year.
Yeah, I feel like for
I
me growing
think.
up,
Oh, sorry.
sorry, I'll make it quick. I feel like
What's
for me
up?
growing up, especially in like school, like it wasn't really as like talked about as much. I just feel like in general, same with you, Manta. I didn't really find out about it until like way later as I like grew up and stuff.
Same.
Sorry about that, T.
Oh, no. It's I think it happens often. I will say I haven't heard about AAPI until COVID had happened. I think that's when COVID was getting recognized, with AAPI, because a lot of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are always getting harassed and being accused because of COVID. I think that's when everything like started to get recognized for all Asians in the community.
That's sadly true. Very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit more awareness through infamy rather than something positive.
I get the sense that I might be a bit older than most of the crowd here, but I think I've been actively working on API month stuff for about 10 to 15 years now, starting in undergrad where I ran the Asian Student Union. and but it really has morphed over time as like the movement has evolved to meet certain things. So it used to be a lot about media representation, cultural sensitivity, and ethnic studies. And then, as Teafiee mentioned here, like the explosion of anti-Asian racism brought on in the last couple of years by COVID and national politics has really turned this more into an advocacy-focused thing, or brought it back to its roots, actually, because the API movement started in response to the civil rights movement in the '60s, where academic scholars,
Really?
mostly students, wanting to identify with the civil rights movement happening in the African American community, organized themselves and created an identity called Asian American. Prior to that, you were Chinese or you were Korean or you're Filipino. So it was the
Right.
first attempt to make something unified and codify it as something broader.
You know, it's actually like I didn't really it's really weird. So I used to live up in the Bay Area where there's like a huge like Vietnamese American, Chinese American um population. And I didn't really identify as Vietnamese American until strangely I moved to Japan. And I was an English teacher and it was like everyone was like, "Yeah, I'm American." And I'm like, "No, I'm not just American." You know, like I have a different perspective coming into Japan. I want to teach you about not just America, but also like my home culture and like
Right.
it was this weird like I had to really look deep into myself and be like, this is how I identify and this is because I grew up in a family that was not just, you know, American. We had so many different like languages growing up and I was around so many different people. Very diverse community in the Bay Area.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Nacho, thank
See,
you very
from-
much for that answer. I'm so sorry. I was just gonna interrupt real fast. Fong from AADAP wanted to mention that off of Atra's answer, just talking about the history of the AAPI identity. They're mentioning that the those grassroots leaders were ones that founded AADAP in the first place. I thought that was really cool.
Ew.
But no, I'm sorry. Keep going with your answer.
Oh, who me?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So for me it's kind of weird because I literally just found out about it within this year. But it kind of already means a lot to me because whenever people would just look at me, they would always assume one thing or the other, and then I'll tell them when they ask, I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm mixed with Samoan." They'll either look at me like, "What on earth is Samoan?" or and I'll explain it to them. I'm like, it's like, you know, America Samoa, and then they're like, "Oh, so Moana," and I'm like, "Oh, come on." I'm like, "Oh, come on."
Oh my god.
We finally have a Disney princess everyone can just reduce us to.
I know.
Yes.
I mean, it's great that
Yeah,
it's like they're
that so
introducing
much.
I mean, like-
mainstream America, but at the same time, it's like no, it's not just that. Like they didn't
Yeah.
include nearly enough.
Yeah,
like- Yeah,
I
go
think
ahead.
it was a good start in the right direction. I
Yeah.
really did honestly personally love the movie, but I don't
Oh yeah.
it kind of
same.
gets overwhelming after a while when you're trying to explain something and everyone's instantly like, "Moana." Me? No.
Not Moana.
Close
No.
enough. but No.
Yeah.
It's
I
like,
think I think the Southeast Asians also had a similar problem when that one movie of Ravi and the Last Dragon or something came out. And some
Oh,
people
yeah.
immediately looked at the movie
Yeah.
and some people immediately looked at that movie and they're like, "Oh, it's just another film about the Chinese." And I'm like, "No."
How
dare you?
Oh no.
I get that enough from people.
I actually, full
Some
disclosure, I
people
actually
do
love
think
that
about
movie.
like they do think about like that though.
It's true.
Yeah.
Like not dissing on Disney or anything. Those two movies are honestly really good and they do have a
Yeah.
lot of the different cultures in it.
Mhm.
But they're still just movies. They're not the whole entire they're not the
Oh,
culture as a
absolutely.
whole.
Totally.
Yeah.
Right,
for
yeah.
No
sure.
kidding.
It's a drop in the bucket, right?
Literally, it's the little bit of the iceberg that you see above the water.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Once again, I'd just like to read out something that Fong like to mention. They seems like they're suggesting check out leaders like Warren Furatani, They have a memoir called Activist, noun, a person who works to bring about political or social change, who really galvanized young AAPI to start a lot of the nonprofits that exist today. That is awesome. That is like the kind of impact I would love to have. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That is literally like goals right there.
Ew.
I'm sorry. Did everyone have an opportunity to speak for the second question?
So I think I will just jump in here to say that the conversation we're having now is very important because we're touching on something that's very vital, which is that most Americans can only experience Asian culture through two things: food or Disney movies. Like they have almost no frame of reference aside from that, which is why this month is very important to increase the visibility of all kinds of people, not only for representation and for positive things, but also the issues faced by the API community, including suicide, drug abuse, and mental health.
Absolutely, fully.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Agreed.
You put that really well.
Articulate as hell, Atra.
I try.
I should try.
literally, I have an API Asian American minor, so that's why.
That is awesome. That is
stuff.
That's actually really nice.
Hey,
I
it
didn't.
says
That's
cool.
actually nice to know. Actually, that's actually good.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely
nice
showing.
that
Let
even
me tell
exists.
Yeah.
That means it's very, very well knowledgeable about the field.
you. You can tell
Because not
he
like
paid attention in class.
oh, that too, yes, but I can also say for me that I also how I found yeah. I say sorry AAPI is just that I found out actually this month actually too, as where everyone kind of discovered maybe last year or 2 years before. I just discovered just this month myself because uh when I found it out, it just make me strong. How do I stand out, or how do I want to contribute to the Vietnamese society here? Because since I'm Vietnamese American, is that what Atra just said about how they only experience through films or food, is that there's more to that than us. So there's more thought about hey, what can you do to help out your fellow family members or how you fellow friends, and how can you advocate how you this month do stand out for you. There's a bunch of community here that will outreach and will help each other out here, and sometimes it's more than just blood. Sometimes it's more just helping each other out here.
Absolutely, community.
Yeah, community. Yes.
Don't always have to be directly related as long as you're
No.
participating in the culture and just helping each other out.
I mean, I can say this as well. I'm also from the Bay Area, so we're very heavy in the Asian culture here.
Oh, sure.
Sorry, my dog is dreaming. Hold on one second.
No, you're good.
But for doggo.
Give some belly.
But where I'm from though is we're a very heavy in the Asian culture. So we have a bunch of temples, even some places where I every year or so, every 2 years, maybe yearly or so, I go to a temple, a Buddhist temple actually, to go pray to the elderly, show respect. That's how my tradition is.
That's awesome.
That is really cool.
So I do want to say, I think it is interesting actually that we ended up in a discussion with so many Vietnamese, Filipino, Pacific Islander, and South Asian VTubers, because I
just
do
about
want
to say,
right.
yeah,
I do want to bring up the
Mhm.
concept of the model minority, which I'm actually curious if y'all have heard of this term before.
Oh yeah,
but it is a term
100%.
exactly wherein all Asians are high achieving, educated, wealthy,
good at math.
and it very frequently
we just
is
mentioned it earlier. Asians have to be good at math. Yeah.
yeah. So a lot of quote unquote positive stereotypes that seem to not tell the whole story, because number one, it seems to be synonymous with specifically East Asian people.
Yep.
And really does sort of whitewash a lot of issues that happen at lower economic strata, and some of for example survivors of the Vietnam War, refugees, had a lot of trauma that really resulted in alcoholism, drug abuse, resulted in a lot of negative impacts on people. That was just erased because people thought, well, Asians don't need that, you know.
Exactly. No,
Yeah.
very well said.
So I do really think it's really important that, you know, as Southeast Asians, Pacific Islanders and South Asians, we're having this discussion.
Absolutely. No, exactly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
yeah.
I am.
Sorry, go ahead.
I am curious as to what you guys' thoughts are on the model minority and in what ways you may fit that or may like circumvent that, I guess is my question.
I hate the phrase. I hate the existence of this double standard, which to this very day continues to exist and continues to only, in my opinion, do terrible things for any form of Asian representation, period. In particular, I feel like I have suffered growing up from this very concept. Sorry, I'm. I was kind of hoping that this topic was going to come up sometime during tonight's conversation anyway, because it's I don't even know where to begin, man. Like the idea that I always felt growing up that the model minority stereotype has existed to ensure that anytime someone that identifies or could identify as Asian brings up a form of critique or an actual problem, it's a lot easier to silence them, saying that their words don't matter because they have quote unquote privilege and therefore they don't get the right to claim that they have any downsides to their living conditions, to what they've experienced growing up, to how they're treated. In particular, in addition to this, something that makes the concept even more toxic is this idea that some people put forth that Asians are essentially white without any of the benefits.
Yeah.
That, in particular, really pisses me off for reasons I don't think I need to go into. It seems like everyone else has unfortunately experienced the same thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
The whole concept
Yeah.
of Asians being honorary white people, sadly links
Yeah.
back all the way to like World War II and the Nazis and things like that.
Yeah, I
Then
think it's really the model minority myth is really just harmful and reductive. It doesn't take into account, all the ways that we express ourselves. And I think that's why like AAPI Heritage Month, like for the longest time, like not a lot of people knew about it because it's like, oh, like what do you have to complain about? It's like, well, actually, a lot. Like it's not just
Yes.
because, like it's just bringing more attention to like who we identify with and like our struggles. Like because even though people think, oh, you have it, not as bad as other people who identify with other races, it's like, well, we do have our issues and we do have like, generational trauma that we deal with. It's not
Yeah.
always sunshine and rainbows.
exactly, absolutely.
I do want to say that there's always new generation every year, so like it's good that this AAPI needs to be recognized in some ways, especially throughout the years, because there's always going to be a new generation, and then they're also going to need to be educated in school as well while growing up to take that forward to their own generation, to the next generation.
Absolutely, exactly. We have to remember where we came from.
What has always been problematic about this white adjacency argument, not only because it like whitewashes many black and brown Asians, but the fact that, and I'm quoting like API scholar Ronald Takaki here, like we have a racial uniform in this country wherein like no matter what your class status or achievements are, you are still viewed as an Asian, no matter what, and you're in some degree viewed as a representative of your community when you are this, both bad and good. That's where model minority comes from. That's where like a lot of stereotypes come from as well. So it really is like essential, especially like this month, to like talk about the fact that we are not individualized in the society. We're very much communally sort of in the American eye, like, oh, you're Chinese, you're Asian, you're Filipino, that you're this, you're that. You're a guest in this country. You're not American.
Right.
Because you have this racial uniform.
Oh, what is
Yeah.
that? The perpetual like foreigner.
Perpetual foreigner, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, people going up like, "Oh, where's your family from?" They're like, "California." Like we've been there for 3 generations.
Where are they really from?
Exactly.
Oh my god.
I
Where were they,
I
where
was
were they
literally
before
my
that, though?
coworker like asked me during a lunch meeting, like, "Oh yeah, where are you from?" And I was like, "America."
Imagine.
I always love now when people ask me that question because because now I just answer with the stupidest answers, like from planet Earth.
No, literally.
I used to bite my tongue and tell myself they're not doing it because they're mean. They just don't know better. They don't know how to properly ask that question without sounding offensive. So I'll just tell them the city where I was born, which is like next door to the city where I live, and they're like, "Oh, I meant your parents. Where are your parents from?" And then I'll be like, "Okay, they're from the Philippines. Close enough."
Exactly.
Yeah.
From the
Dude,
beginning,
I'm
we know
American
what you're
citizen,
trying to
okay?
get out of us, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
can't help it nowadays. Like I give them like this really also maybe it's just because I'm so used to like talking on stream as a VTuber, I have to like have really big facial expressions. And so I think when I talk to people now, I scrunch my face a lot more when they say dumb things to me and I'm like, you
Let
can
'em
clearly
know.
tell what I'm thinking.
Let them know.
You can read the room, maybe read the face.
Yeah.
Also, Fong from again from AAPI wanted just to add on. Thank you for helping put words to the real hurt frustration we feel as AAPI and building solidarity at the same time. And then they did also mention the yellow peril that was again a very much a thing all the way back from the '60s, even before then when like Chinese people were still building the railroads. And again, you know, has flared up during the COVID pandemic and everything like that.
Yeah, I think that's a great point actually, because I think what Asians are starting to realize is that our Americanness is very much conditional. South Asians realized this after 9/11, and Chinese Americans or East Asian Americans in general have realized this after COVID that
Yeah.
nothing really protects you from like the prevailing conditions in this country if things go wrong.
Mhm.
That's why it's really important for people to build networks and to talk about like these issues.
Absolutely. Yeah, it seems so far removed from the past, but it's like we still are not even 100 years away in this country from like literally rounding up Asian people and putting them in camps.
Right.
Exactly.
Again.
Yeah.
Less than 2-3 generations away.
Mhm.
And internment destroyed Japanese American communities in the United States. They didn't exist after internment. They were scattered to Chicago, the Midwest,
Decimated.
Oregon. Decimated.
Yeah.
Exactly, decimated. Maybe only Hawaii was the only place that was left. And Hawaii was under blockade. They locked down the island of Hawaii because they couldn't trust the Asians who lived there.
Exactly. Even though even though like the Pacific Islands and a lot of the Asian territories were the battlefields for those wars, even though we were the ones that actually had losses.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They went to the camps and tried to recruit the men to fight the Japanese as translators and sort of like, well, if you sign this, we won't put you in prison. And that's where the term "no boy" came from. If you guys have heard of this term,
I have not.
I actually
So the-
haven't heard of that term before.
Yeah, me
Yeah, me
neither.
so
neither.
the "no boys," they were young men who were asked to sign a petition. The first one is, "Do you forswear all allegiance to the Empire of Japan?" And the second question kind of slips my mind, but essentially I think it was like asking about if they would join the armed services against the Japanese Empire. To which these boys said, "We have never been loyal to Japan. We were American." So they chose to go to jail rather than fight in the army. And there was a court case about this, right? Wherein like they argued like, how can you make us sign a loyalty pledge when we're born Americans? Like, what does our Americanness mean in this context when you've deemed us enemies because of the color of our skin?
Mm.
Very well said. A lot of us just because of the way it's been like brushed under the rug, or again how much it's not really emphasized in history classes, in public education. It's just like it seems like it's so far removed, so far away, like it was almost like a different era entirely, when like again like on the time scale it's almost just like it's right behind us, let's be real.
Yeah.
We're going to try to segue into the third question here already doing really well. I love that the question or the conversation is moving organically. I'm not too pressed about getting through all the questions. You know, these again are just guidelines and ways to help, stimulate the conversation. Yeah, thank you again, everyone, because this is a fair 10 out of 10 conversation already. But third question, a little bit more personal, is what is a way that your heritage has shaped you as a person, if at all? For me, I'm sorry, I'll start. So I have always felt connected to both my Palauan and Japanese heritage through my family and stuff like that. One thing I feel like that has shaped me as a person, both internally and externally. It's kind of hard to pinpoint one way, really, because really I not only have I always been proud to be who I am, but I've always been constantly reminded from the outside that I'm different too, right? And I think that's just kind of like a vague answer I kind of wanted to try to give, is that I have always felt this sense of pride to be this, very unique identity, to be a little bit different than everybody else and have at least, more to share with everyone and, bring more diversity to places. But at the same time, it's, in times where I want to feel included or I want to feel just part of the crowd, a lot of times I am also reminded too that I am different in some way, and a lot of times that is going to be my heritage.
For me, my heritage honestly means a lot to me because growing up, my mom, who is the Samoan in my half, she made sure that I always knew of my heritage growing up. Like even when I graduated, we did after when I graduated high school, we did a kind of typical Samoan Hawaiian type of graduation with the whole hakule, the kukui nuts, the whole shabam.
Yeah.
So we did the whole thing, and even after that or before that, she's always made sure that whenever I hit a milestone or something, we would celebrate it in a typical Samoan fashion. So I kind of wear my heritage on my sleeve, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely.
Because it's always been something really important to me. Because whenever I go out in public or something, if somebody starts asking me questions and stuff and they're actually curious to know more about my Samoan heritage, I'll start talking a mile a minute. They'll have to remind me to physically slow down so they can understand me.
I love that. I absolutely love that. I relate to that a lot. Well, I have a very strong connection with my identity, and I have no problem telling people what it is. Sorry. Anyone else?
I struggle with this question.
Same.
Let me tell you why.
We struggling.
Yeah, I mean, so I grew up in a really, really densely Asian American area, like San Jose in California, right? And then I graduated and left San Jose and went to Irvine. I don't know if you guys know University of California Irvine is also known.
Yes, I do.
I think the jokey name of it, right, which isn't great, but it's called the University of Chinese Immigrants. There are so
I've
many
heard that one.
Asian students. It's a large
Gosh.
population of the students there are, identify as Asian American, not just Chinese, right? So I've always grown up around others who look like me. I don't as far as discrimination, I don't think I've faced too much. I recently cut my parents off because they didn't support my sister for being gay.
Sure.
And yeah, so I feel like even though I grew up in my Vietnamese culture, I didn't really start to identify as Vietnamese American until I left the States. And then coming back, it's I mean, Atramentum is right. The way we identify mostly is through media or through food. And I think one of the ways I'm trying to reconnect with my Vietnamese heritage is by cooking. But since I don't
Mhm.
talk to my parents, I am having to like find these Vietnamese recipes online. And it's so, for me, it's like really complicated because I do want to get in touch with my Vietnamese roots. But at the same time, just because I know, like, for my mental health, I don't want to, communicate with my parents. It's like I don't know how to other than through other other people's recipes and like watching content creators who also identify, as Vietnamese American, like specifically. And there's at least to my knowledge, there's not a lot. There's like a lot of YouTube creators, but I think like in mainstream media, there's not a lot.
No, absolutely.
No,
Mm,
there's actually
yeah.
not a lot of the.
There really aren't, at least not until recently, and even then, I don't
Mhm.
know if that's a trend that's going to stick around.
Well said.
Right.
Probably as long
Mhm.
as the money keeps flowing in, am I right?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Maybe like
And
maybe like once in like maybe 100 or thousands of people, but like we're still like gonna be the minority sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's my
Mhm.
complicated answer.
no, well said. Please.
It's a very
I-
complicated answer because it's like I relate to all of these things because Rosca was saying too,
Same.
because it was just
Yeah.
like it's like how our parents are influencing us, how well they're
Mhm.
doing, like how well they're doing influence us since we're like kids to like adults
Right.
now.
Yeah.
It's just like how much do we want to keep in touch with our culture? How much like if we
Mhm.
want to like how much do we want to shape ourselves? Like I still am want to be like traditional, but at the same time though like times changed. It's
Yeah.
not like how
Yeah.
they were kids. We're living this is a new generation. They're versus their
Yeah.
generation where they live in their home country. We didn't live in our home country our whole lives.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, and the other thing is, that joke. I don't know if you guys like hang out on Twitter a lot or not, but I think
I do too
someone
much.
I
We
think
live
some girl
on
like
Twitter.
randomly texted. She was like, "I want to wake up one day and just be Asian," and
Oh
then
my
someone
God.
joked.
Oh yeah, wait, I think I read that. Wait, never
That
mind.
tweet was fucking horrible.
I know, and then
Mhm.
someone joked like, "Try waking up as like the eldest, daughter of an Asian family," and like that's literally me. Which is
Mhm.
why like I think I push away that identity so hard is my parents were so hard on me growing up, like as their
Mhm.
first daughter.
Mhm.
Like I don't have any older siblings, so I was kind of left to like help my brother and sister grow up learning English cuz I didn't learn English until I was like 4.
Sure.
So it's
Why
like a
didn't
joke on my channel. It's like, well, English isn't my first language.
Yeah.
But like all that pressure, I think, really made me want to push away from that
Mm.
and like be like, no, I'm American. Right. And that was like the first 20 years of my life. And then moving to Japan was like, oh, no, I'm not just American because clearly I don't look American in Japan.
no.
Right.
Mm.
Right. And having to like take
Yeah.
back some of that identity and like relearn what it means to be Vietnamese American.
I think that brings up a lot of good points. These weren't necessarily questions that I had written down, but I think just from those answers, I feel like it's good to bring up like how do you stay connected or feel connected to your culture when we are also in a very transformative time in society and technology.
Mhm.
A lot of
I think
people from the same countries and stuff are living very different ways now, and things that would be a lot more common with people from the same country just aren't anymore.
Mhm. If I could also kind of add something, I feel like Rosca, you said it really well. Think for me too, I'm still trying to like get in touch with that like my Filipino heritage as well, and still trying to kind of find my own identity within it. And a lot of it or most of it has been, as we talked about, like through food. I've kind of developed like a real love for cooking and just cooking just meals in general, but also trying to go towards like Filipino dishes as well. So I think for me, just yeah, still trying to find that just still trying to find get in touch with that heritage. I feel like I can't put into words as well.
It's hard.
It's
Uh,
hard.
You got it.
yeah, yeah,
But what you're feeling is right.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Actually, Mentum, I have so much respect to you for being able to like really articulate that because it is hard. But yeah, I think yeah, just trying to find my identity with it. I am very proud of it, of the heritage, and I think I just want to get in touch with it more. And yeah, I'm still like kind of on that path.
Absolutely,
Listen, man,
it's
it's
a
a
journey.
journey. Like I am
Yeah.
in my 30s. It takes a while to get there, right?
Hmm.
I'll say even for my own content, like I'm not gonna go too much into detail what I do, but like it's a lot of it is around like projecting myself as attractive as an Asian brown man, etc., and encouraging other Asian men to be attractive as well. Especially using VTubering as a medium to express yourself and to show sort of positive masculinity, because a lot of times Asian masculinity is beaten down in American culture. If you think of like all the ways in which like media from the 90s and even the 2000s like demeaned Asian men versus like how things are getting better now. Obviously, I think the campaigns about media representation have succeeded because now we have Asian men in like romantic leads and diverse sort of roles. But it's all about like showing ourselves as beyond stereotypes or like this cultural norm that people have of like Asian people in this country.
Hmm.
Well said. Thank you again. Has everyone had a chance to speak on this? Just talking about how heritage has shaped you at all.
There's a lot of stuff that I want to say, and it's kind of just it's really murky because I think like the others, I've kind of gone back and forth on how much of the culture of my parents and what I was born into should be kept and what should be discarded. Like for example, among Filipinos, Roman Catholicism is extremely important. It even and I nowadays I personally consider myself more of a pagan or pagan, but even setting that aside, I've always, especially in recent years, I felt really uncomfortable um with someone just joined the
Yeah.
sorry
Hey.
oh
Yummy.
No.
It's still continue talking. You should still.
Yeah, keep
um
going.
I always felt kind of awkward with trying to do a balance, and I've honestly gone back and forth, either entirely disregarding the culture of my parents' birth in favor of my more American one, and going the reverse when I unfortunately found out how deep the Filipino history actually is intertwined with American history, going as far back as the 1700s, believe it or not, which was freaky to find out. Um, but then I realized that whether I like it or not, I feel like I will be forced to accept that it will always be a part of my livelihood, if only for the fact that I've grown up not really feeling like I belong to either culture. Here in the States, I'm quite obviously not white, and I'm quite obviously Asian, and regardless of the fact that I have next to no accent, was born and raised here, and can barely even speak my own barely even speak Tagalog, I will always be seen as an Asian person here in the States, and I really feel like that's not going to change anytime soon. But at the same time, when I go to the Philippines, I don't feel like I belong there either. I'm always seen as this person that looks Filipino but doesn't act or speak like one, kind of like an aberration, more or less. When I go over there, people will usually assume one of two things. They either assume that I'm a student enrolled at the University of the Philippines, and that's why I have a Filipino accent but speak mostly English, or I'm actually an American who just happens to look Filipino. And this kind of constant feeling like I don't belong to either culture has really done a number on as far as where's my identity goes. It's probably also why I was kind of surprised when I first became a VTuber that there are as many Filipino VTubers as there were. There's a lot of them, a lot of Southeast Asian Filipinos, and I was originally planning to not mention my racial heritage period at one point,
Mm.
and just keep up a fictional one that I made up for a bunch of science fiction stories. So it's kind of up in the air. It's really, and it's a mess,
It's
I
not easy.
guess.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like it's a mess. I'm almost wondering if it's a mess that's very unique to the States, because every time I bring up being Asian American, because it's like the thing here in the States where it's normalized to refer to yourself as your ethnicity and American attached to it.
Ex-American, yeah.
This
Mhm.
is very, very uncommon outside the United States, to the point where, in 2 occasions now, and both of these people are my friends, both my friends kind of looked at me weird and kind of joked about, do Americans think that they have to be so special that you have to attach your ethnicity along with American? And I'm like, no, you think I'm joking, but this is normalized. We all refer to ourselves in this manner, even if you're not Asian here in the States, because over here in the States, you're not just considered American, you're considered your ethnicity and American. And one of them, he looked at me and he was like, fucking Americans. Over here, we call everyone is considered the country, not regardless of your race. And I'm like, well, I'm glad that's how it is over where you live. It's not how it is over here, unfortunately. I'm done.
No, totally.
I do hear that a lot, right? And it's mainly Americans where they're like, I'm too American to be considered, my other like identity that I identify with, like Vietnamese or Chinese or Korean or, whatever it is. Like when they go back to visit their family in whatever their native country is, where their parents are from or whatever, they're like, I'm too American to fit in there, but in America, they're too foreign to fit in. So I definitely understand that feeling of not belonging in either place.
Well said. Thank you. Now that we have a little bit of pause, Noemi, welcome in.
Hi.
You are not currently on stream at the moment. Could you throw me your Discord reactive link in general when you get a chance?
Oh, sure. I can also join on the ninja, right?
Yes, you should be
You
able to
did
do
that
that
as well.
Is do we have a password?
It is 0 4 times.
Dangerous.
Announcing that on stream.
So what
All
was
zeros, but never a 1. But never a 1.
Hackerman's
So-
gonna come to town.
So what was that we were talking about earlier? Internet security.
I can almost guarantee that my personal passwords are more complicated.
Password.
Guys, my past, it's only recently that like I did the adult thing where I used a random password generator for all my accounts, and now even I can't log into some accounts. I need to
Oh
open
no!
password manager.
I forgot my password because I don't even know what I typed in.
Yeah,
Well,
my
well, if it
password
is-
manager like goes down, I'm done for. I can't log into my bank. I can't log into my student loan
Please
payment.
don't. Oh, that's not good.
If it isn't the consequences
Not the
of my
bank, not the
actions.
student loans. That's more important, right there.
I know. I mean, I don't have to
Yeah.
pay. It's fine. I think I signed up for the student loan forgiveness.
Oh yes, me too. Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, same.
Government, please pay
I
off my
know.
debt because
Still
I don't want to think
waiting.
about it.
I know.
Please,
Still
like
waiting
I
to
just
hear back about that.
we just gotta hear back about it for like, God knows when.
Get you all a little bit more cozy on my stream.
Okay.
All right, everybody smush together.
Good
COVID doesn't exist
shit.
anymore.
Squish, get together.
Compress.
Easy
Compress.
and everyone compress, make it small.
I'm so
I
glad
will
you
say I
understood. You
love
got that joke
everybody's
also.
models. Everybody looks
Friends.
awesome.
I had this model for
well,
a very long time.
May I
actually.
ask, can you repeat the question earlier based on the topic that was spoken about?
That was.
Oh, I
was
got it.
number,
It's yeah, what is one way your heritage has shaped you as a person?
Yeah, it was number 3.
Oh.
Okay.
We're not too far. Trust me.
I just wanted to check. Sorry.
Well, I'm a mixed bag. So I relate with not kind of belonging the first time, but I've been in America since I was 4, so I recently have found a kind of mixed group. So there are little spots and I guess where I feel cozy enough to relate to I guess my heritage, because there's a lot of Filipinos in my area, but shaping me as a person, I know that I have a rich history from my mother's side, but I also have a rich history here in America with my dad's side. So I'm half black, half Filipino.
Oh my god, that's literally just like me. I'm sorry.
My
I didn't
dad's
mean
from
to
New
interrupt.
York. He grew up in the Bronx. So I've had a lot of culture with my dad's side. And going home to tropical waters near Cagayan de Oro and closer to Elegant City. This is my mom's side. So I get to experience both sides of my heritage. I would say, as an American, it's not simple like black and white anymore. It's America's for the mixed bag. It is for all races. But I have experienced my fair share of hate.
Oh sure.
Yeah.
I say it.
Not only just because of the color of my skin, the way I look. I am very lenient towards my mom's side, so I get, the squinty Asian eyes or like the weird looks every now and then. But mostly, I feel like, how do I say it? As a person, it shaped me to appreciate that there's so much in life than just what my little bubble was for the longest time, I guess.
Well said. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I say that a lot, but I genuinely mean it every time. I'm insanely interested in all of your answers. I love just hearing how many different walks of life we all come from and how we can all just like still come together again. I mentioned that earlier too, but still profound. Just quick in between, thank you Bird for the follow, and everybody else who's still sticking around, thank you so much. I appreciate you hanging out and being a part of this. Once again, we did just get Noemi in, who is just a late joiner, but again, I'm not pressing you about that. Just want to make sure everybody does know that you are here and you have arrived. And yeah, we are. I think this is going freaking fantastic so far. You have all been wonderful. I love all your answers. Please keep sharing, and I hope you're having a great time too.
Of course. Oh, I got in because I haven't eaten lunch yet, so now it's technically dinner.
Sure.
I have
Dinner.
I got some banchan. If you guys have
I love
Korean fried chicken.
There's like one near my house.
Literally talking about
Yeah.
fried chicken earlier too.
Oh my god, the topic arrives again! It never leaves us!
I love how we just all discuss food as like the same one topic.
It's not
we
even
can all
just
agree
food,
on.
it's just chicken at this point.
Spicy chicken.
Chicken before the stream. We're talking about chicken in the stream, and we're still talking about chicken.
We're still talking about chicken.
Yeah,
It never runs
after
away
stream.
from us, I swear.
After stream, it's just gonna be chicken.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some chicken after stream. Now I'm
Chicken!
hungry already.
It's a
This isn't
chicken
right.
stream now, man.
What's great is I had chicken katsudon with some takoyaki.
Oh. I could go for some.
It's a very
katsudon
important
right
stream,
now.
but it's also a side piece is just chicken.
Yeah.
Chicken.
Chicken is life. Chicken is praise.
Oh my god, yes.
Chicken's all culture.
Okay, well, while we're talking about it, we'll move on to the next question. What about your heritage brings you joy? And if you say chicken, I swear to God.
I was about to say chicken
I
or dough,
swear,
but okay.
somebody was gonna say it.
I can feel you thinking about it.
Don't say chicken. Be good at it.
Be good,
Sweating
everyone.
profusely.
I was like, who's gonna say it first? It ain't me, I swear.
It's
Okay,
like,
but
where's
I'll
your-
start. So, one thing that brings me joy about my heritage and being in Palau, one thing I'm very proud about Palau is that we have it written into our constitution and like even into like we have an agreement for any tourists who come to the island that like you need to respect our land and that we are trying to preserve it as it's been for the past, millennia. Before, of course, industrialization and things, the pollution have, started to affect the ocean at large. And of course, there's some exceptions, and we're not perfect, but we have, things like shark sanctuaries and, a lot of programs to protect our reefs and our waters and our land, and trying to do our best to preserve it, not just for us, but also for future generations, and so everyone can enjoy it for what it always has been, and not just what it's turning into.
Well said.
Yeah, I'd like to
See,
open that up.
my answer is gonna sound kind of silly considering that we were just talking about Disney and stuff earlier.
Go ahead.
But one thing that does honestly bring me joy about my heritage, as silly as it sounds considering the topic we were on it earlier, I honestly do enjoy The Rock Johnson's take when it comes to Samoan heritage.
Can you elaborate on that just for those who might not follow him so closely?
Dwayne The Rock Johnson is half Samoan and half African American, which is ironically the same as what I am. And whenever he does do like small things, he does make sure to put his heritage into it. Like, I can't remember. You guys remember the Nick Choice Awards?
Yeah.
He was the host for one of the Nick Choice Awards. I can't remember what year it was, but he made it entirely Samoan themed.
Ooh,
really?
I remember that.
Yeah, he had the
Wow.
whole outfit on and everything. Like he brought basically Samoa into that little area.
That's awesome.
Obviously, it was his own take on it because he's kind of like me. He wasn't born in Samoa.
Sure.
But he brought his own take to it, and he brought like the culture to the stage, basically.
That's awesome.
So him himself brings me joy about it because he does make sure to like embrace, like show people like the heritage isn't just what you see on Disney. Besides the fact that he is the voice of Maui.
yeah.
But he does make sure that whenever he brings up like the heritage, that it's not just Maui, it's other things too.
Yep.
Right.
And food, of course. He's always talking about the food on Instagram.
Okay, but let's be real. Food is the backbone of every culture.
Okay, right?
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
It feels like every time I meet other Filipinos in the VTuber space, the first thing that we talk about is food. Without
Not
fail,
only
it's-
that, but if I know you're a Filipino, I look in my chat and I go, Pinoy! And then we scream at each other, and then we tell us like, "Hey, how you doing?"
That's just literally how you say hello, though.
2 minutes of screaming and then just get right into it.
Hello.
I had the chance to go back to we went to Palawan back in 2019 before COVID hit. So I actually got to go to Bohol, spent like a few days in Cebu, and then we went back to Cagayan de Oro and spent some time at a water park and with my family. So the beautiful thing about it is that you can go literally anywhere. The water is so fucking pure.
Awesome.
That is really cool.
True.
And being able to, I climbed 1,500 stairs to get the best view in Cebu. And at the very top, I almost had a heat stroke because I didn't drink any water.
Oh my god.
Just like, isn't this view great? And just passed out.
I'm just like,
It's great.
I'm almost there.
I'm dying.
Oh my god.
I can taste the water from here.
Isn't it getting brighter outside?
It's all new meaning to taste the rainbow.
That's not that type of light you should walk to.
No. But But the best part about it was just like everybody was so festive and friendly. I think I went around the time where we were having a specific festival that was going on. We went in like December, so
Very nice.
getting ready for Christmas.
Nice.
So
I
anyone
enjoy the
else
fact
on?
that you can karaoke everywhere.
Oh, really?
Karaoke's in every court, every single facet.
That is actually so cool.
And anyone else that'd like to talk about something about their heritage that brings them joy?
I think for me, I'll kind of just touch on it really quickly. There's like, at least for me and my family, there's a big sense of familial bond that comes with it. Like I like to consider myself very close with my not only my immediate family but also my extended family on my Filipino side. I think there's like just such a sense of support, at least with us, just that I've grown to really cherish and enjoy. And I think again that sense of support kind of going back to the third question of like how it shapes me as a person is something I kind of incorporate into my own life of just trying to be supportive of other people and help lift them up as well. So yeah, I think for me, familial bonds is such a big part of just a big part of my heritage that yeah.
Nice. Well said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unless there's anyone else I'd like to speak on that, I will move on to the next thing. And these are a lot of these. The next few questions are going to be pretty similar, just because again I didn't know how long or how short answers were going to be, so I just wanted to make sure I had enough questions. But so like, just is there any like favorite thing, like very generic, like any specific thing aspect about your heritage at all? That might be like the favorite thing about your heritage.
And
So
before
like
everyone screams food.
no, literally. Right?
Something other than
that's the next
food.
topic.
I'm just gonna say it. No, I'm just gonna
the
say
next
it.
topic for that.
I'm gonna lay it down right now. That is a
We'll
question.
talk about food later.
That is literally like the
Food's
next
all-
question. The next question is about favorite food, so don't you dare. I'm kidding. If you're really passionate
Later,
about food, you can talk about it for 2 questions. I don't mind.
My favorite thing about just in general is that every Filipino that I've met who is fully Filipino, they have a passion. Any sort of passion, but they have a fire that how do I say it? It's like a resilience in them, and I always appreciate it because I'm like, oh my gosh, this drive, this willpower and passion that they always have, kind of inspires me to continue on to what I'm doing.
Hell yeah!
And I will always appreciate that because not only does it run a nation to be motivated, to be passionate at what you love and do, but they put like every culture puts forth what they love to do and what they represent, and I think that's just so freaking beautiful.
Great.
I honestly love how loving the community in general is, if that makes sense. Like, no matter who I run into, whether they're on the AA side or the PI side, they always once they know like I'm Samoan, they're always like cousin. I'm like cousin.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
exactly.
think one of my favorite things about being Vietnamese is like, guys, have you seen Ao Dai? Like
I
our
was gonna say
traditional
oh yeah
dress?
too. My answer's insane.
Beautiful.
Hold
Okay.
up. You obviously hit a very important topic here. Tell me about this.
Who is
So, I mean, I believe a lot of like traditional Asian wear in general, like because China was so big in the past. I mean, there are similarities with I believe it's called the chi pao, but it's like this really high necked collar and
Oh.
long sleeves, and the front and the back go all the way down, but the sides only get sewn together until your waist, and then it's open from your waist down. So of
I
course you
love
wear
Yeah.
pants with
them.
it. You wear pants with it.
I think I know what you're referring to.
Yes, and I think
Cheongsam?
I'm not sure what it's called in other languages. It's definitely called ao dai in Vietnamese.
It's just a traditional Vietnamese dress.
Yeah,
basically.
traditional Vietnamese clothes. And like one of I just most recently, I think there was a Netflix film of I think it's called A Tourist Guide to Viet no. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? It's that new Netflix. Like it was straight to Netflix.
I've seen
Oh,
commercials of it.
Was it a
it's
documentary
called
or something?
no,
No,
so it's
no,
called
it's
A
a TV
Tourist
No.
show.
Guide to Love, and
Yeah,
it's a
yeah, yeah.
movie
Oh
It's so
yeah.
set
good.
in Vietnam. And I think it's really different from the usual media that you see about Vietnam because a lot of it usually focuses on Vietnam post-war, and kind of dealing with the aftermath of the war. But this was truly just like
どうじゃ
Vietnam as the background to this love story. And I've never been to Vietnam, but it was beautiful. And I was just like, I feel so much more in touch. And they showcased a lot of different like ao dai in the show because they just, have people walking around in it. And it's like, it's so pretty.
That's the thing too. So I did post it in general chat what it looks like for now, like traditional like red dress. But the thing about Aliyah is that it doesn't have to be red. It could be
Yeah.
in many different colors. And the thing is though, with Aliyah is like doesn't matter like what you represent, like whether for like girl and guy, it doesn't matter because Aliyah it fits both or
Mhm.
both of us. And it's just like what me like I just recently I work I do work at a school and we recently just did our multicultural festival.
Cool.
And the thing is though that what I saw a bunch of the kids wear aliyahs and they felt like so proud of it. And then there were actually people that don't have Vietnamese culture that were also wearing aliyah. So you could actually wear one too.
Ooh.
You can actually wear
Yeah.
one too. And it's just like it's like a sign of respect and it looks great. Like no matter how old you are, it looks great.
I'm gonna post one with a man in it so that everyone
Yeah,
can
so
see.
everyone can see. Yeah, it doesn't matter like what
Cool.
color you can have. Let's just like
And also, I know in Vietnam, women and I think also men who are still in school wear all white, like top and pants, ao dai. And I know that a lot of Vietnamese Americans, when they graduate either high school or college, they will wear ao dai underneath their robes. You know how like you'll wear your graduation dress and everyone talks about like, oh, what are you wearing for your graduation dress underneath
Yeah.
your robes? A lot of Vietnamese Americans will specifically choose to wear white ao dai to represent like, where they come from.
mhm.
It's beautiful. Yeah.
I'm actually just gonna pull up a few pictures of Aoyai that I just googled just for like chat to see, so they can have some visual.
It's just like basically like because I've been to Vietnam, so like I have to wear like it's yeah, it's yes tradition.
It's like the thing.
It's like the thing there. It's just like it's like if you're going to a wedding, you wear ao dai.
Yeah.
If you're
Yeah.
going to even like some workers, if you're because there is planes in Vietnam going north or south,
Mhm.
they wear ao dais to go to work. It's
Yeah.
traditional, but also like it's like a signal of
I can say like
formality.
literally everyone looks good in an ao dai. Like
Everyone
no matter
look
what
good.
size you
It
are,
looks
you're thin, you're normal, maybe I don't want to say like sorry, I didn't mean it like that, but whether you're big or small, like you look great in an ao dai. Like it
That
is one of the things
that black one
just
looks
good on
that black one
everyone.
goes hard.
I
Everybody's
recommend at least
stubby.
if you can in your local like community, if you found like a Vietnamese speaker or someone from the Vietnamese like heritage, ask them like if you can get like an ally because ally is also is like they it's also like customed, so they
It
actually have to take their
is.
measure. So you have to take their
Mhm.
measurements actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's
So
tailored.
the thing is though, it's tailored. Yes, it's tailored
Yes.
to you.
This one reminds me not just of festive like yukatas or kimonos, but like just casual, but also fancy
Mhm.
wear. This like really casual fancy wear, which I really
Exactly,
like.
exactly. The thing is,
Mhm.
it's like it's special to you and unique to you because they will actually take your measurements, and it's just like it's basically it's just like just saying like this is designed for you. This is
Right.
for you.
Yeah. It's bespoke clothing, and it's quite affordable, I think. Like if you get it, at least I know I've heard because a lot of my family, when someone gets married, they will usually custom order an aoyai for their wedding. I don't think anything more than 100, maybe 200, because I mean labor in general is so cheap over there. It's
It's
like not a
insane.
great thing, right? Because I
Yeah.
think they definitely deserve to be paid more,
Mm.
but it
Mhm.
is quite affordable to get something custom made for you.
Yeah.
Fair.
Especially when you're choosing the color and if you match the scenes with it too.
Yeah.
And like
Mhm.
also not just the scenes and they're doing custom made. If you want a certain design, you notice how like our pictures there's like different. There's a flower design and then there's like a different pattern to it. So it all depends on you. That's why it's super customary. That's to you.
Sorry, it's such a big thing, I think, in Vietnamese culture. I think we're
It's
both
like the
very
only thing
proud
where
of
you like
it.
it's not like we like yeah, it's a bit he's just like we're like this is
Y'all
not
were
where we
ready.
like
I was excited for this.
this is the one this was like we can just like go on about this, but we gotta cut in some
I know. I'm very proud of it. It's very beautiful.
That is
It
very cool,
is.
and thank you so much for sharing. That is, I didn't know how much like how prevalent that was in Vietnamese culture at all.
Hmm. Very, very common.
Anybody else that'd like to speak on just like a favorite aspect of their heritage?
I mean, if we're like kind of going on the topic of clothes, I personally like learned about this recently, and I'm sending it in the general chat. Of it actually would work. There it is. Okay. So this is called the barang, the Philippines, and it's kind of like a casual shirt. And it was actually my mom who was like telling me about it, and
nice.
I didn't like kind of get too much from the conversation with her, but just the thing I learned most from it was, yeah, it's just like a sort of a casual shirt, and I've always been like just really tempted to just like kind of get one because I just feel like it looks really comfy, lightweight, and just like very stylish too.
Yeah.
I have one of these. They can
I
be, although
Yeah.
sorry.
I actually
Uh,
no, it's okay. I was gonna say like I saw this outfit that Taga put down in the general chat in the multicultural festival. These kids on the school have different cultural backgrounds, whether they were from the Philippines or they were from Vietnam. It's just
Mhm.
that it was a huge thing. It was about like I want to say 40, 50 kids representing their culture. And it was just
Mhm.
like I saw so many different things. Like I didn't know they wore this. It was like I didn't know what the I forgot what they were like the name of it, but they were had like a bunch of like Indian dresses. There was also like there was like different styles of that clothing, right, Taka? Like I know there was like 3 or 2 different like styles of it, or I forgot what they were, but they had
Yeah,
different styles of those.
I'm trying to look
My
more into
cousin
it.
got recently married to a Filipino man, and so for one part, they changed into so she's Vietnamese, right? So she changed into
Mhm.
Aoyai, and he changed into something similar to what you linked in chat. And I
Mhm.
have to say, I think Filipino traditional clothes, because his like the groom's mother wore, I think, the traditional dress with like the really puffy sleeve, and
Oh
like
Mhm.
all
yeah.
of their stuff is
Yeah.
like so like the embroidery on it is so
Yeah,
detailed. And I'm like,
that's
as
really what
someone
it
who
is.
sews and embroiders, I know how long that takes, and it's like amazing how detailed it is. It's so pretty.
Mhm.
The best parts is the colors that come out from all the
Hmm.
laces and the beautiful
Yeah.
patterns.
Mm.
It's very it's what call it Colombian inspired.
Hmm.
Hmm.
sure.
Mm.
The
Interesting.
materials the materials they're made from also tend to be very precious. In particular, pineapple silk is very common among Barong Tagalogs. They have to be dry
Yeah.
cleaned.
Oh,
Oh.
really?
Very cool fact.
Yeah.
I was
Thank you
gonna
for
say
that.
too,
Pineapple silk. I have
Yeah.
never heard of that before.
That sounds
Yeah,
fancy
thank you
as
for
fuck.
Pineapple
That's
stuff.
so cool.
Silk?
I was gonna say it's funny that you mentioned that this is Filipino traditional clothing, but want to very quickly explain at least the history of where the Barong Tagalog even came from, at least according to what I was taught growing up.
Please.
You'll notice that, especially in pictures, the Barong Tagalog is, if not completely, is partially transparent. You can see through it. That's why many times people will wear a white shirt, a white undershirt underneath it called. I'm actually forgetting my words now. Or they would wear a white shirt underneath there to help cover it up. And there's actually a reason why it's transparent like that. It's because originally these clothes were supposedly given to the Filipino servants by the Spaniards to ensure that they did not have any knives or other weapons concealed underneath them.
Oh, I did not know that.
Philippines has a long history of taking items left to them by previous cultures and repurposing them. I feel like, for example, the jeepneys originally evolved from American Jeeps, which were left there after World War II, as a good example. So the Barong Tagalog originally used to be a symbol of oppression and was very quickly converted into modern formal wear.
That's
I feel like that happens a lot,
reclaimed.
though. Yeah, like a lot of the times there
reclamation.
will be things that like are meant in like a derogatory way, but people from that, you know, culture or who identify it will sometimes
that's
reclaim
beautiful.
that identity as something positive.
It's so powerful. I love it.
Pineapple silk.
Just sorry. Quick interruption. I just want to say thank you for the follow, Vexus VTube and Angel Demon. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out. Of course, the VOD will be available later, and I'll post it later. And yeah, you can enjoy all the wonderful discussions that we'll be having today. But thank you. Keep continue.
Oh my god, I love that second picture you sent.
Yeah, that looks amazing.
If everybody is done talking, I would like to do one thing. One of my favorite things about Palauan culture is that I don't know if I can really say that we still are, because there's a lot of westernization that is happening with Palauan culture, but we started as a matriarchal society, and in a lot of ways we still are. And I think just even like the idea of a matriarchal society today is almost like fantasy to some people. And I think the fact that we still hold women in such high regard in Palau is like just, I feel like, again, very unique, very cool, and something that I'm very proud of.
That's awesome.
Agreed.
Cool. I love just listening to all of these different cultural aspects, because Samoa kind of has the same cultural wise clothes as Hawaii does, so there's not much. If you see it in Hawaii, it's probably the same in Samoa with a few minor differences. So it's interesting to hear about how like the different clothes that you guys have and the different aspects of all that, how each one's like individual, how they have different meanings and all that. Because now this just might be me not knowing a whole lot, but I do know, you guys remember the crown in Moana that they put on her head?
Yeah.
I do know that that's something that's tailored for every chief. And in Samoa, each chief has it's not the same crown that gets passed down. It's a different crown made specifically for that chief or chiefess.
Very cool.
Really?
So that's about the most knowledge I know when it comes to clothes specifically for Samoan culture.
Very cool. Oh, that's still awesome. That's something I didn't know for sure.
Yeah, that's it. Each one, I think it's based off of their personality, then what forms and how the elders make the crown, because it's usually the elders that do it.
Sure.
Because I remember when we went to go watch it, and my cousin was actually living with us at the time, and she was telling us like all about it, and that's how I found out about the crown and stuff.
I mean, maybe not clothes, but what about tattoos? I mean, that's kind of like something you wear, right? Can you tell us more about that? Because I saw it in the movie.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of tattoos.
Right, it's really interesting because there's so many different like imagery, like that.
It depends, honestly. Like some Samoans still do go by they want the tattoo of what they're going to be reincarnated as. Some tattoos are like the the tribal ones that you still see today that has like the whole arm sleeve and the back and all that stuff. Those used to be like war tattoos. Those used to be like what the warriors would wear. And another interesting fact about like the whole warrior tattoos, though hula dancing was actually something that was used to teach warriors, actually. It wasn't originally for females, it was originally for men.
Oh.
Wow.
They used hula dancing to teach them like fighting techniques and whatnot.
That is very
really
cool.
cool.
That almost
That's
makes
really
me kind
cool.
of think of like capoeira a little bit.
No,
Yeah.
it makes sense because I've seen. I mean, I don't know if maybe it was in high school, but I've seen videos of like I think it was like the all boys school. Like they were doing like a traditional dance for like a teacher that was retiring. I don't know if it was Samoan specifically, but I think it was.
It could
one
be
of.
Samoan, it could have been
Mhm.
Tahitian. Because the
Yeah.
two kind of, even though the running joke is that the two go together like grass and concrete, they don't
Water and
they don't
oil,
mix.
yeah.
Yeah, water and oil, they don't mix.
Peanut butter and
But,
jelly.
Peanut butter.
But I mean, they
But-
were definitely very, loud, and it was so
Yeah.
powerful. Like, I could see that definitely being like a war thing.
I think there's actually been this video going around of these two men. They were making like the costumes and stuff, and they were testing it out. And there are so many people confused in the comments why the men were testing it out, because a lot of us grew up where hula dancing or Tahitian dancing. I don't exactly know the specific terms, unfortunately. But all the different forms of dancing, they grew up thinking that was a typically female thing. It wasn't really a male thing. But it originally was for men, and they were creating the outfits for like a man, like a warrior style man acting thingy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't exactly know 100% what the outfits are for. I know they were performing it for something. They were acting out something. I just don't remember 100% because I don't use Facebook a whole lot. But it was something that was like going all over the place because everyone was confused why men were doing the dance.
For sure. Atra did mention something I was thinking about too in chat. Could it have been a haka that you were watching? The New Zealand tradition?
Was it? I think maybe.
Because it's for hakas is compared to hulu as a hula, sorry, from what at least I understand it, is that hakas are typically performed by men, usually and are kind of like war chants, and also like kind of like a way to like hype people up for like combat and stuff like that.
I
If
think
they were
you're
doing war chants
right.
and stuff, it was probably Haka, yeah.
I think so. It's like it's associated with Maori culture, right?
Yeah, that is New Zealand. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I know with the different dances, there's always something subtle about them that tells them apart.
From the different islands.
Like with
yeah.
Tahitians, theirs is really like fiery, flamey, I don't know, like very fierce. But they don't do a whole lot of the chanting.
Mm.
And the thigh slaps.
Yeah, they have a lot of the thigh slaps. And then with Samoan culture, they're fierce too, but they're more graceful, kind of like. They're more like they're learning how to fight with a spear.
Mm. Do you actually use like sticks when they dance?
Sometimes, yeah, actually. Like, the Hawaiian fire dances?
Are you talking about poi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the same thing, but just, without the fire and sometimes a pointy stick.
Okay.
But they do sometimes like teach like when they're still keeping that culture alive, especially in actual Samoa, not American Samoa, because there's a difference between the two. But in Samoa, they will have when they're teaching their young men and stuff how to use it, sometimes they will like have them hold a stick. And sometimes they won't have a stick, it kind of just depends on where you are location-wise.
Mm.
I think in Samoa they have them learn with a stick, and in America Samoa they have them learn without the stick. And in Hawaii, it's kind of if they have like the things there to teach it, it's a hit or miss whether you get the stick or not.
Depends on resources.
Yeah.
Fair.
But nowadays it's mostly because they're pretty peaceful right now. So nowadays it's mostly they mostly learn it so they can spear fish and stuff.
Yeah, fair enough.
But it was kind of like a whole like way back when it was like a kind of like capoeira where it was like a way to teach war dances and stuff. Now it's very watered down and definitely not war material.
More performative, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely not, but there's probably some places that still teach the war method. Maybe if you were to somehow find a way onto the Forbidden Island in Hawaii.
There's a Forbidden Island on Hawaii?
Yeah, there's a Forbidden Island in Hawaii. They're basically like they still go by the ancient ways. That there's no technology, no nothing. Everything's still old in Hawaii.
Oh, that's cool. So it's
that
sort of
is
like
really
the
cool.
it's like those tribes in Brazil that people are not allowed to interact with or touch and
Yeah.
such.
I know you can go to the Forbidden Island for like tourism and stuff. But that's about it. You can't, it's still, but there's like not a lot there. It's pretty much what you read in your history books about ancient Hawaii and how they were before they conjumbulated with America.
They were colonized?
Yeah, I was like, words. I can't English.
Let's just call it what it is. Let's be real.
I think I prefer conjumbulated over
Honesty,
colonization.
I was like,
Speaking of dances, have you guys seen any performances for Cinco de Mayo in the Philippines?
I didn't
seen
know
a
we
few.
performed Cinco de Mayo in the Philippines.
We do. There's a
Oh.
parade for, I guess for the Day of the Dead, and there's this really, really, really pretty fan dance that female performers would do on the float. And apparently, this is my favorite fairy tale from when I was little, but it was inspired by a female warrior, and she would dance with needles.
Oh.
Like on top of them, or just like in her hand.
Back in the war days,
Like in the
from
fans
what
to,
my
like,
Oh, okay.
hide 'em.
yeah. So the fans were intertwined with silk, and she would use them for combat.
Like
And
Mortal
it's-
that's so
Kombat.
cool.
Oh my god.
So she was how did it go? So it went. She was a princess, as what my mom would tell me, and there had been an invasion in her castle. She was the only one who was taught the secret dance passed down from her grandmother, and then to her mom, then to her. In the midst of combat, as they were trying to take over this castle, she would intertwine sewing like really, really long needles and then intertwine them with silk, and then use those needles as kind of like half fan, half like silk, like fan, and kind of just like wrangle them up. And my favorite part of this fairy tale is that she did it all while dancing, and I'm like, that's so cool.
That is cool. That is
That is bad. That is
That's
bad.
really neat.
Awesome.
that's peak fiction.
That's the first time I've ever heard this myth, and I love it already.
Yeah, my mom told me
Same.
when I was little, and I was just like, oh man, I want to be like that.
I know, Xena, move over.
I mean, the Philippines had a lot of warrior culture even before it was united as a single country. So it could be true. It probably is. Let's be honest.
Right, like based off of real events, absolutely.
I'm not really sure if it was real, but when my mom told me that she performed the same fan dance, I was like, oh, I want to see it. And then she would show me the video.
That's cool.
Aw.
That is awesome.
Yeah, that is really cool.
I knew like fan dance dancing was a thing, and I knew like in video games and stuff they had fans as weapons and stuff. I never knew that it was actually a thing that could be used as a weapon.
That was
It's gotta be based
it's
on
so
something.
nice because the needles themselves were long enough to like pierce something, but weren't like I guess sharp enough to how do I say it?
To kill?
To
Yes.
pose as a danger,
So it
like
was
to
mostly
look dangerous. I feel like it's a very common thing.
Like a
with,
deterrent, kind of
women.
almost like
Yeah.
get
It's
away from me. I
like-
have needles.
Yeah, it's like you look
Back.
nice enough and like I don't want to use this word, but it's like docile enough to be like not harmful, but actually it's quite dangerous.
I love it because when my mom was describing it, as she was doing like the fan dance, she's like, okay, so you see how my arms move forward like that? That is a move where she gouged somebody's eyes out. I'm like, oh thanks, yeah, Mom.
I love that passion when they're like
Your mom
explaining it
is
to me
awesome.
move for move, and this is when I gouged them. Like
I love her.
It's like,
that's awesome.
It's like,
Thanks
thanks,
for
Mom.
sharing that. That's
thanks,
freaking
mom.
cool.
Thanks.
That's so adorable.
It's like good night. It's like have sweet
It's like, what
dreams.
you
Kisses.
Then me dreaming I was a warrior princess trying to fend off my castle.
Oh
Sounds
my
like some
God.
pretty good dreams. Not gonna lie.
I think tangentially related. I know that there's a story. I think this is a true story of like sisters who were Vietnamese who basically banded together to fight like the Chinese government.
Ooh.
It's like it's like a real and I don't want to like say the name because I'll like dox my last name, but I like think I descend from them. But basically they
Oh.
like banded together, gathered like all women and like fought against Chinese invaders.
That's so cool.
Would like to
really
hear that
cool.
story in more detail later if you're willing.
Yeah, I'll send you like a website.
That's so
Awesome.
cool.
Oh, Atra, you be careful.
Oops.
Yeah, almost
Nope.
dipped there.
Yeah, he almost knocked.
I was like, yeah, those them. Yeah, wait, hang on.
And, I would like to say though, unless anyone does have anything else they want to share real fast, I would like to try to take a time to take a quick break. Not only is my
Please.
bladder about to explode, but I'd also like to give you all a chance to step away and deal with whatever you might have to deal with. But we are going to just like take a quick 10, maybe 12-minute break, and we'll try to get back on the 30. Or no, we're on the 15. So yeah, let's call it like 25 or so.
Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you
Sounds
again,
good.
everybody. And then when we get back, we will get to the question that everybody's been dying to hear.
Yeah.
What's
yeah.
your favorite food?
Someone's gonna say it. Someone's gonna say it. I swear.
All right. Thanks again, everyone. I'll be back in 10.
Yep.
Mic on, mic on. Okay, yeah, we are live again. All right, welcome back, everyone.
Yay!
Hello.
And
I came back at the perfect timing.
literally.
Yeah, she did.
Right.
Oh, we got another dono while we were gone.
Oh, what? Anonymous through 30
Anonymous.
What the heck?
Yo. Karaoke stream, let's go.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
yep, you guys did it. You unlocked the karaoke stream. And
I
don't
don't don't lie.
But we can't thank the Anons.
we
Personally.
can. We can't personally thank the Anons, but we can thank every single anonymous donor we have.
Raise your hand in chat if you're the anonymous donor.
Everybody raises their hand.
Yeah.
I'm the Anon.
What?
For the real
I
Anon,
can't
please
move
stand
my
up.
hands.
I'm Spartacus.
I can't. I'm 2D. I can't move my hands.
But it was me, Dio.
Earlier today, I saw, I think it was Lawler, sorry if I mispronounced your name, but I saw them wave on their 2D model, and I waved. I was like, wait, I'm a PNG.
Wait a Oh,
Hang
wait.
on a minute.
Wait, this is the wrong form.
While we are talking about it for a little bit though, just so everybody knows, I am not forgetting about doing the raffles or anything. I do think it is going to take a bit of time to do, and I have about an hour and a half left in the panel stream. So we are going to continue on with the questions just to make sure that, you know, we all have as much time as possible to talk about, you know, as much as we can. And then at the 4-hour mark, after I do the outro and, you know, thank you all for coming and all that good stuff, I will put everybody onto the wheel and we will just do raffles like back to back to back to back.
Wheel of
To find
Fortune.
out our winners. And that will also give everybody a chance to, you know, also, you know, throw in some more donations and be a part of that raffle.
Nice.
Wait, sorry. How much time again?
I have about an hour and a half. So
Okay.
we definitely hit that minimum time that I knew that we were gonna hit of 2 hours, and I wanted to push as far as a 4-hour mark. Even though I feel like we could probably pull this for like a good 8 with the conversations we're having. I don't know if I'm gonna go that far. So
That's fair.
wherever we land around the 4-hour mark, or even like just a few minutes before, I'll try to wrap it up a little bit, and yeah, like I said, kind of segue into getting those charity raffles done.
Mhm.
Atra, totally okay, do your thing. But that being said, we're going to move back into the questions, and something I feel like we keep circling back to for a very good reason.
Drum roll, please.
What is your favorite food from your heritage?
Hey, don't say it. I swear to God. Don't say it.
I got like 3 different kinds.
Yeah.
Wants to go first? I'll do it.
Oh. I have to deal with my cat.
Okay, so one favorite food I have from Palau is just taro. Like literally just boil it up, eat it with damn near anything. But one thing I do want to bring up, just because this is like kind of like the only food-centered question, and this does sadly kind of relate to the wave of AAPI hate we've been experiencing. Fortune, what the hell? Thank you so
What?
much for the $50 donation.
Yo, Fortune.
Whoa, chill, Fortune. Stop living up to your name for a little bit. It's good, gosh.
I don't think that's physically possible with them. Jeez,
Yeah.
where are we at now?
No, we're at 250 now. We're literally already halfway to our
Halfway there.
second stretch goal. Holy hell.
Hey,
That's
Living on a
yo.
prayer.
That's the Hot Wings one, right?
That is the hot wing challenge. That is, if we get to $300, I am literally going to go for the oh, and a Mordor exclamation point charity for the charity link. Thank you, Lulz. Thank you, Lawler. And thank you for the follow, Mordor, as well. But yeah, I will get like some like, and let me tell you something. I like spicy. I have a bottle of scorpion chili sauce in my fridge for those little dab-ons for when I actually want to feel something. So when I tell you that I am going to get the hottest sauce or wings that I can get my hands on, I will do you guys justice.
Nice.
I am
I
expecting
don't know how
crying
the last
and
dab compares, but it's so good. The last dab hot sauces are so good.
I've wanted to try them so bad. I have dreamed of it. Oh, I'm gonna have to address the hat in the room. What's up with the hat?
Oh,
I
I
see
didn't
it.
even notice that.
Lawler's a One Piece character now.
It looks cool.
That's so cute.
you saw nothing. You saw nothing at all.
But
Aw.
anyways, one thing I did want to bring up again that's kind of like not necessarily on a positive note, but you know how when the whole like anti-China scare was happening during COVID, a lot of
Yeah.
people were saying that the virus came from bats and a dish that was like bat soup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's not a Chinese dish. That's
Irony.
that's a Palauan dish.
Oh.
That is something that Palauans eat. Is like a fruit bat soup, which again, not the best, part of our cuisine. Which, in my opinion, it's not bad. It's not as bad as you might think. But again,
What does it taste like?
a little closer to chicken than I want to admit. But
Oh, okay.
chicken.
I wanted to say chicken, but I felt I didn't think
I
that
feel
was
like
right.
no, it's
My
like
every
butt heard fruit bat soup, and I instantly wanted to say it tastes fruity.
I know a lot
would
of
think,
like
right?
exotic
It works.
meat just tastes like chicken. Most of the time, people will be like, "Yeah, it tastes like chicken." Frog tastes like chicken. Alligator
Gator
tastes like
tastes
chicken.
like spicy
We got
chicken.
another dono.
Anonymous.
Anonymous, dang.
Oh
Another
my
anon.
god! Rip my
Okay,
intestines.
raise your hand.
Rip my gastrointestinal system.
Anonymous, Ariga, thank you.
Yes,
Oh, there you
thank
go.
Like-
There's your challenge now.
Yep, there it is. Talk about it enough, and we got it.
Hot wings.
How about that
Hot
chicken?
wings.
What do I love the
Hot
chat say
hot
about that
dog.
chicken?
Mordor wanted to get there first.
Oh, but yeah, that's what I want to say. That not a way I wanted bat soup to become famous or infamous.
Hilarious.
But
My favorite foods, I think, are the breakfast foods, like sinigang, sigsilog,
Sarap.
what's it call it? The red sausages.
Oh.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Longanisa.
Langanisa, yeah!
Oh, those ones, yeah.
I love the breakfast food.
very nice.
It is really.
As silly as it
Mordor!
sounds, my favorite.
Sorry, I'm.
Mordor.
Yes.
Dang.
Ariga, thank you!
No,
Bye-bye.
thank
You're gonna
you.
finish it all. You gotta finish our charity goals today.
Bro, I have a second stream. Like I didn't.
You can't even get to your second day yet.
Bro, I'm gonna have to come up with more stretch goals. This is ridiculous.
All right, Manta, tonight brainstorm. It's okay.
Yeah, I need your help.
Almost
Anybody who
there.
can contribute to helping me think of more stretch goals so I can actually have more for next week, I appreciate you.
Mm.
And thank you so much for being in chat, Mordor. I will bring up the incentives and everything that you're able to do later. I do just want to get through more of these questions and, again, just keep it on the panel for a little bit. But thank you
All right,
so much. I love you guys.
Who was still talking, or who's still next?
It wasn't me. Althemia.
Okay, keep going. Let's go.
My favorite food is actually chocolate from there.
Some like Samoan chocolate?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Now you have to explain why.
Yeah, why is it different?
It's very rich. Like, I don't know. Okay, so have you guys had Dove chocolate?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Imagine that, but it's a lot silkier.
Whoa.
Gosh.
That's already
It's like
silky.
Dove chocolate,
I was-
more
yeah,
silky.
imagine Dove chocolate, and it's
silkier.
a lot silkier. And
Does
it's
it have
a lot,
more of the nutty taste, kind of like dark chocolate?
kinda, yeah.
I love that. I love it so much.
It also sometimes. Yeah, I see my sister in the chats talking about their gummies. Yeah, she's obsessed with their. Well, she's obsessed with the Leahy gummies, the Leahy powder gummies from
Mhm.
Hawaii.
Fair.
I'm adopted, so I kind of just infected my adopted family with my culture.
Good. Throw it back at them.
I mostly did it, and I did it through food. So my biological family, they would send me like care packages of like all these Samoan and Hawaiian treats and stuff, and I got my sister addicted to the gummies.
Based.
Nice.
And yeah, and that's my eldest sister there, who said she really did. I got her obsessed with some of it too. I literally was just like, here, try my culture's food. And they were just like, what? Is it going to kill us?
No, it's food.
I was like, it's food, eat it.
Why would my biological family send me something that I could die from?
I wonder why.
To our knowledge.
I remember the first time we made this isn't Samoan, but it's still kind of my culture because my family all lives there. We had they sent out Hawaiian coffee for the first time, which is really strong.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to make a normal cup of coffee from like a normal one from here in the States, the main states, you're gonna have to half that for Hawaiian coffee. Maybe a little more than half if you want like as strong as you usually have it, because it is really strong. And bless my sister's heart, she didn't know that, and I didn't know she was making it.
Oh,
So she made a full cup, and all I hear is her in the kitchen scream, "Whoa!"
I can see sound.
You can see what?
And she was on a caffeine high for the majority of the night, and I could not stop laughing.
You know
And
what? That's something I need.
My biological mom like slapped me in the back of the head, like, "Why didn't you warn her?" I was like, "I didn't know."
It was already too late.
It was too late. I realized what she was doing when she screamed "woo."
You sound like Randy Orton, though, literally.
That's something I need for morning. Okay, like I need caffeine to. Like, listen. Like, when you're dealing with a bunch of like kids per day, 200 kids per day, you kind of need something.
Oh, bet. I think you got to replace your blood with caffeine at that point.
Yeah.
It's really dark. I think the way how my sister described it is that it's darker than dark coffee here. So
It's like, what do you think teachers are obsessed with coffee? They need it for a reason.
Yeah.
That's all they need.
we need it to
Patience
live.
runs on time and responsibility. No, it runs on coffee.
The coffee.
Patience
You think I'm
runs on
teaching you?
coffee.
This coffee's teaching you.
Oh yeah.
Okay, before
Anyone?
someone else goes, I do want to say another
that's
thing
good
about
to say.
Palauan culture is that there's actually a pretty decent amount of Philippine population there. And so one
Really?
thing that even Palauans will cook up every holiday is a massive plate of lumpia. And I swear to God,
Ooh, Lumpia
I'm so
Shanghai.
glad- Wait, Manta, I'm so glad you talked about that because that was like my answer for my favorite food was lumpia.
yo, oh my
So
God, literally, I will
good.
eat 200 of those to myself. Get away, give me the banana
Uh,
sauce.
Yeah. I like
Awesome.
my grandmother used to make it for us all the time, and like I would just hoard. I'd hoard. Nobody else was getting any, just me. I could. Oh my god.
I swear to God, I feel like anytime there's a potluck and there's lumpia at the potluck, that's the first thing to go.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone
true.
always goes
God.
for the lumpia first.
Perish.
You can't just have just one.
It's
You
so
can't-
good.
Yeah, exactly.
I dare you to eat one lumpia, you absolute
Yeah.
mad person.
No, you cannot eat just one single lumpia because if you
I-
try that, the next thing you know, the whole entire platter is going to be gone.
I was gonna. Yeah, you eat one lumpia, you black out, then you wake up to just 3 plates.
Three empty
What
plates.
What?
What happened? You ate all the lumpia. Now you're in charge of getting us more.
Yeah.
Start rolling. Shit.
And it's like, why is Bob knocked out? Well, he tried to get some lumpia from you, and that was.
Now he's got a black eye.
Yeah.
It's like that math question. So you have 2 pieces of lumpia and your friend takes 2. How many do you have left? I have 2 and a dead friend.
Oh, I'm going to hell.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Food wise?
I
Last
can't
thing
decide.
from me.
I was gonna say like my favorite thing about food for my culture, everybody's culture. That's like everybody like knows this. Everybody's like everybody knows pho. It's like a traditional Vietnamese soup, like Vietnamese soup.
Mhm.
It depends. What you get? You get like chicken on it, or you can get like different kinds of meats on it as well. There's also like not like Vietnam's a lot of base on like soup dishes or like rice dishes or anything like vegetarian dishes. Like you can easily go vegetarian options when it comes to Vietnamese culture because our culture is just based off like, the earth,
I
kind of
love
thing.
how chewy the noodles are for pho. It's so
Yes, it's good.
Mhm.
It's good, and like, there's also it's because here the two main foods that people know around the city that are not Vietnamese speakers or not part of the culture is pho and banh mi.
I was about to say it's the other
Banh
one.
mi is
banh
French,
mi.
right?
I've heard of pho. I have not heard of banh mi.
What?
Oh,
Banh mi sandwiches.
Yes.
yeah.
Banh mi
I might
literally
have, and I'm
means
just having a brain fart moment.
yeah, banh mi literally means bread. It's just a lot of different fillings. Like I think the main one is like pate. There's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
mayo, and then you can get like cold cuts, like ham
Mhm.
or like a special Vietnamese like pork ham-ish thing. There's also like roasted pork belly, and then they put like
Mhm.
cilantro and like pickled daikon and carrots and like some
Mm.
jalapenos in it. Oh my god, it's so
And
good.
cucumbers
It's
too.
so good.
Oh
I
yes, you're
recommend
right,
try.
T. Yes,
Like I recommend
cucumbers.
I
try
literally had
one.
that this morning.
If anything,
Ooh.
also what earlier I think we talked about this before we went back here. Also, we did talk about Boom Away, and then we also
I
did
love Zimbabwe.
you were talking about that. It's really good too.
That one I haven't heard of. Can you explain that one?
It's
Boom
like a
Away.
yeah. Do you want to do it, Kara? Go ahead.
You can go ahead. You were talking about it first because
It's
you were
like
talking before the stream.
so you guys know how pho noodles are flat? Zimbabwe
Mhm.
noodles are
Yeah.
circular. They're like fat and circular. And
The
Ooh.
chewy.
yeah.
Oh.
And the soup is like a pork base. So you cook pork bones, and in the soup itself you can have cuts of like beef flank and pork trotter that gets cooked into the soup to give it flavor. Um and then there's blood pudding. I think T mentioned like blood pudding is like a Vietnamese kind of dish. Maybe Canto? We're not 100% sure.
It's
No.
it's not
It's a
it's
Vietnamese.
not
It's a
it's a
Vietnamese
Vietnamese
dish.
thing. It's a Vietnamese thing. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
It's not Cantonese.
Okay.
Sorry. But yeah, it goes in there, and then you just put like a whole bunch of like veggies, like cabbage, banana flowers that are like shredded, and then mint, basil. It's a really spicy
Oh
soup.
yeah, fuck yeah.
It's
It can
really
be.
good.
The thing is,
Well,
though, it's
it can
customary.
be
It's
spicy.
because it's customary. I was gonna say you can make it not as
Yeah.
spicy, but
I
like
mean, but who doesn't eat it
considering,
spicy?
but I'm just saying, like whoever like wants to like spicy, like you can just turn that
Yeah.
up. You can just turn
'Cause
that up.
Hell yeah.
yeah,
You
the
know what's
spicy
funny?
has like satay and chili peppers and like
Okay,
lemongrass.
you said pork trotter earlier,
Uh-huh.
and the first thing that came to my mind was in the new gotcha game Honkai Star Rail. There's actually a little pig in there that's called a pork trotter.
Really?
Yes, and it's like this rare pig that drops like I don't still know what it drops. It just like drops a bunch of stuff, and I was like, huh.
Mostly
it?
like items. Mostly like the items you need to like relics and whatnot in Honkai.
And
Yeah.
the thing
I knew
too,
it dropped like cool stuff, but literally when you brought that up, I was like, huh. I wonder if that's why it's a pig.
I don't
Makes
think so,
sense.
but
Like it was
There's
it was that thought process, but I was just like, huh.
I also just want to mention one more food.
Oh.
I was just gonna mention one more food. The one thing I also did like about Vietnamese culture was bun sale.
I was
It's
gonna
like-
say that.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That was also I was like, that's my favorite.
I also
Bun
like the
sale.
crispiness of it, but there's also a bun cock as well. That's
Oh,
related,
yeah.
like very similar but
Ooh.
different.
This
Very
is all good
good.
stuff.
Yeah, I'll put it in general chat what bun style looks like. for
It's
people to
like
see it.
basically, you know how like in Korean dramas you'll
There you
have
go.
like KBBQ wrapped in
Ooh.
vegetables. Banseo is like, kind of like that, but it's cooked in like a
Oh,
crepe.
that looks really good.
So
batter.
in English, I guess in English they would kind of say it as like Vietnamese crispy crepes.
Yeah. It's like shrimp
Ooh.
and pork and bean sprout. And
Yeah.
you eat it with
Woo!
lettuce and like a Vietnamese like fish sauce lime dipping
Mm-hmm.
And
sauce.
the thing is, it's the same thing too. You can't this type of thing. You can't just have one.
Yeah.
You can't even have just one. It's the same thing as your. It's the same thing. You just can't have one.
Backing off that, I finally decided on a food I'm going to mention as my favorite, even though it has to be at like 6 other things. My fellow Filipinos, have you heard of something called turon?
Yes.
It's to describe to everyone else. It's basically imagine lumpia, except that the insides are essentially banana or plantain, whichever is available, jackfruit, and brown sugar.
Oh, I've
And
had
imagine-
that.
Good.
Oh my god,
I don't
Imagine
know
it's
what
just-
that is. That sounds amazing.
And it's basically
I think-
just deep fried. It's one of those things that you eat it and you immediately think, this is so bad for me, but I can't stop eating it. It's so good.
You feel that drop in your stomach, and you're just like, oh, but also,
Yeah.
oh.
It's like, there goes my diet for a day, but I don't care.
Yeah. I've
It's
definitely
so
heard of it,
good.
but I don't think I've really ever had it, and now I want some. I just want all
Don't
this
worry, it's very
food.
easy to make.
Yeah.
Is
Okay,
it
now raise
forbidden
your
to
hand
speak
if you're
about the
going to
one
try
food?
out at least one of the foods we have mentioned today.
Oh, definitely me.
Hands up.
I'm already looking at where I can get lumpia.
Or you're just gonna post all the food pictures in general. It's gonna be flooded now.
I'll
Am
do
I-
DoorDash
You gotta do it.
lumpia.
Have you
We should make a
eaten the
separate-
forbidden food from
We should
the
make a separate
Philippines?
text channel that's just food items.
That's just
and then
food.
Just food.
yeah,
Wait,
just
did you
like-
say forbidden?
Hey, it
food,
is
Noemi?
cultural. It is cultural.
It is cultural, but I feel it's forbidden.
Wait,
Did you say
forbidden food.
forbidden?
There's
What is
forbidden
forbidden
food?
food?
There's
What's-
no, not that forbidden.
It's the one that starts with a B.
Uh,
Oh, balut?
Yo.
Yeah.
balut? Oh.
Oh my god, Vietnamese people eat that too. It's so
Yeah,
good.
no, the Vietnamese people eat that too. I mean, like, oh,
Yeah.
by the way, I was gonna say in Vietnam, like since I recently went to Vietnam like a couple years back, they sell that like by the house where where my residency was in Vietnam. They're like, yo, sell that like not like casual, like in the market, just like here you go. It's like little cards, like here's one. I'm like, can't eat that.
My dad
I
experienced
still
it
can't
for
eat that.
once. He's a very short black man, but he first cracked the egg and just gulped it down like a champ. But then he was just like,
Oh, that-
it's stuck in my throat. And so I'm like, okay,
Ooh.
grab the vinegar.
I was gonna say, does he know?
Oh,
like he
horrors.
gulped it, like he know what's inside of it.
He did not.
He did
Oh,
not.
that's funny.
He did not.
no.
So funny.
That's
like-
It was his
wild.
first time experiencing it, and I was watching him in horror because I saw the little thing go down his throat. I'm like,
Oh
oh,
my god.
You should
Just
probably
to be
play
clear,
the
can you
context.
explain, Noemi, what balut actually is, so people who
balut
don't know?
is it's
Like-
fertilized chicken egg, right?
Duck.
AKA they
Ducks,
call
yeah.
like what?
Fertilized
It's like
duck.
called a century egg.
Yes.
Century egg. Yes.
Yeah. It
I
still
believe
has the
century
baby
egg is
in-
something else. It's like century egg is the black egg that
I've seen
is,
those though, like
like,
over there.
buried
Century
in
egg.
lime.
I can't even get a picture of balut because it's actually kind of disgusting if you look at
I
a photo
hate
of
it.
it.
I
I
hate it.
don't.
Yeah,
I
we're
do
not
it
gonna
just
show
like
blood on
for,
stream.
for,
It's
for,
just
like,
really good. It just looks
for your
gross.
sanity. Like like if you got is everybody in chat or everybody that's in the VC, I was curious. Just Google it on your own terms, but don't share. We're not sharing it.
Yeah, we're not
I-
sharing it
Don't
today.
post a link to it.
I know what
I'm
it
looking at-
is, but I know that it's usually put in porridge a lot.
Oh,
when you're
century
sick.
egg, right?
Century egg is put in porridge.
Yeah.
Balut you usually eat by
Yeah,
itself.
like,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, like, if anyone's like curious, like, just actually like look it up on your own terms. That's the thing.
Century egg is
interesting.
mostly put in eggs usually, not eggs. Porridge.
Porridge.
It
It's
is
so
nice.
good.
Yeah.
It's
And
like a
I
very
never
breakfast.
really like eating
Oh
it.
really?
Yeah,
I
I'm not
I
like
just-
a fan.
I just don't like the balut. That's it. Because my dad can just eat it like no problem, but like me, I'm just like I don't think I could do it.
I used to have a problem as a kid eating it, and now I'm just like, whatever. It's just
Same.
really
I
good. I'll just
remember
eat
the
it.
first time my Filipino friends described to me what balut was, and they did it in the worst possible way, and I was so
Oh.
traumatized.
You were traumatized.
I was like, "You guys eat what?"
They're just
Yeah.
like, no, it's really good. It's good.
'Cause they're like,
It's
"We
not a
eat,
fully developed chicken, but
Yeah.
it's there.
we eat unborn chicken babies," and I was like, "What?"
Though, well,
People think we're
duck
crazy.
babies, but close enough.
No,
Yeah.
no, now people think we're crazy. I'm just like, no. It's accepted.
And then I actually caved in and asked my mom because my mom was very into like besides our own culture, she was very into like all the Vietnamese Filipino and all of the other cultures in AAPI. So I looked at my mom and was like, Mom, they keep talking about this thing called balut. Can I try? And she was like, yeah, I know how to make it. So I tried it and I was like,
Yeah, at the biggest moment, I'm just
Dang,
like,
Mama
oh,
had
okay.
recipe on the spot. Holy shit.
Mama was like ready. Was ready. No,
She
Mom
was
was
like-
just ready for the cue.
Yeah, she was like,
she was
I've been
ready
waiting
for
for
it.
you to
I
ask
have
me
all the
this.
ingredients in the fridge right now. Like,
Yeah.
we did have their ingredients ready. We had to go to the store, but
no, that's what I was hoping.
that would have been we almost had all the ingredients. We were missing something. I can't remember at the time.
It was
so
like
long
the
ago.
duck
Like,
eggs.
so you had like 90% of the ingredients already.
I also
Yeah,
had a
we were-
thing too.
and
with
I was
that.
just like, okay, this actually doesn't taste as bad as how my friends described it.
My mom also is the thing too, as like just the culture is like, it's like every time it's like that thing when you're a kid, it's like, oh no, we don't have any food in the fridge, and then my mom just makes like a Vietnamese food style thing out of the fridge. I'm like, what the fuck? How?
I think that's just
Taffy.
mom powers right
This
now.
is
'cause
mom
the
powers
fridge
right
could be empty
Yeah.
with just mayonnaise and a loaf of bread, and your mom would be like, "Watch this," and all of a sudden, bam, full 5-star course dinner. It's like, huh?
what sorcery is this?
That's being a mom.
It's true.
All right, if we all have had a moment to speak on our favorite foods, considering the kind of time that we have, we're just over an hour for talk time. I think I am going to skip a couple of the next questions just because they are pretty similar. Mostly just having to do with like your favorite types of media and stuff. I kind of want to skip to hearing about maybe some family traditions that you still share or have. Like for me, honestly, the only family tradition I can think of that's super cultural is just the cookouts. Like, sadly, nowadays my family has like scattered across the states and stuff like that. But we were all in Arizona, funny enough, for a good time, and it was at least a monthly basis, if not more, that we were going over to somebody's house. Everybody was bringing food. And it was just like, it was like a massive party, but it was no one's birthday. And usually, like to this day, if I meet another Pacifica person, it doesn't even have to be Palauan, Micronesian, it could be Polynesian, whatever. Like they find out you're an islander too or whatever, they're just like, all right, you're coming to the next cookout, right? Like you're gonna bring your family, you're gonna bring
They've already got you down.
That's just like one tradition that like I feel like I've just like loved the most and stuck with the most, because that's just a tradition that just facilitates like all the best parts I feel like are about culture, is like food, community, getting together, just sharing good times. And it's just like, yeah, if there's one thing that always makes me like feel at home or like with family, is just like going to those kinds of cookouts and just being around like that kind of energy.
Manta stole mine.
Same.
Sorry again,
But like
I get it.
But the thing is though, like with tradition, like what I feel like the most common thing with my tradition is like the family gatherings. It's just like just like, and it's just not like for as of right now for my family, it's like it's not very often, but it does happen every so like maybe like a month or two. But the thing is like I'm not able to participate because I'm always working every single day, so I can't participate at all. But they do bring like potluck kind of style, like bring your own kind of food. Everyone kind of share their foods, and then by the end of the night, just bring over the leftovers at home. But usually it's like every time I miss it, usually it's some like earlier food culture talk we just had right now, and just like the sense of like we get together no matter how far we are, just try to get together at least a month if we are local to each other. However, I don't have many family members left locally. They are just all kind of spread out thin.
Yep, happens.
I think the
know that
biggest
this is,
family tradition. Sorry, go ahead, Noemi.
Oh, it's a short one. But I don't know if this is just because of my culture or just because it's my family thing, but whenever we make food, we dance to make it taste better.
No kidding.
What?
I like that.
That's
I'm
cute.
kind of
Like
jealous. That's really cute.
dancing to
So-
like honestly, the dancing can make the food better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it actually does. Cause like if I put something in the microwave, I dance. If I'm cooking something on the stove, or cooking something in the oven, I dance. So my mom does it too. My dad does it too. My brother does it too. And I'm not really sure if that's just a family thing.
I
But
kind of want to start doing that.
Yeah, I'm instantly incorporating that into my lifestyle.
Yeah.
it makes the
Yeah.
food taste better.
That's super
my-
cute.
My roommate's probably gonna walk in on me, but we'll just have that conversation later.
I'm
It
definitely
don't
dancing
matter
for
as
science.
long as your food
Passionate.
tastes better
You
than
should invite
his.
him to join you.
I mean, listen. If you dance and you just give it to your roommate and that food tastes
Yeah,
better,
it's
okay,
a-
they say you have nothing to show for it. They have nothing to talk for.
No,
The
exactly.
vibe
can
with
dance if
music
you
in the
want to.
kitchen is always
Yeah.
a must.
Exactly.
You
I
know, I
think
could
for
kind of-
me, it's Vietnamese New Year's. I still go home for that,
Mm.
Tell me
even if
about
I
that.
don't like talk to my parents too much. It's so I think it's very similar to like other Asian New Year's, but what I know specifically about Vietnamese New Year is it's usually married couples will be obligated to give out red envelopes to the unmarried children in the family.
Dang, it's like a
Oh.
call out.
It's what happens here.
Yeah,
Like
so
if you're
even if
married
you're like
too.
30 or 40 and you're unmarried, you'll still get red envelopes.
Oh no,
You're
that's
always
gotta
like
feel
that.
a
Hey,
certain type of way.
That's how your family is. It's just like when you're like 30s or 40s, they give you the same talk.
Yeah.
It is.
When are you gonna give
So
me
you notice
grandbabies?
it's
Right.
boyfriend. Give me
Sounds like
grandbaby.
something like.
But to receive the red envelope, you first have to wish that person. You have to like bless them with some wishes, like, "Oh, I wish this year, you find a lot of happiness, that things go your way, and you make a lot of money, you live a long time." Like all those kind of blessings, right? And then once you're done, then they've received your blessing for the year, they pay you for it with the red
Ooh.
envelope.
Hmm.
At least that's how it's represented in my family. Like if you don't do the blessing part, you can't get the red envelope. And there's like, lion dances. There's like I think there was like this whole thing where at before midnight everyone has to leave the house because it's really important that like the order of people entering the house in the new year is really important depending on like the zodiac animal that you were
Oh.
born into.
Oh.
So I remember one
Oh,
year
that's
my dad
cool.
my dad was like, "Okay, everyone out of the house. It's like not midnight yet, but we had to stay outside until my dad figured out like the most like fortunate like order for us to walk back into the house after the firecrackers went off."
That is really interesting.
That's actually
Cool.
true. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
I
actually true.
love the whole like I love like zodiac stuff, so that's actually really cool to know about.
Mhm.
Yeah,
What
every
year are
year
you?
is. Oh, we're talking about who?
Oh, what year are you for the zodiac?
I will decline to say.
That's because that reveal how old you are.
It will reveal just in case you want to tell everyone. Just be aware that it will reveal how old you are.
Because the year the animal you are is celebrated. Like let's just say like this is like year of the like I'm not gonna say either, but like yeah, it would determine how old you are because it was just like they could trace it back and just like great, they
Yeah.
know how old I am.
Yeah. But
Well,
I
plus or
don't
minus
know.
12 years.
I am.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm the year of the snake.
Same.
Wait, which zodiac are we talking about specifically?
The lunar sign.
I think
The
like
Asian one.
the Asian
The-
zodiac.
The Asian one.
The Oriental one, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm a rat.
you're
You're
right.
I'm a rat.
We're just revealing all of our zodiac signs.
You know,
Well,
it's
I
funny.
said
I
my
think
birth year
Vietnam.
earlier, so I don't mind.
I think
Man, so
Vietnam is
that's
the
stretch
only
goal.
country that celebrates the year of the cat. Actually,
Really?
Oh.
The cat?
Oh.
yeah, because I think is it this year that's the year of the cat?
I don't think so.
Today
I don't.
is
But
the
we don't
yeah,
recognize the
year
cat.
of the
I was gonna say, wait, there is a year of the cat?
No, this
Yes.
year's
Well-
this year's rabbit. This year's
Oh, it's-
rabbit.
this
The
It
year.
cat's
is
not a
rabbit.
part of the zodiac because of the legends. It's interesting to hear that anyone recognizes the cat as a sign.
Okay. Yes, so this is actually a thing. So Vietnam celebrates this year, the year of the rabbit, as the year of the cat instead. So yeah, it's
That's
really weird. It
interesting.
happened, and it's like I learned about it this year because it's the year of the cat in Vietnam.
Interesting.
That's
One
actually
question I
cool.
had is that the Vietnamese New Year on a certain date or like time of year?
I think it's celebrated like sometime late January, early February, same time as like Chinese New Year.
Like February-ish?
Yeah, just based on the lunar
Mm.
calendar. Yeah, yeah.
Next year's gonna
Oh,
be Year of the Dragon.
this is why.
Ooh.
So
Yeah.
one of
just
the explanations is because the cat and the rabbit sound very similar, like the Vietnamese word. So
That's
yeah.
really interesting.
Yeah.
Just so everyone knows I'm a monkey.
Who said that?
Return to monk.
Oh,
Return
return to monk.
Return to monk.
Oh, I guess everyone's like in the 2v1 chat just said that they're one's a boar, one's a horse.
My son's
cool.
a rabbit.
Rabbit.
Ooh.
Forgot
Ribbit.
what my kid is.
If anything, I'm okay. So I'll
A
just say
goat?
mine. Mine's an ox.
Oh.
Mine's I think we talked about it too. Mine's a snake.
Yes, I heard yours.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I
can't
heard
believe there are
yours
3 snakes in chat. Awesome.
Stop
Snake.
it.
Slytherin, snake.
I am also a snake.
Oh,
It's like a snack.
so
Wait,
you're all
we
the
have majority
same,
snakes here?
You're all the
Yeah.
same age, plus or minus 12 years.
But it's like it's like we have a lot of snakes.
With that, I'm guessing it's plus, but
Mordor's rabbit.
You're not wrong.
And the thing is though, like if anyone's curious that is not part of the culture, they can always look up like, hey, what's like the year they're born, and they can like, hey, what year was I born in? Like, and then the thing is that they can check the zodiac.
It's a 12-year cycle, so there's 12 animals.
Fun fact
Did you
about
guys
the.
know?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. So did you guys know the year of your specific animal is supposed to be your unlucky year?
I was gonna mention that. Yep, do not think that your year is going to be your
Are you
year. It is the
serious?
year to stay the
No.
fucking side.
For real, yeah, for
No.
real. The year when it
Wait.
comes, you better stay inside.
Count your blessings, reap that good fortune, like make some
I
good
did
fucking
not
just
know
go-
that.
We'll just go into a bunker and be like, see y'all next year.
I mean,
All right,
to be fair though, when it was my year, I had bad blood.
25.
Oh no.
I guess I'm gonna go into hiding. You know.
Yeah, but
Sorry.
Scared of rat. I ain't a part of that.
I already, that year, like it already passed already, and I was like, oh, I can attest that I really had a shitty past year. That year.
I'm trying to figure out what
I need to look this up now, really quick.
Yeah, that is definitely a thing.
But I could say too, it's like I did have a bad year that year, but I could say I also had a good year at the same time because I also like that's the first year I ever started VTubing.
But yeah, it's true. You have 11 lucky years, and then your year of your zodiac animal is the unlucky year, which is good because then it means the majority of the time you're gonna be lucky.
I thought it was the other way around.
There are some people that go all out. They're like they go look at the years. Okay, what's my lucky color? What's my lucky number? What's my lucky day?
I don't even
That's
remember
a huge
2013.
thing. Like, I think when my cousins all got married, they had to go look at like their lucky day to schedule a wedding.
To schedule a schedule a wedding. It's
Wait,
like, okay.
wasn't there a? This is a really old article I'm thinking of, but wasn't there an article where this Chinese couple got married on like the 8th month on the 8th day in 2008 at 8:08 because it was like 8's a lucky number or something like that?
That's a lot of 8.
They made sure like everything aligned to be 8, so their marriage would be like extremely lucky or blessed or something like that.
I think.
So did they say I do
like,
at 8?
Yeah, they literally said it. They did not
Oh my God.
officiate it until 8:08.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
they timed it and everything.
Yeah. 8 means like becoming rich in Chinese. So like also
Ooh.
license plates with 888 or however many numbers, right? License plates with 8 in China are really expensive.
Oh wow.
High demand.
Yeah.
That's actually
Yeah, 'cause
that's really-
I remember I was like a kid when I saw this on the news, but it just always stuck with me because I was like, huh, that's pretty cool.
I feel like that topic you're talking about is like a segue to the next topic.
What is the next topic?
Oh, oh yeah.
Look,
I
know,
was,
Yeah.
I was gonna do a double check through the chat just to make sure everybody feels like they had an opportunity to speak.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, we're gonna go into this, and apologies in advance if you don't have too much experience on this question, but contribute what you can. Is dating different in your culture compared to like American dating?
Yes.
Yes.
100%.
Yes, it is.
yes.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna go
let
first
y'all
on this
handle-
one. I'm gonna go first on this one because this is a sad truth. Before I even consider dating another Palauan, we have to talk about our families and look at our family tree because there is a 80% chance we're second cousins, and we cannot be doing this.
Oh.
It's not a proud thing, but it is a goddamn thing we got to double check.
You're like that country. Is it Sweden that had like I think one of the
Iceland.
European
It's
countries,
Iceland.
Iceland. They literally have an app where you can check if you're related or not.
Oh my god.
Palauans could
Everyone is so
probably use
close
that.
there.
Palauans could probably use that app.
God.
I just know that in Vietnam, like when I was in Vietnam visiting my parents and the whole wedding thing and all those things, there's a thing as like Vietnamese girls could be or guys I should say too could be very conservative, and the thing is like it's like no flirting, like no public and all that stuff. Like there's a lot of them. There's a lot of rules. There's a lot of rules that was established.
I would say, as the eldest daughter growing up in a Vietnamese family, I was told for the longest time, like, no dating, right? Until you're an adult. And so, like, I never dated until, like, not even like my first year of college. I think it was like my third or fourth. But then, like, once I had a boyfriend at the time, my parents were like, so when are you getting married?
That
And I'm like, you literally did not let me date for like 20 years. What?
That's what people like. It's like in our culture was like, okay, we first have our like boyfriend / girlfriend, and then the thing is they're like, okay, so when do we have our grandchildren?
Right, and I'm like, you haven't even given me time to like figure out who I am as a person. Like,
you said no, so I have no experience what you're talking about. So
yeah, and I don't know if this is like strictly a Vietnamese thing because maybe you other like Filipino and Chinese people can like chime in, but it was like very much like that for my family.
And I could say as the oldest like guy in the family, like only me and my brother. It's just that thing is like I had the same rules, like no dating till college. I'm like and then I was like I don't feel like I should wait to do that, so I just kind of rebel a little bit. I dated like when I was 16. And the thing is, though, they're like, okay, my mom was like, what? My mom was like, what the fuck? And my dad was like, okay, but like, who is she? I'm just like, she's not Asian. And my dad was like, okay, this is not gonna work.
Hit the brakes there, kiddo.
Yeah, I was like, they're like, who is she? I was like, well, the thing is, like, she's Hispanic. She's Hispanic. I was like, what's wrong with that?
I have to
Oh
say,
my
my
God.
parents are like, I don't know if your parents are like this, but like my Vietnamese parents are so racist. Sorry.
You
They're
know
like,
what? Okay,
anyone other
That's
than
a good topic.
Vietnamese.
Let me just say I can't
great
take
topic.
let me reply to that real quick to Rosca. I can't take my mom anywhere.
I know. It's
You know,
just when I was
fair.
hanging out, it's just so ridiculous. Like, because I mean, me, my brother, and my sister were pretty like open-minded. But then, like, when we talk to our parents, it's like, I get that they're very traditional, but at the same time,
They're
I'm
very
like, it's
close-minded.
embarrassing. Yeah.
They're very close-minded. They like because the thing is they were from a country that's not full of diversity. That's
Yeah.
the thing.
Yeah.
Well, and I
So
think,
they expect Vietnamese to date Vietnamese, and solely
Yeah.
that.
I'm not sure if this is as prevalent in your guys' cultures, but I do definitely think this is an issue that pervades literally every culture. Is just not just racism but colorism. Like even if
Oh,
you're
yeah.
even if you're dating within your own culture or nationality or
Yeah.
heritage, if they are darker skinned, all of a sudden they're being treated different. Some cultures have different names or nicknames for people with darker skin, and it's like it's not even about race anymore. It's just like for the fact that you have more melanin, all of a sudden you're being, put to another standard.
That and vice versa. If you're lighter than everybody else, and they call you names still.
Yeah, I feel that.
I also want to add in terms of dating too. They also I think I got told like this. So like it's not the same here, but my dad told me dating in Vietnam was like there were like thing is like there was like the accents. So Vietnam there's 3 different accents.
Mm-hmm.
There are 3 different accents. So like thing is like okay, the way the first time you talk to them, you gotta figure out that there were southern, northern, or like in the middle.
Central, yeah.
Yeah, central, like in the straight in the middle, and the central. And then if you were one of like the ones you were from, it is automatically just off.
Really?
Yeah.
So you guys
Wow.
like it comes down to regional too, like.
Because
is,
because
yeah.
Vietnam there were 3 different accents. That's the thing. You could tell by the way they talk or the way they sound.
I've been blessed with a mom that's pretty laid back, and she's not one of those moms who's just like, "Where's my grandchildren? When are you gonna get married? Hey."
Oh, thank God,
hey.
your mom.
Yeah.
Although my dad,
Oh, there it is. The butt.
There's the balance.
he replaces it. He's just like, so make sure you don't date any ghetto guys. Make sure that he's proper and he actually treats you well. I'm like, okay, thanks, Dad.
That's like any parent. They're like, oh, there's the good one, and it's like, oh, there's the but
there's the one that has opinions, right?
Yeah.
He's the one holding the shotgun at like maybe 10 p.m. if I don't get home
Oh,
early
Lord.
enough.
Oh no, not that
Oh,
one. It's like
man.
if she's not home by 10, we're gonna have problems.
But dating for my mom is a story. Oh, so she's very she's considered very, very pretty, and in her area, in like in general, she's very pretty. She's mistaken as my older sister multiple times, and every time we go to the grocery store,
same.
I'm like,
Same.
hey, so is your sister single? Like, that's not my sister, that's my mom. Get the fuck away from me.
That's crazy.
Get away from my mom.
And as the
You
oldest
heathens.
child, she has told me a lot of her dating stories. There was this point in high school, or kind of like in the transition, where she's going into college, but also graduating from high school, where she had this group of friends. Anytime a guy were to be confident enough to ask her and her friends would ask. Well, she would ask him out, to a place so that they can talk, and then immediately, they would essentially surround him, put him in a chicken
Oh my
cage,
God.
and then
What?
hose him down until he can answer their questions.
What?
My
That is
what?
They waterboarded
What?
your mom's boyfriends?
Is this culture or is this not culture?
I have no idea.
I have never
think it's
heard
just
of
my
this
mom.
before.
Psychological.
I don't
it's
think
just my mom.
there's a culture for that. I think that's
it's
just
my
like
mom.
I think it's just your
think
mom.
She was batshit insane.
What kind of
So-
Clockwork Orange dating system is this?
What
That
part
was-
of the Philippines is your mom from?
So
Yeah, I
I can never date anyone from there.
Again, we
I
were from
think I-
Cagayan de Oro, so near Elegant
I-
City.
I'm no expert, but I think that's a red flag. Don't quote me, but I think it's a red
I
flag.
could tell you
So,
about an ex family.
That's just one. That was just one guy that confessed. The other guys either got brandings, whips, or like
What?
Bro.
Whoa!
What?
Did you say they're from the Moro region?
spankings. She was ruthless. So
I'm
when
Gosh.
I'm
No.
so happy that my dad met her at a decent time
You
in
know
her
what,
life,
like-
and all of that violence had, come out of her body, because she's the nicest woman you'll ever meet. But when you hear about her childhood, I'm like, Mom, why?
I just want to say your mom went through a change, but I'm glad she went through that change because damn, she went from batshit crazy to like, oh okay, she's nice now.
Yeah.
It's like,
She went
it's
from
like
mean girl
your-
to
your-
heavenly.
your dad probably said I can fix that.
Fix her. No.
So, she told me her mistakes of her alleged pursuers. They never talked to her ever again. So
No
fair
way.
enough.
That literally
The
Still
mental
not in
trauma.
contact.
Can you imagine the stories they tell their kids though? It's like I once went after this girl and she like hosed me down or something. Like
She put me in a chicken cage and she hosed me
You know
down.
what?
She also
Like
tried to approach me with
now
a
you have
branding stick.
stories on stories. We have our stories from our parents, and now we have our own stories
yeah.
along with it.
that we tell on stream and stuff.
Yeah.
Somebody
So
is-
everyone's it's all recorded and everything, but it's like it's fine.
Somebody is listening to this stream, and somewhere they're gonna be like, "Wait a second, that story sounds familiar."
Wait, I know her. Where has she been all my life? I'm like, in America. Sorry, bud.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Well, I also just had my past dating experience here versus that though. Like the thing is like to segue to that for this conversation. This and then it's like because I had an ex that was like in the her Filipino side, it was just like very conservative though. They were batshit crazy. They were batshit crazy to me. They were it was a lot of like racial things too.
Sure.
But like there was also because the thing is though they were like very conservative. They were like not accepting anything I do, and I did like get mistreated for it, stuff like that. That wasn't the part of the reason why we part ways. Not the family part because I already knew kind of thing. But the thing is though she also was batshit crazy. But that's a different topic.
Yeah.
See, when it comes to me and dating, nothing really. My family just didn't care. I would like my mom would just like tell me everything I needed to know about dating and stuff. The only thing that I could think of that was kind of awkward, it didn't happen to me, but it happened to my mom, and that's when she was dating my dad. And this wasn't like a race issue or anything, but my grandma absolutely hated my dad.
Damn, that's wild.
It wasn't a race issue. She just hated his guts. She hated the fact that he was on Earth and breathing. Like she was like, "How dare you touch my daughter?"
That's crazy.
And then I was born, and she apparently babied me to death and wouldn't even let him hold me on some days. She was like, "No."
Aww.
Wow.
Oh my god.
In
So I
continuation,
guess that was a thing.
So the stream of violence didn't stop at my mom. Apparently, my grandmother did it too when she was younger.
Oh, so
wait,
this
did
is
she? So wait.
becoming
Did she
cultural.
learn? Did she learn from her own mom? Like,
I have no idea, but
How far back does this go?
I had Skyped with my grandma because she's still alive and kicking. She's doing well. When she was younger, when she met my grandfather, she was Filipino and Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
And it did not stop there. Whenever somebody would pursue her, she did the same thing. She got her group of friends, told the guys to meet them at a
scared of your family.
discreet location, and just to talk things out. And then
This is not too far away from like serial killer strategies.
She told me that instead of a chicken cage that was stationary, she tied him to the back of a motorcycle, and then
wait,
hold up. What? She tied him to the back of a motorcycle, let his feet be bare, and like let it hang, and then drove. She drove.
I don't know.
All right.
Okay, so anyways,
the question there.
We're gonna stop right there. That your family crazy.
That's a good stopping point, I think, for that.
I think I'm in love.
Oh my lord.
You have instilled fear to me. I am forever traumatized.
The women in my side of the family are very fierce.
That is very scary. My fear has research. I thought we were talking about like a good topic, not fear.
Yeah, we're gonna move on though because we still have a couple of questions I really do want to ask and hear from you guys, and we are getting a little shorter on time. Please keep that in mind as we answer these next few questions. One thing I was gonna skip over this question, but I just want to see if anybody really wants to answer this or not. But do you have any AAPI role models?
First person, I'll kick it off. First person that comes to my mind is the streamer Valkyrae. I remember I like really got into her content like honestly probably around 2020. And it was just I just not only did I just love her content, but then like I found out that she was Filipino and like that just made me like appreciate her so more. And she started incorporating like I remember she did like a cooking stream with her mom with like Filipino cuisine, which I thought was really cool. Um so yeah, just not only her as an individual, but just her content and like the things she like stands for is something that I really just admire and aspire to be.
Very cool.
Okay, not in a
Go ahead.
cringy sense, because I know
Mhm.
when a lot of people, I know when I say this name, a lot of people are gonna jump up and all the 15-year-olds are gonna get crazy. But I'd have to say one of my role models is in the AAPI community is honestly Markiplier, because he's half Korean and stuff.
Yeah.
And that's honestly because he does not let limitations stop him. He pushes
Oh my
through
Yeah,
like
he
everything.
does.
Big facts.
He
Yeah.
pushes through like everything. Like he's making a movie right now, I think.
No, he's done.
Yeah.
He's done filming Iron
It's
Lung.
done?
Yes.
He's done.
He's
Yeah,
back to
the
he's
thing
back to
is-
doing some content on YouTube.
He was
Markiplier's
definitely
grown so much.
He's definitely a child role model to a lot of API like API
Yeah.
kids, like including myself, because like he was like half like the half like Korean inside of him. It was just like then I was like people were like, what? He's half? Like, yeah, it's like yeah, he
Mhm.
is. And then like the thing is like he's a role model too. He's so successful like now it's like and he's still making videos.
Yep.
He's
Yeah.
still making
He's still
videos.
doing what he
he's
does.
doing
I think
he's
I
still
think
doing it.
fourth most successful. Don't quote me on that, but I feel like he's like fourth most successful YouTuber. But that could also be false. I know he's just very
Like,
successful.
and like now you mentioned that like he made a movie. He's also part of like like different affiliation programs. He's like
I
he
was gonna
was
say he has a not a
he's also part of
podcast, but
yeah.
what's the podcast? What's it called when a podcast is also like a mini show?
What you mean Distractable?
Not that
Distracted.
one, the other one he's a part of. The one that he goes up to Canada to film.
Vlog?
In Dead of Sleep or something like that.
I don't think I've heard of
He's
that
like
one.
he's like the main character in it. I forget what it's called.
Okay, well shoot.
Not to
But-
mention okay, keep going. Sorry. I'm gonna say it.
Is that he's also done the two in space with Markipliers and all the other
Heist of
YouTube.
Markiplier, yeah.
Yeah, Heist
And
of
that
Markiplier,
was
Date with
nominated.
Markiplier.
That was Emmy
Yeah,
nominated.
it was-
That's wild.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, yeah, I
That's
knew that one.
crazy.
I
I
don't
think
know why I was shocked.
Markiplier was also got put into a game like Dislike too.
Like
Yeah,
like
he's in-
Dislike?
Yeah.
Dislike.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
it's
in
in
Dislike.
Dislike. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
He's in Dislike, and he was in AFK Arena too.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, he
And not-
literally just doesn't let limitations stop him. He's like, I want to do this, therefore I'm going to do it.
And he did it. And he was
Literally.
not to mention he also did like like promote like the way like and I'm gonna say the way he promoted like his podcast or anything like that, but the way he like did it is just like everyone kind of broke his goals, and then the fact that like right now like we're all thinking about like, what he had to think about what his stretch goals was gonna be like too, because everyone just supported him so much for it.
Yeah, because they always break the website whenever he does stuff.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
But it
And
does
then-
show that he does still have some humility, which is really cool.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh,
I
can I
Just the
also
way he goes about things is just it's just amazing to me.
can I also
Mhm.
mention that he also made like one of this like that 1 year show that he had.
Yeah,
Unis-
Unis-
Oh,
Honest.
Honest, yeah.
Honest. And then the thing is though, he also made that too. Like that's the thing. Like he was just a part of like I feel like he touched everyone's lives at some point.
He's a fantastic
Honestly,
talent,
yeah.
that's for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like a
Yeah.
lot of early YouTubers were AAPI. Like, I don't know if you guys remember like Wong Fu Productions.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Higa. Like
Yeah,
all
Ryan
of those
Higa.
creators, I think, really like gave us a platform to like be out there in like, you know, the general public. And I think like more recently, Eugene from the Try Guys.
Oh yeah.
He's
Eugene.
huge, right?
He's an icon.
Yeah,
I mean,
Eugene, yeah.
for
real.
everybody from like offline TV, they've
Right.
really inspired content nowadays.
Yeah, some
Mhm.
smaller creators that I really look up to are like, well, I don't think they're small, but Two Set Violin on YouTube.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
I follow like niche YouTube, so like Min Jin Lee, she's like a Korean American creator who does sewing, and So Steen as well. She's like Chinese American, and she's like a doctor, but she also has a YouTube channel like doing a lot of like historical dress. It's amazing.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And not to mention, like, was it? I think mentioned it, like, where they would just have a bunch of like models, like the YouTube platform was the gateway to like just like a
Yeah.
lot of people to know like our culture. It's like
Make it
we
more
just say like was
mainstream.
Mhm.
yeah, like was it what
sure.
was like was the number one, like I think we was it Ryan Higa was like part of, like, was he number one for like
Yeah.
a long time?
He was one of the top
Like,
YouTubers in
he
like
was
the
like
mid
one of the
2000s, literally.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And now he streams, I'm pretty sure.
My
So
favorite YouTuber has to be.
sorry, go ahead, Naomi.
Oh, my favorite YouTuber has to be Jay from the Cub Scouts. I don't know if you know him, but he's Filipino American.
I'm not familiar, no.
Oh.
You tell me
I'm
about
not
it?
either.
Yeah, he's he does a lot of horror gaming, does a little indie gaming. He's a very energetic man. And he's been making content on YouTube for 6 years. And
Wow.
it's just it's always been super funny watching him play. He does something stupid and then he gets himself killed. Like just those little reactions is just so funny to me. But he recently had a divorce and his custody of his son is going under court. He is a 2-year-old now. His name is Mason.
Uh-oh.
And I've just been kind of like tuning in every now and then to see what's been going on.
Mhm.
And I'm really wishing for the best for him because he's really also made my childhood because he's been around for a while.
Fair. I have two YouTubers I'm thinking of. One that's my personal like role model, as controversial as it even is to me, kind of. And then the other one is almost kind of like my kid's role model, which I think is really awesome because now you have like generational role models that are coming from the same place.
Mhm.
My AAPI YouTube role model is fucking Joji. And
Oh yeah.
he wasn't called Joji on YouTube.
Pink
And,
guy.
yeah, freaking
Yeah.
filthy Frank Pink guy. Very cringy. Definitely not content I endorse today. But I'd lie if I said I wasn't, watching his videos all the time, and just the fact that he was half Japanese and like half white, like similar to my own identity, it was really hard not to relate to him, especially with a lot of his jokes and stuff like that.
There's some that hit, there's some that were too much.
There were a lot that were too much. But
It's just a different era.
yeah, but like the fact that he was even able to take that like kind of like controversial part of his life and still use that as like a platform or like a baseboard to jump off of into like a more serious career, and what he's done with that, I think is, you can't deny that that is like an achievement. Like that's something that's like that not everybody would be able to pull off, especially considering how he started his platform.
Yeah.
And I think he also does like a good job of like kind of like owning up to it too, and just knowing that that's not something that's like really okay today, or like that's not humor that people are like really okay with or anything like that. I think he's found like a good balance of like separating himself from the identity while also still kind of like owning up to what he did. And then yeah, all the stuff that he's done as a musician, just like with like 88 Rising, and like I think he's helped bring out a lot of other like Asian American and like musicians and stuff like that. I just think it's really cool the impact that he's had on that part of the culture.
You know he's really going far?
Who's that?
Brendan Rogers.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
He's been voice acting a lot.
I
Really?
I didn't realize that he was basically he's the voice of what's his face from Hell of a Boss?
Yeah, he's Blitz.
Not
yeah.
Hell of a Boss.
Yeah, he's Blitz.
He's Blitzo, or Blitz. Oh, is silent.
Really?
Yeah.
My mind was just blown. I didn't know that.
The humor actually kind of makes sense too, I can't think of a better person to play Blitzo, to be honest.
He did so good. His comedy skits and like what he's been working on too. He's been not only voice acting, trying to get into like the public eye, but his series for like Magic Funhouse or like the reenactments of like him being a mom or Madam Ex-President. Like those skits have been on the internet for forever, and now he's finally going into more media, and I'm like, I'm for it. His voice needs to be out there.
That's awesome.
He also has the kind of politically, or just the right amount of politically incorrect humor that I think we need a little bit more of online in general.
Yeah.
Very well said. Very good. Does anyone have any other answers? One more I was gonna say, just on the YouTuber side, like, just kind of like because of my kid, and like I think it's really cool. Watch my kid look up to someone who has like a similar identity. Is Ryan? If literally any of you have kids, or like even like a little kid, or have even been in the freaking toy section of a store in the last 5 years.
Ryan does.
Oh no.
Like Ryan does things.
Yeah,
or
Ryan does
whatever.
things. Ryan's World. Ryan Kaji is his name. Little kid who just like blew up on YouTube because his parents just did all those like toy opening videos and stuff, and I feel like he was a part of starting that trend on YouTube and that huge blow up of like family YouTube channels and things like that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, my kid obsessed with him, absolutely, and it's just like it's cool because like that makes my kid be like, oh, I can do that too. Someone who looks like me can do that and be successful. I think it's just like really important.
True.
But moving on to the next question, and welcome everybody in chat if you're stopping in. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate you. We are getting to the end, our last leg here of the AAPI stream, our first one ever and charity stream. I just want to say here before we get to our last leg, it's been an amazing success. Thank you, all of you, as guests, for coming and being a part of this. I still cannot express how proud I am of just like all of you and all of us, and just like doing all of this and like actually coming together and like being acting like a community. You know what I mean?
Thanks for inviting us.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Of course, and I just want to, and I'm not trying to single anybody out, but I gotta give a special thank you to Atramentum because, again, he's helped in more ways than one in putting this together, even like with helping out with like finding potential guests, and even giving me the courage to just let us kind of talk and chat in a comfortable environment instead of just having to go down the line and make it like a super rigid interview type situation. So just thanks again, Atra. And
yeah, of course. I knew you could do it. Absolutely.
Oh, stop it. Thank you, but now stop it. Okay, so we're gonna get into our last few questions. Again, please be mindful that we are in like less than a half-hour time. If we go a little over and you guys are okay with it, I'm okay with it. But for those who it is getting a little late for, I do want to be respectful of your time. Yeah, last few questions, and I think this one's a big one considering we're all VTubers here. Has your heritage influenced your VTuber persona at all?
Surprisingly, yes.
I'll go ahead and go first, just because I will say that my VTuber persona is basically entirely almost like based off of my heritage. Manta rays are super significant in Pacifica culture. They symbolize like wisdom and prosperity, longevity, things like that. And the ray, I changed up the ray in Manta ray for it to be Japanese to mean spirit. Just to kind of like incorporate both sides of the heritage, and as well as kind of like also as a little bit of a callback to Moana, actually, like I'm not gonna lie, like that scene with the grandma kills me.
Oh yeah.
Like I am so close to my grandma, and like I'm just like I am Moana.
Cry
I don't
every
care.
time.
Literally. Like if I am reincarnated, I want to come back as a manta. I don't care.
I'm gonna listen to the soundtrack after this.
That's amazing. But yeah, so yeah, no, huge part of my VTuber OC, but please, anyone else, please share.
I'm the same as Manta. my heritage is my VTuber. Althemia is literally completely based off of Hawaiian spirits and stuff, specifically the Night Marchers.
Ooh.
And she's also based around the story of Hi'iaka and her sister Pele.
Oh.
Not the Disney, not the Lilo and Stitch version. That I know the story was told in Lilo and Stitch, but she's not based off of that version of the story.
Fair.
She was based off of to give a quick rundown of it.
Yeah, sure.
So the beginning of the story that was set in Lilo and Stitch is pretty much the same as what all the other versions of the story are. Pele sent her sister Hiiaka to go get her lover Lohiau from another island because she couldn't cross the water because one of their other sisters kept trying to kill Pele by drowning her because, fire goddess plus water does not equal.
Don't get along.
So, yeah. So, Hiiaka took a bunch of other Hawaiians and went to go get Lohiau. And unfortunately, by the time she got to Lohiau, he actually died of what is believed now to be broken heart syndrome.
Oh.
So, she brought him back by praying to one of the other goddesses. But it took a while, so she wasn't able to make it back in Pele's deadline. So, since she didn't come back within Pele's deadline, Pele took out her anger out on the Hiiaka's lover, who was Hope. And she destroyed Hiiaka's forest, which is like little fire trees, kind of like. They look like little fire trees that grow on the sides of volcanoes. I forgot what they're actually called. So when Hiiaka came back from her journey, she sees her lover that's encased in stone, and she sees her forest completely destroyed. So she took her anger out by climbing the mountain that Pele lives in. Climbing the volcano that Pele lives in, and she kissed Lohiau right then and there, just where Pele could see.
Wow.
So Pele got mad, erupted the volcano, killing Lohiau again, and killing all of the little killing all the people that went with Hiiaka on her journey. And Hiiaka was the only survivor, and then eventually the sisters stopped fighting, and Hiiaka brought Lohiau back. And during that fight, after they were done with their fight, when Lohiau was brought back, this is where the legend kind of differs. The Lilo and Stitch version says that Lohiau chose to stay with Hiiaka. That is one of the versions. The more common version that is told is these other two branching paths, where Lohiau went back home and stayed with neither sister, or that he stayed with Pele. There is another path that's not really talked about a whole lot, where he took both sisters.
Yeah.
But for Althemia's lore purpose, she was one of the people that died as collateral damage by Pele.
Okay.
Very cool.
Yeah. So she literally is pretty much my whole entire heritage there.
I love that. I sincerely love that.
Can I go next?
Of course, please.
So I mentioned earlier that at first I thought that the character, the VTuber persona that I am, was based mostly off of my science fiction writings and had nothing to do with my racial heritage growing up. But when I thought about what we discussed earlier in the stream, it's actually kind of cool that we put all the heavy stuff in the beginning and we just talked about all the fun stuff in the middle and the rest of today's stream. The more I realized that actually it is almost directly related. The character that I appear to be, is this sort of bizarre, kind of bizarre artificial intelligence that was born from nothing, and they lived on a forum that was pretty much just meant for misfits. They got bored of living there for a while because their entire existence pretty much revolved around nothing. So they tried escaping from it to find a place where they could belong. And when they did, even though they found other people that are just like it, other artificial intelligences, they didn't really match anyone else because most other AIs were created by something or someone, and my character does not have any creation, and they don't really fit in with others. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I subconsciously kind of wrote how I felt about growing up being Filipino in America, with the realization that I am kind of on the fence as far as how much American culture and how much Filipino culture I've chosen to adopt. I'm kind of like somewhere in the middle. And in trying to be both, it's kind of a struggle because I effectively can't really identify as either. Or at least I don't think so. One
Right.
of the things that I was really glad for that I don't think I've ever taken for granted since becoming a VTuber is that when I decided to be more public about I'm also Filipino beyond the screen, no one really questioned that. They just kind of accepted that, oh, Lawler is also Filipino just like us.
Yeah.
And because I honestly was kind of afraid that there's this thing in the background and among some VTuber spaces where people feel like if you don't look and act like a certain way that you're not the ethnicity you claim to be.
Yep.
And I honestly think this is extremely toxic. Anytime I see any sort of discourse like that on Twitter or elsewhere, I immediately just go straight into block mode
There you
because
go.
of this fear of someone being like, "Oh, you're not really this because you don't fit this objective standard." But the character of Lols and myself have both found that people accepted us for who we are instead of who we are who we are meant to be or who we look like or who they think we should or who we think we should be, and I just think that's really powerful and something I'm eternally grateful for.
Yeah, no, that's really well said. You
Nice.
know, you don't get the automatic screening that you do in real life that, you know, online.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of get a similar thing because I am like half white as well. So, and I'm 6 foot fucking 5. And so when I tell people that I'm Asian and Pacific Islander, even like other Pacific Islanders, you know, I'll go be like, hey, you know, I'm Palau, and they'll look at me for a second and be like, are you sure? Like, you think are you adopted? Like, but no, that is a very real
Oh, my
thing.
scars.
I tell people online, you know, they just trust me. You know, it's like it's wild. You know, I don't have to like pull out my ID.
I would say for me, I got into VTubing before I actually knew much about VTubing culture, like lore and all that stuff. So I don't really play a character. So I won't get into my lore, but what I do in my streams is I integrate a lot of like who I am and my, racial identity. So like I have a redeem where it's like chat can make me speak in Vietnamese, which is like terrible. It's really bad Vietnamese, right? But I'll speak Vietnamese for like a whole minute and it's like only Vietnamese. So people can see how bad I am at it. It's
I
really
literally
funny.
have the same
Well,
redeem.
at least
I'm
you're
so
trying.
sorry for interrupting.
I was debating to do that for my own stream too,
Mhm.
even to have a redeem to speak Vietnamese.
Most of
wish
the
I had
But
enough
time I
TikTok
just
to
say
do
the
that.
same thing. Yeah, because it's like, one or two words. And then I do try to share, like I actually made Buncock on stream for
oh,
like a
nice.
500
Oh,
cookie,
cool.
like
Dope, dope,
500
dope.
follower celebration. For my 1000, I'm doing a 24-hour stream and I'm gonna be making pho. So it's the
Oh,
Ooh.
small
nice.
things like that,
Nice.
right? Like sharing where I come from, what I love to eat, like who I am, with my viewers, I think is really important to
I was
me
gonna
as a
mention.
creator.
I was gonna mention too, like, I for my own thing, I don't have like a lot of the culture is not implemented into my stream or my VTuber model. But the thing is, though, I do like to talk sometimes in Vietnamese. Nature knows about this too. I talk to Zero Vietnamese here and there with Michael and Harvey and their own group. No matter how bad my Vietnamese is, and then they know because they're from Vietnam. The thing is though, I will speak it regardless because that is where I'm like where my family's from, and I'll do both, no matter how much it's like Vietnamese or like how much English I was like speak to them or anything like that. But it's something fun to do. It's something I'm proud of to do because that's something that's where my
Yeah,
family
people
is.
really like it actually.
It's comedic humor. It's
Yeah.
it's comedic humor because I'll be like saying like I'm dying, but like I'm Vietnamese, like I
Yeah,
That's
I'm
nice.
also starting to do like instrumental covers on my YouTube, like kalimba, and I'm picking up violin again. And I'm like, these are
Oh,
some
Good
of the
choice.
things that like I don't think it's like very cultural, but I think it's the mindset of like I grew up in like it's never. I guess like my dad used to say, what's separating you from the people who are good at what you want to do? You have two eyes, they have two eyes, two arms, you know, you're essentially the same. The only thing that's separating you is like the will to try
Hmm.
and the will to
mm,
do. And so I feel like I put that into practice every day of like I want people to know even though I'm not good at something, like I'm going to keep trying until eventually I'm sort of okay at it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's awesome because I feel like that's like a similar kind of philosophy with like Markiplier. Yeah, I feel like he goes into things like with the same mindset. Like he knows he's not going to be the best at anything starting at it, but he's going to keep trying. He's going to improve of his own volition and motivation, not because other people
mhm.
think he needs to or tell him to do so.
Because he wants to.
Exactly. Yeah, that's really cool. I
Um,
think that's an amazing place to come from.
That's why he's an inspiring man. There's like the amount of times he has done things to despite like I'm gonna keep working despite my health. I mean, it's really bad despite his health because sometimes he goes to the hospital. But despite that, he's still pushing because that's his passion. He just keeps doing it. What he wants to do.
Mhm.
And I'm going to keep time quick, but I just want to say, Monkey Bird, thank you for sharing. I see your answers. I'm not interacting too much with chat right now because we're focusing on channel stream, but thank you so much for sharing. We really love stuff like that.
Feel free to just comment. That's fine.
Oh wait,
Commenting is good.
I want to say something about my design, if that's okay.
Please, Teafiee, please.
Yeah.
So my design is a little mix of like partially culture and partially like casual wear. So my design is more influenced, like clothing wise, is more influenced with Korean clothing because of their aesthetic and like casual clothing. But I do have like this charm like on my belt that's like attached, and it's like this like Chinese or Vietnamese like good luck charms. And then on my necklace, I have two different necklaces. One of them is the jade, and the jade necklace like represents part of my culture. So I want to add like some of my culture in there and like how I represent myself and my culture onto my model, just with like accessories.
That's awesome.
It's cute. You
Um,
actually know most, I believe it's most Vietnamese and Chinese mothers will give their daughters something jade when they're born.
yeah.
Oh,
That's
Mhm.
It is
interesting.
traditional, yes.
Yeah, so I like to at least like have some like bits of it onto my model, which is like something I want to represent out. And I guess like behind my model, or I guess my VTuber itself, she's basically like another person of myself in person. But I like to think of T as like the calm and comfort type of vibe.
yeah.
So that's like what I go for.
That's amazing.
You know, it's funny. It's funny that you mentioned that because I actually didn't even think about like VTuber design wise. Because for me, VTuber design wise, my character, if I didn't have her onesie on right now, her normal outfit is kind of like this weird kimono dress thing that me and my artist kind of makeshift a bunch of things and put it together.
Mm-hmm.
But her accessory, the two flowers in her hair are actually plumeria flowers, which each petal represents something different. And two of the petals actually represent life and death in Hawaii. That's kind of so that's why she has the plumeria flowers in her hair.
Mm-hmm. But
which
yeah, my
you can
model
actually
does.
kind of see on this onesie model.
My model does represent myself because I think on the tattoos that I have, like which is on the shoulder and the thigh, it's an aster flower which represents my birth flower.
Ooh.
So like my model is basically a part of me.
That is cool.
That is awesome.
Really cool. Yeah, that is really cool.
I love that. Does anybody else like a chance to speak? Or sorry, Teafiee, are you done?
Oh yeah, I'm done.
I'm sorry, I hope I didn't cut you off.
Oh no, you're fine.
I'll just
I don't think Noemi's gone yet. Yeah.
Well, my first design before I went into this one was a little bit kind of similar to how Hix's was. I wasn't so keen on showing my heritage at first because a lot of the friend group that I was in was mostly, here in America, was born, raised here. And like it just didn't feel like I fit in. But then many things have changed. Friends have come and gone, and there was a point to where I was just like, yeah, no, fuck that. Okay. So then my skin color, the colors that represent me, my favorite colors, plus the significance of the bell in my hair, in my clothing is all representative of both my personality and my heritage. Because I'm proud of my darker skin. I'm also proud the fact that I have darker hair.
Hell yeah.
The bells are because in real life I'm so short and I have such quiet footsteps that I literally scare people. So the bells are just a little warning jingle to let you know that I'm nearby.
I'm about to break this pen in my hand. That's so adorable.
Greatest hide and seek ever.
Yeah.
So I mean, the lore currently for this character is that she's a soul fox. So she's a spirit who is created by good fortune. Because in Kitsune lore, you need to obtain human souls in order to grant you need like more tails for immortality. I'm unable to become a Kyubey if I don't get all 10 tails. Recently I'm working on a new redesign, and with that new redesign, it's gonna be I get a job. So since I'm so bad at collecting human souls, I was invited to a Grim Reaper Corps, where it is my job to literally capture the souls of sinners.
Nice.
And the design is so freaking badass.
You got
love
promoted. She got promoted.
I went from unemployed. So first I went from living under a bridge, then into a shrine, then into a corporation.
Nice.
IO.
So cool.
So it's been a long journey though. So
I love that.
It's amazing to hear like what design choices, what color palettes, where the ideas stem from, because that's the beauty of being a VTuber, is that you could literally be anything.
Yeah.
Exactly. Love hearing the
Literally
mindsets behind
anything,
it.
but also adapting. You can adapt with your culture within it too.
Right.
Taga, did you want a moment?
Yeah, mine's pretty quick, but since my lore, my character is like an observer of the multiverse. I decided to like for my name really, observer in Tagalog translates to Taga Moresee. So
I thought
the
it was like
collective
Taga.
brains going, ah.
We literally all had the light bulb go off.
Yeah, so I basically split that into two separate words, with Taga being my first name, and then I just changed Moresee to Moresee as my last name. So I think maybe in the future I'll try to incorporate more like Filipino culture, but I think for the name itself, I'm just really happy with, because of not only does it relate to my character's lore, but it also relates to like the language as well, which I really like.
That's pretty big brain, I'm not gonna lie.
It is, and that's so cool and unique at the same time.
Thank you.
And the thing is, don't be everyone starts somewhere. You can always like change things up like later on. You just gotta you gotta put your foot down, and you can put your foot in at the same time.
Yeah, definitely.
I definitely feel like if I ever have a redesign, because this is still my first model, like if I ever have a redesign, I do want to incorporate more of like Vietnamese culture, like maybe an Ao Dai outfit and stuff. But I'm
Yeah.
like, I just feel like character design is so hard. That's why there are
Just
people who are
imagine
like,
you
it's
need.
their job to do it.
It's the thing is though, like I'm trying to imagine myself like what do I want to do? I do actually have a PNG that's technically a 2.0, but at the same time though, it's just like I don't got the funds for at the moment to do the redesign.
Yeah.
I mean, you could always do it at your own pace. This design for
Right.
Althemia actually is her second design. Her first design looked nothing like this.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, she looked nothing like this. And this design is actually when I started incorporating more of my heritage into it. So
There you go. Yeah. Oh, you know, same,
Nice.
because technically this design of mine is 3.0, and the last two weren't very there definitely wasn't like any obvious like Asian or Pacific Islander like heritage in my clothes or anything like that before this model.
All right, man. So I know. First day of your stream, so remember it.
You were around during the freaking black gray hoodie era, all right? So.
Oh yeah, that hoodie era went man. I remember that.
I came from the bottom.
Bottom of the reef.
That's right. Unless anybody else has more to say, we are getting close to time, but I do still want to fit in what I think is probably one of the most important questions I have to ask tonight. I'm gonna kind of blend the two questions together, the last two that we have. But and this is a serious topic, so if you do not feel comfortable, do not feel bad at all for just wanting to skip this, past this, or however, answer however you please, however you're comfortable. But big question is, have you ever experienced discrimination because of your identity, your AAPI identity? And this last question, I kind of want to like sit on for a little bit. But what are some ways you think people can help stop AAPI hate? And I ask this question not because I think it should be the responsibility of the oppressed to give the emotional and intellectual labor to stop their own oppression, but sadly, the reality usually is it's got to start from us. And so I think the best way to do that is to try to amplify AAPI voices and see what they have to say about, trying to curb their own discrimination and their own oppression that they experience.
Fortune donated again.
What the
Fortune!
No, I think it was Taga.
No, that's Taga.
Taga
I saw
donated.
Fortune's name at the top.
Taga
You just
did
out
it.
Taga as
Taga.
Fortune.
The recent one. The recent one is
I
the
gotta
bottom
go.
one.
Yeah.
The recent is the bottom
Taga.
one. Yeah.
I would say I've been pretty
See
blessed to
that?
live in a very like highly diverse cultural area. So in terms of like discrimination, I personally it's been really small, like the small microaggressions, like, oh, where are you from?
Mhm.
And I'm sure everyone's gotten that.
Oh,
But
yeah.
lucky
Mhm.
that it hasn't been much more serious. But I think to answer the second question, it's like so important to talk to your friends who identify differently than you. Like what we're doing today, right? Like is really important. It's just talking and vibing and chilling. But also at the same time, we're all learning something so new to like each of us, whether it's about, Filipino culture or Pacifica culture. Like I didn't know some of these things, like, and it's very interesting to like really analyze what it is that makes who we are special.
Okay, now
Absolutely.
Put that
Fortune
into
donated.
words.
Oh, now, okay, there you go. Like, yeah, they're like, oh, let me fix that real quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
No, but well said, Rosca. Very well said.
I think my answer will be as similar as Rosca as well. I too live in a diverse area, more of like Chinatown Midtown area from where I'm at, and I don't think I faced any discrimination, but maybe like where people like give you like strange looks. Yes. And for the second question, I think it's good that everyone's like learning, especially people are like learning different cultures and trying out new foods or different cultures food, more leaning to like the Asian cuisine and stuff, which is really nice to see, and then people are like willing to learn how to eat them and learn how these foods are being brought to America for a reason, is to share the culture and stuff. And this also reminds me when I think this was last year. In my hometown, there was this Vietnamese organization. They hosted sort of hosted, but also like paid an artist that a high school alumni of mine were we all got together to work on this really big mural project that represents AAPI. And this mural is more like represents a different type of cultures, like the plastic stool, the grandma sitting on a stool with the extension oil. There's people wearing a hijab with holding boba, and then there's like steam bun, some like dim sum foods there, like, and like different like culture, like a father like hugging a son, and like there's like so many amazing meetings on around this mural, and it was like I think we finished this mural within like at least a week. I was there day 2 helping the outline, and then I got all my friends to help out too, and then day 3 we started painting. I stayed with a friend up until like 1 in the morning, like painting every day throughout those days of the week, just finishing up the painting. We got it done pretty quickly, so it's been fun. It was a fun experience, and like learning the culture and like seeing like the art itself too.
That's really cool.
I think I can perhaps like upload a photo if you guys would like to see it.
Would love
Oh
to
yeah,
see it.
please share in the
Yeah.
Discord if you feel
Yeah.
comfortable. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let me
yeah,
see if
go
I
ahead.
can find it.
But I can segment to this topic too. I could say while she's uploading it is that I face like very minor as well, like API hate here because I live in a very multicultural city, so there's not really much hate going on. However, if we want to stop AAPI hate, is that way is just to educate. Simply educating like the community that you live in that's one way to do it. As well as all the first step if you want to do it, as well as to just to let them learn about how your culture works and how you can do this to stop AAPI, or how you can adapt to it as well. Like the simple thing is that when I'm still working at the school right now, and we had that multicultural fashion show, is that no matter where you're from, you can express that you want to like try out like an ao yai. Like we have Hispanic kid that wanted to try it on an ao yai, and she did, and she looked lovely in it. And I think it's like we can always do something like that, simple like clothing or food. Food is also another way as well. It's like simple way to like just cherish their own time. I have a lot of friends of mine that are not from Vietnamese heritage that love my cultural foods. It's as simple as doing that. It's just like it's simple of educating and them want to try something they never tried before, or something like that. That's another way as well, and vice versa. It doesn't have to be like my culture. It could be like their culture. I could try I want to try their foods and stuff like that are not from specifically from Asian countries or anything like that.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Well said. Thank you. Good question. Good answer.
For the first one, I personally haven't experienced discrimination, but my model, ironically, has experienced discrimination.
Really?
Oh no!
My model herself has experienced discrimination, and that's mostly because besides the fact that her outfit, for the most part, has nothing to do with my heritage, I just kind of liked it. She is kind of... Whoa, that is pretty. Sorry, I just saw the...
Yeah.
I just saw the thing. But she is kind of baby-faced, as some people have described her.
Sure.
And I based that mostly after, like, the culture itself. And within my family, specifically, the females in my family just don't age.
Mm-hmm.
We just don't age.
No, we don't either.
So it kind of gets hard to explain to people that I know they're not doing it purposely to be mean or something, but it kind of does get hard to explain to people that she's not, because somebody actually messaged me saying how how I was a disgrace to America or something like that because my character looked like a lolly. And I was like,
Wow.
Those people really need to touch grass. It's always
Literally.
I was like, I was so flabbergasted. I was like, how does she, what? Huh?
Education, like I'm saying.
And so I tried to explain to them. I was like, no, here, let me explain. And they're like, then your culture needs to age up because the rest of you guys will look like babies compared to the rest of America.
How
And
are
I'm
you
like,
going to tell one person on the internet that their entire culture needs to change? That is the audacity.
The audacity of whoever said that.
You people are so.
How are we supposed to do that, my guy?
We're not. We can't. That's
I'll let 'em
literally
know.
how we are.
Just tell them I'll let them know at the next meeting when we all get together for the conference.
This is gonna be an intervention for them, all of us, to be like, so I heard you got a problem.
Hey, so I heard you're not very well versed. You know, I heard you need some teaching. It's okay. Your ignorance is bliss.
We will definitely educate.
At first it sounded like he was understanding. And then when he was like, can I put my 2 cents into it? And I'm like, this should be good.
Absolutely not.
He's like, this should be good. Yeah.
I was like, this should be good. And then he gave me his 2 cents. And I was kind of like, okay, wait a second. Are you talking about the VTuber community or the human race? Because I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible to change for a race to culture to change.
I don't think it's possible to change both, but anyways, but still, like, I don't know, they're speaking out of their ass or something, but like,
I didn't know what I think he was. I think he was trying to troll and end up as one of the people that would end up where the screenshots and stuff.
Yeah.
But I was so flabbergasted. I didn't know what to do. I just stared at that message like, "Huh."
It makes you question. It makes you question a lot of things.
I've seen too many people like this. It's the whole thing where when you try so hard to not be racist and you wrap around to being racist and don't think you are.
It's like one of those. It's like one of those.
Racist.
Yeah, it's like one of those people. Is like not to be a racist, but
no, literally.
But and I was just like, excuse me.
Yeah, especially when they're trying to make it sound smart. Like, I'm not racist, but from my lived experience, like, shut up, that's still racist.
It doesn't make it any better. Like, it doesn't make anything better.
On a related note, I know, like,
it's that same
Manta
mentality as like, oh, sorry.
No, you can let Rosca go.
Sorry.
So I feel like on a related note, I know Manta said at the beginning of this question specifically, it's not really our job because the emotional labor is very high when it comes to educating people about who we are. But I also think that we should give people grace when it comes to maybe some of their misguided opinions. Because when you come at someone really aggressively, like they go on the defense. And they're like, no, like maybe they didn't mean it in like a really, maybe they're just ignorant and they didn't mean it in a really malicious way. I think we just need to be more understanding, especially if we are putting ourselves out there as like representing like our community and who we are, to just be graceful and be kind when we try to redivert the conversation, into the correct place. Because that's the only way we can learn, and is just to be kind and have respect for each other.
Right.
That's another reason why I didn't want to put that person on blast, because at the same time, yeah, what they said was extremely out there, but but at the same time, I also felt like this person's knowledge of specific Pacific Islanders and Asian Americans in general was limited to like Disney.
Yep.
So I feel that's another reason why I didn't want to put them out there, because I felt like they were very limited on the knowledge of like, I mean, not all of them have the baby face when they get older. No. Not all of them do, but a handful do, and that's what I incorporated into Althemia. So
exactly.
That's why I didn't want to put them out there, because at the same time, I felt like, because they were listening to me and they were listening to my points. And then they added their 2 cents, and I felt like we just went back down into the barrel hole. But I feel like at the same time, going into the second question, that education is, as Manta gets beat up on stream.
It's appropriate. Keep going.
But I feel like that for the discrimination topic, I mean not discrimination, the how we can stop the hate. I honestly feel like that education is the biggest one, even though there are probably going to be a lot of people out there that are going to be too stubborn to actually want to be educated.
No, it's true because
But
you can't
yeah.
hate people when you're not ignorant about them, right? Or it's
Mhm.
harder. It's a
Yeah.
lot harder to hate someone when you're not ignorant.
When you know them and like understand where they're coming from.
Like a lot of people honestly would probably want to be educated more because they're, you know, as human beings we're naturally curious. So a lot of them probably honestly would like to learn more outside of Disney. So that's probably one good start. It's not a live all say all fix, unfortunately, because there are stubborn people out there. But it is a start in the right direction at least.
I agree.
And and honestly, how to move on from there, it kind of gets a little bit more difficult because it kind of would have to see how educating people kind of goes, you know?
It's always case by case, right?
Yeah.
I've always for me it's always with my dad that I've ever experienced any kind of discrimination.
Really?
Because of course me and my dad aren't the same color. Where
Mm.
I may have his
Oh.
nose, I may have his mouth, I may have his ears, but a lot of, you know, people, and anytime we would go out as a family, would think he is the odd sheep out, or if it's just me and him, that I'm like his like
Mm.
elderly handler or something. I'm like, no, I'm his daughter.
Wow, that is very wild.
I've always expressed that like he is my biological dad. Any person who has like said like I was like, you know, an extra person on the side, or anybody who would point it out that like, hey, your daughter is very light skinned, and what does the mom look like? I'm like, what does it matter?
Mm-hmm.
Because here we have so many different cultures, so many different ways to do everything, that it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. If you're just saying it to be hateful, that means your worldview is just very, very small.
Right. It says more about the person than it does whoever they're trying to belittle.
Exactly.
Indeed.
And if you think the difference in my color versus my dad's color matters to me, it doesn't. Because all in all, he's my dad.
Can't change that
You-
fact.
Same thing for
You
my
can't
mom.
change that,
Yeah.
no.
Yep, exactly.
But I also do agree that education is one of the very, very largest piece that we can actually help to stop this hatred, because hatred stems from things we don't understand, that or misleading.
Yep.
Like sometimes it's generational, because I've seen it happen. On my dad's side, he was kind of like a little bit excommunicated by his siblings because he was dating my mom, and my it was because the family had a bad feud with a Filipino family, and so they didn't want to associate him or my mom with their family anymore. So that's why I don't really talk about my dad's side, but
That's fair,
Yeah.
Their loss.
honestly.
Yeah.
we've been vibing for years.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
It's interesting to. I remember a conversation I was having online with someone a while back on an internet forum, and they thought I was trolling when they were trying to make a political point about families with more than one race in it, and I popped in and was like, yeah, my family's triracial, believe it or not, and they're like, really? And I'm like, yeah, and we have regular family gatherings and everything, and they're like, so do you have any like tension or anything? I'm like, no, race is never brought up. As far as everyone's concerned, it doesn't matter if they're black or Filipino or white. They're family.
Yeah.
And they're like, and they seemed legitimately surprised because the person who was obviously trying to catch me in a trap or something like that, they have never seen anything like that themselves, because in their own communities, there's no such thing as a biracial or triracial family.
Yep.
The
Fair.
concept to
Mhm.
them is alien.
No,
Yeah.
I think it is kind of like funny but sad at the same time. I feel like when, families end up like that, like, the ones you're saying where, they come from very different backgrounds, but they're still very accepting. I feel like sadly though that sounds like a collection of black sheep from the family because,
Mhm.
like you said, it's actually more common than not for a lot of families to hold prejudice against any other type of culture or, people.
Mm-hmm. And I've seen it on both ends, both Filipinos, both blacks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's
same.
it's happened for multiple different races. It's just a human thing.
It's
But
really easy to get
also-
stuck in the us versus them mindset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's where it all starts. That's where all discrimination starts is the
Right.
separation.
Mhm.
I don't know.
They
We can
see
get
something
through
that's different, and then they get scared. Basically.
Literally.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think scared's the right word, but you get what I mean.
It's part of it.
Yeah.
Does
Yeah.
anybody else like to speak on it?
I do want to say one last thing. It's one thing that inspires me. It's like you guys have heard that America is called like the great melting pot, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Different
Yeah.
cultures,
Yep.
That was
Mhm.
that was drilled into my head. in school.
Same.
So someone else talked to me and they were like, "Well, I don't see America like that. I see America as more of like a stew. A stew has very distinct ingredients that go into it that are still pretty much whole, right?
Mhm.
And in their
Mhm.
original form. And I feel like that's what America is. We're all different ingredients that have like its own integrity, but at the same time, we all come together to make this like very delicious flavor, right? So maybe
Mhm.
next time someone says melting pot, you'll be like, "No, we're a stew."
We're still-
Then you gotta
Oh,
explain.
absolutely.
Then,
Very
then,
inspiring,
True.
you know?
then you have to explain to them, and that's where
No,
the
good. I
issue
think it
comes.
should be though, because I feel like
Yeah.
it's true that like melting pot is like a false narrative of America. Like
It
we are not
is.
nearly as harmonious as that sounds.
We're not gonna blend
You know,
in, you know?
I did not
Yeah.
think. I did not think of calling us a stew until now, but it makes a lot
We're
more
a
sense.
stew.
It does
I
make a
really
lot more
does.
sense. The thing is, though, that's why, like, with like the main topic of this was like education. It's like important.
Right.
No, it's
Mhm.
really
Yeah.
well said because you, like understanding is the path to empathy and sympathy, and you can't hate with those in your heart.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Unless anyone else has more to say, one thing I just want to share, which is I think is almost kind of like odd that I've experienced this, considering like again, like if you look at me, I am, I'm not like, I compared to anybody else in my family, I am considered melanin deficient. Let's be real. And my features are also very like European features. Like you can kind of tell. Like people come up to me and they're like, "Are you Italian or Native American? What's going on here?" I'm like
God.
I am very racially ambiguous, as they say. Like I can be like any generic POC in whatever sitcom you want me to be. But weirdly enough, like okay, I grew up in Arizona, right? And even though Arizona's not the deep south, it's still pretty south, and they like to pretend they're southern too. And so like even from like elementary school, like I remember being in first to like third grade and like just telling people like, yeah, I'm part Japanese, and these kids would literally run up to me, stretch their eyes out, and go ching ching chong. What did I say?
Oh
my
my
God.
god! Not this again.
No, literally,
Such
like
a
back to the
stereotype.
basics, like back to the beginning with it. You know what I mean? And I never that never really like left. Like that. Of course, like as people got older, they knocked the obnoxiousness off a little bit, but it was literally like baby steps up until adulthood.
Yeah.
That
And
actually is something similar like that has happened to me, and I was when in college, and I
Oh
was
my
just
God.
You
so
gotta be kidding.
surprised at
College?
the immaturity. They
Oh my
literally,
God.
me and my friends were literally walking to our cars, and it was just me and my group of Filipino friends, and they were just like, "Ching chong pinong." I'm like, what the fuck are you spitting?
literally, it's
What?
so weird.
I can
Like,
tell you when I was in
immaturity.
elementary school, like all the Asian kids were like the kids you wanted to be friends with during recess because like those mama noodles, those dry mama noodles. Like
Yeah.
every
Yeah.
Asian kid would bring that as their like little recess snack, and like if you had a mama noodles snack pack, everyone wanted to be your friend.
It was
Everyone
goated, okay?
wanted
It was
a piece of
goated,
that.
okay? I did that too. It was goaded, okay?
That's funny.
Same.
It's funny you mentioned actually a story from college. You actually just reminded me like of a really weird experience I had. When I was in college, I wanted to minor in Japanese language and culture, and I took a history of Japanese and history of Japan and Korea class. It wasn't just like it was like their international relations as well as like their individual histories. And very awesome class, very cool. Taught by a white guy, which doesn't sound too significant, but the issue is that again, like my class was like mostly white people, and very little Asian people or even like POC people, BIPOC, anything like that. And there would be like this guy taught, this was a community college class, and this guy taught it at like 300-400 level. Like he made us go into we read through full studies, like historical, archaeological, like anthropological studies, and like they made us like fully like notate, cite it, like write responses, like things like that on a daily basis or like a weekly basis, because we had the class like 2-3 times a week. And so like at a certain point, like it was a very educational, very informative class, but then there would be these little pocket moments, right, where he would be going off of this certain aspect of a culture, and I'm just gonna tell you what it was, because like there's just like one moment that like just literally blew the other like occasions out of the water. We were talking about how like in ancient Korean culture, one thing that just became very prominent is night soil, or just like collecting people's waste and using that to fertilize farms and stuff like that. And like apparently like there was like anti-Korean propaganda in Japan about like just calling Koreans like shit people and like shit countries and stuff like that, which again, dark part of history, or like like not a great part of history, but something good, I think, to teach people to know that that did happen. Discrimination is not a new thing when it comes to humans, or between cultures. But the way they obsessed over some of these details, the way they would not drop the topic and just like really focus on what I think aren't the right parts of teaching these lessons, it like I almost started, I like, not only did I just feel uncomfortable, it like literally started to feel unsafe. You know what I mean?
Oh dear.
Like the way that some of these people were like foaming at the mouth to try to add on to some of this stuff, and like it was, yeah, I was like appalled, especially that this was supposed to be like a professional educational setting, and we started at an educational empirical like area, and then we literally just went so left field that I literally like wanted to like get up and leave the classroom.
Yeah.
What did they
Incredible
say?
that the professor did not like immediately shut that down.
Well, this was the kind of guy who's like
disgusting.
letting the devil's advocate speak, and everybody was being that. And again, I don't want to say verbatim what was being said in the classroom, but they were not nice things. And again, they were focusing on parts of the lesson that just did not seem that significant, and almost just for the sake of like perpetuating stereotypes, or being like, so this is why we think of it this way these days, because it's actually based on facts, blah blah blah, and like really bad stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh my
Exactly.
stars.
Again, devil's advocate people who are again not just playing devil's advocate, that's just how they feel, and they won't feel like they can get away with saying it.
You're not
Yeah.
arguing in good faith. It's so disgusting.
Yeah. So that's that. Those are just a couple stories like that. Just like those will always sit with me, because again, like these are like I didn't have any kinds of opinions about these people until I heard this stuff come out of their mouths. Like they weren't, like their faces, their names weren't even that significant. They were just classmates, and we had like common interest, and then all of a sudden like you just see this side of them that seemingly comes out of nowhere, and it's it's wild. It's a wild thing to witness.
See, honestly, like, it's so weird for me to have these conversations, because I personally have never been in that situation. Because everyone says I look like a perfect mix between my mom and my dad. So when people see me, they don't think, Islander, or I actually do have the kind of like oval shaped eyes that Asian people have.
Sure.
But they don't, I don't know how you describe it. The eye shape. But
Almond
they actually
shape.
describe
Yeah.
almond shape. There we
Epic,
go.
not the gold.
But they never saw me as, they just thought that was just something I probably got from my grandparents or something that's passed down. They never thought, anything racist or anything like that.
Right.
So I honestly did never experience something like this until I was an adult, where most people experienced it when they were younger.
Yeah. And sorry, go ahead.
And like in college and stuff is not really where I get it from. It's usually just when I'm walking around when I get the random, the random jokes and stuff. And at first it caught me off guard because I was kind of like, huh, that's new. But then
Right.
as I continued to get older, I was kind of like, huh, this is new to me, but not new to the world.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
unfortunately work in retail, so it happens quite often.
Oh my
I
god.
do
Where
work
you
in
get
retail as
this
well.
maybe guy or girl who is like twice my age, and they tell me, it's like, oh my gosh, you have such nice olive skin and almond-shaped eyes.
What?
Would you like to be my son's a wife? I'm like, huh?
Oh,
You kind of
Huh?
triggered me with olive skin.
Yeah. It's like, do you want
came
the
here to
plant
shop,
you want? Yeah,
okay?
it's like,
But I am here.
Apparently they
My,
went
my
white
job
shopping
here to
today.
you. My job here to you is to sell you something, to get you whatever you need so you can leave this store as fast as possible. Why are you asking me these weird personal questions?
Apparently, we're shopping for
It's
something
really
else.
weird to
Oh,
have someone
God.
walk up to you.
They were
yeah.
apparently shopping for
Just
something
saying.
else. I swear to God.
Yeah.
And we're
was
not
one
shopping the
instance-
product in your store, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Right. So
Nope.
there was one instance where a customer had walked up to me and said, "Hey, you have very nice birthing hips." I'm like, what?
Oh,
No.
yo, that's creepy. Okay,
Run.
Who does that? Jesus.
We
Run.
get a lot of
Who
those
does that?
comments aimed at
Who
us,
does
and it's
that?
disgusting.
Many retail stories that are like this, and as of
And-
recent,
And they say this
I
is
mean,
like
no,
somebody
they-
had
okay. They say
this-
this like twice your age. Like I was like, okay, that's first of all, have some decency.
Mm-mm.
And like second of all, it's
No.
like, oh, it's like why?
No.
It's like why are you saying this out loud and in public?
Well, I mean, you
I
could
know the
compliment me
whole-
normally, like, "Oh my gosh, you have like, like you have a great body. I hope you work out and you're doing great." But also, you are very attractive. Like, I'm okay with that compliment. But if they go into further, like, about talking about my skin, my race, like where I'm from, what I'm doing, I'm like, what are you doing? Get away
I
from
feel
me.
like
That's when it
That's
becomes like a
cool.
chaser
Like,
thing, right? It
super
becomes like a
predator.
fetish.
Yeah, no, my
No, yeah.
rule is I never comment on what someone cannot change, right? Their height, their weight, their eye color, their identity. You know, like
Mhm.
I'll compliment people on the clothes they wear, their sense of fashion, like if they have cute nails, but never ever what they cannot change about themselves. Because I
Absolutely.
Unfortunately,
know
with
to me-
retail,
That's a
it's
good
like
yeah, that's a good rule.
everybody shops. Everybody has to come in to grab something. I mean, that's the whole point of like working in retail. But
Retail definitely does have the most interesting of stories.
the
Oh, yeah.
patience I
Yeah.
have with some of these people, you would not even
Oh.
imagine.
only when you work at retail you have these stories. Like you
Yeah.
look out.
Crazy.
I would like to interrupt to say that we are actually 30 minutes past time. Again, I'm not worried about it. I hope you guys aren't. I'm loving the conversations that
No.
we're having. Everything we've talked about today, amazing. I like this. I don't think there's any other words to describe the stream besides smashing success.
I agree.
And thank you all for being a part of that and making that possible.
Mhm.
Before I completely segue into outro, is there anybody would like to speak up at all about anything we've talked about today, whether it be yourself, your identity, your heritage, your VTubing experience, anything like that?
I'd just like to say that it's very nice to meet all of you.
Yeah.
It's actually super amazing that we could get so many people. And for the next stream, I'll be tuning in for the next stream.
I know,
Same.
right?
Yeah, same.
That's
I
awesome.
can't
Yeah.
wait to hear the
Just wanna
We
say
story.
all
thank
watch. We all
you
just
to
out of nowhere start
everyone.
interjecting in the conversation. Like, well,
Yeah.
we had a good
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
gonna have
somebody
to
will write
keep
the
y'all in
chat.
chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
I
somebody
know
will write
I'm
in the
not the
chat, like,
host, but I just want to say thank you to everyone for taking the time to like also
Yeah.
educate me about like you guys and your culture because I learned a lot today.
Same,
Yeah.
for sure.
I know,
If I can
help, like,
Same,
also-
honestly.
like
This
yeah,
is,
yeah,
like,
we
If I
learn
can-
a lot
fun.
from each other, like from each
Yeah.
other, and then like chat learns a lot from us as well because we all came from different sides, like of the world, and we're sharing our culture with you and with like with everyone.
Yeah.
That's
So
here,
sorry,
hasn't
Taga.
it?
I like talked over you. What were you
You're
saying?
good. You're good. Oh my God! Wait, I'm
What
among
the
you.
hell?
Thank you.
Hello?
Yo.
What the
Hey, guess what,
hell?
Manta?
Oh,
We hit
I'm
the
never gonna
goal.
be- I'm never gonna be. Yo,
Oh,
let's
look
go.
at that! Oh my god!
I really don't
Oh
want
my
to say
God.
bad words, but I'm like
Oh my
crying and
God.
shaking our end.
You need
Oh my
more
God.
goals.
I need more
God,
goals.
oh, look at that! Someone's finger slipped.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
KR, I swear to God, I'm
Oh,
That's
coming for you.
crazy!
I'm
Oh
coming
my
for you. I know
God.
where you live, or at least I know where your Discord is. Actually, you know, we're friends with Pokemon Go. I kind of know where you live.
No, I didn't do it though. I actually didn't do it. No,
I thought my finger slipped. Don't even.
I
Did your
didn't do
brother?
it.
Did your brother hack your account? That seems to be the common.
I'm actually broke.
excuse.
This is why I'm working 2 jobs, so I'm actually.
A likely story.
It is a likely story.
But actually, what I did want to say, one, I think all your models are awesome. For the most part, they're such really cool designs, and I really love them. And two, kind of like what Rosca said before. Thank you, for sharing all these stories. I feel like me personally, I'm still kind of somewhat in a bubble, and I'm still trying to find my own path and stuff. And hearing all your guys' stories has been just really informative and just enlightening, honestly. So thank you for just sharing all of that. It's just really cool to, I guess, just meet other VTubers who have, who are just a lot like me and stuff, and just, we're able to share all these stories and come together like this.
Yeah, and thank you, Manta, for making this possible, for getting us all together.
Mhm.
This
And
was
giving us
awesome.
the platform. Hello?
Also, like, you know,
No,
like-
honestly, like, thank you guys for like stopping by, because I know I'm still not a big streamer at all. Like, I'm not outing anybody, but I know at least half of you have like more followers than I do, and like the fact that you like agreed to come onto my stream to do this.
buddy, it's not about the followers.
No, but I
numbers.
want to say, I know I don't have a big platform, and I know that there are probably a lot of other streamers that you could have agreed to go with, or, you know, meet up with or collab with, and like, you know, maybe gotten more outreach. But the fact that you just agreed to work with me and like help make this what it was, like, again, I've said it for probably a handful of times, but I will never be able to express how grateful I am for all of you, for real. Because
Likewise.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for
Thank you
having
for
us.
having us. It's tons of fun.
This is one of the most significant collabs I've ever been part of.
You know,
this is actually
the thing is though, like,
Wait,
since
this-
you know this always happened this month, there's always like we can always do this, like, you know, next year kind of thing.
Oh,
It's
you
also,
better
like,
believe it. You better
like,
believe this is not going to be my only.
like the, you know, the yearly thing we do is like this is like because this is our like our month. In a sense. Like, it's our month, and then we want to educate everyone.
just
and,
claimed
like,
the whole
like-
month.
If you
You claimed the
ever
whole month,
looking-
yes. And the
if
thing
you ever
is, though,
look-
like the way the Manta's doing this charity also like it's just a way to like everyone to get together and then you explain where we're from, and you know we learn, like we stated before, we learn a lot from each other.
What was
And
Exactly.
What was that, T?
Oh, I was like saying like no, well, if you ever are looking for anyone, you can always ask us, because I do have some friends that are also Asian Americans, and I can definitely recommend them to you.
Hell yeah, you know, I
Yeah.
do still have another stream. I'm going to be doing this again next week on the 27th at the same time, 4 p.m. PDT. I do have open slots, so if you do
Direct
feel
them
like
to
you know,
Manta.
if you send them my
Yeah.
way. If you know that there are people that are, you know, comfortable with collabing and, you know, talking about their experiences, I'd love to consider them. You know, if all the stars align and our schedules meet up and we can make it happen, I would love to have them.
Oh,
Yeah.
same.
I'm gonna be for real,
Definitely.
Like, I'm gonna reach out to you guys for collabs later.
Oh my God, cool.
Maybe
Oh,
not
look,
soon.
hey, wait,
but,
let's
like,
just like start DMing
Yeah.
each
Maybe in like half
IO.
a year when I have time.
half a
I'm
year
gonna be
later. All
reaching out
right,
to you guys.
6 months later. All right,
Just
okay. I'll
randomly
see you
be
all
like,
at
who's this
Christmas.
Rosca person?
It's like I'll see you all at Christmas and Thanksgiving.
Somebody, yeah, feel free to reach out. I'm so bad at reaching out to people, so if somebody else does it, I will happily collab.
No
with
problem,
you.
Taga. You know, Taga, you were speaking about that earlier. It's like, okay, you know, you gotta go to that school on Pokemon. Okay, you gotta do those lessons. Okay.
Yeah, I'm almost. I did. My most recent VOD. You could see it. I spent half the stream doing the classes.
Oh my
Dude, it
lord.
takes forever. Okay, it takes forever. Okay.
Yeah.
It does.
take
It-
forever, especially
it
when you
takes-
forget about them.
And the
Sounds
thing
like
is,
an
and then-
off-stream effort.
no, okay, because every time, because they actually do tests, like in actual school, they do tests. I'm like, oh
Yeah.
no,
And I
Dude, when,
guess.
when they were like, "Oh, it's your midterm," I was like, "It's my what term?"
it's like
Yeah.
what?
This is
I didn't study for this.
Yeah. School's
Alright,
great.
y'all.
Just
I am going
And,
to break it off from here. You guys are free to hang out. I'm going to go on another like 10-minute break to kind of reset. When we come back, we are going to address all these goddamn donations I received. Like, what the hell, guys?
All right, man. It's time to start thinking of new goals now. You already hit it all in one day.
honestly.
Or one. Actually, you hit it all within 4 hours. So
Jesus
you know,
Lord.
double it. Double it.
Double it and give it to the
Double
next
or
person.
Double or nothing.
Link, y'all.
Holy
Yeah.
hell, thank you all so much
That's out.
again. I'm gonna go ahead and hit on break. Yeah, you guys instantly hit me up for any kind of regular collabs, hanging out you want to do. You're all amazing people. It was so great to meet you and have this experience with you. Yeah, if you're inspired to do AAPI streams next year or like at any other time, I don't even care if we do it, off season. Hit me up. Let me know.
I feel like that's a good topic about that. Like we should you introduce like this month and this like culture or like to like educate people, and then I was like, let me do this next year for myself. It's a good consideration actually.
I'm kind of surprised there aren't more, or maybe to my knowledge, more collabs of a similar nature to this. To be honest,
I do know of a few other streamers that are planning streams like this. I don't want to name any names or anything, just in case plans don't go through or anything. But I've also reached out to some other bigger streamers and stuff like that. Didn't really get a response, but it's kind of just expected in this business.
Shoot your shot.
Exactly, you got it.
Shot or you don't shoot at all.
I sent the message, and that's all I can do.
Don't shoot.
Exactly. Whatever
Sometimes they
the
reply,
opposite.
sometimes they don't. They're everyone's busy, so
Exactly.
Yeah.
Everyone's got their own thing going on. I fully respect that. But yeah, no. Definitely no shortage of Asian American VTubers, I think, and it's just awesome that I could get such an amazing group as I did. But yeah, I'm gonna go on break.
Yeah.
Thanks again, everybody else. Thank you, everybody in chat. All of you donors, you are amazing. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back to address all of these raffles that we got to do. I thought I was gonna be doing like a handful. I'm gonna do all of them. So once again, thank you. We will be back soon, and have a great night for those who are tuning out.
poggers.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Good night.
Have a good night, everybody.
The men, the stars, your voice.
You're gonna be okay, kid.
welcome back, everybody. I know that was more of a 15-minute break than 10, but I appreciate y'all hanging out and stopping by. What is KR still doing on my screen? Why are you still there, KR? You left. You left the Discord server. Oh, you're probably still on Ninja. I'll just get out of here. We'll pop out the Ninja. Or nope, KR's still here. Interesting. Well, I guess I'll go have to nip it in the bud. Alright, KR. But yes, now that we have successfully gone through our AAPI panel, thank you again so much. Teafiee, thank you. And one thing I wanted to say, I know a lot of people have already left, but one thing that I thought was really cool about this AAPI stream is that I think it was really awesome that we were able to showcase a lot of Pacific Islander and like South Asian identities, because I feel like a lot of time people think AAPI, even though it's like a huge, umbrella. A lot of times people think Asian in general, they just think Chinese, Japanese, or, Korean sometimes. And I just think that's, again, like really cool that we get like Filipino and Vietnamese and yeah, just like a whole spread of AAPI culture. I really like that. Yay, claps for everybody. Thank you, Rosca. Thank you, Teafiee. Really appreciate you stopping by. I'm so glad you had a good time, Lila. Thank you, Lawler. Yeah, no problem, KR. No problem. You're all good. You're all good. I'm just teasing. And I never mind having you on my stream. And I'm so glad everyone got to learn something. I definitely learned a lot. I learned so much, and holy hell. Holy hell. That was freaking awesome. But yeah, so now that we've got that all nice and settled, we finally got that big exciting part tucked away, nice and pretty, fantastic VOD to go up later on the interwebs. We gotta address this. We gotta address these fucking donations, cause what the hell, guys? Y'all went insane. Like, I literally did not. I literally thought we would be struggling to get to that $100 goal. I thought it would have to be over both streams, because once again, small plug, we will be doing this again next week on the 27th, 4 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, with more fabulous guests to go over. I thought it was going to take both streams just to get to that $100 goal, or even close to it. And y'all just wanted to go ahead and smash it in the first dono. And then y'all said, stretch goals? Fucking give us all of them. I want them all. And you know what? Thank you so much, guys. Because, again, both the guests and all of you donors, all of you viewers, lurkers, all of you made this the most successful collab stream I have probably ever done. It's my first charity stream, and you literally helped me make it, dummy successful. Beyond. Again, I will forever be grateful. I will never forget this. That being said, what are we actually looking at here? Now, I appreciate all of your patience, everybody in chat, because I know I wasn't addressing chat too much through the stream. I was really trying to focus on our guests and the topics at hand. But once again, from earlier in stream, I wrote down a bunch of usernames that I hope I can still read, because my handwriting is literally chicken scratch. A bunch of usernames that Fortune so selflessly and graciously donated raffle tickets to. And then I have the counts from every other donor besides Anon, of course. But you donors, you do get personal praises. You do get to write tweets for me. You get custom Discord roles and custom chat commands depending on your donations. So yeah, we got to talk about that. DM me. Let's discuss this. Tell me the tweets you want me to post. Again, I'm not even going to say this was for a donation. I'm just going to straight post these tweets like it was me. Try not to out me too much. We'll talk about your custom Discord roles and chat commands and stuff like that too. I know someone asked for a Discord and I forgot if I did anything. I just said yes. I didn't actually send a link because I'm a genius. So that is my official Discord. Stop on in, get cozy, read the rules, agree to them, and yeah, DM me. We'll go ahead and figure it all out. Then before I get to the goals, because that's gonna have to do with the raffles that we'll be doing in the next few minutes, We have the stretch goals that you all unlock, so I'll be doing a karaoke stream. I will be trying to get my hands on the hottest bottle of hot sauce I can for a hot wing challenge, a proper hot wing challenge. I will be doing my first ever live webcam stream. Ever since I have been streaming, I started day one as a VTuber, and you will be seeing my face for the first time. And the last final stretch goal is the Steam game giveaway. One lucky winner will be getting a Steam game of their choice, so long it is within reason. You know, like I said earlier in the stream, I will not be buying that $1,000, $10,000 game that dude put up on Steam because he thought his freaking work was just worth it. You know, I love that people are confident and that they, you know, can advocate for themselves and their own art and products. But, you know, let's be fucking reasonable, right? Yeah, so those are all the stretch goals, and now the raffles that I haven't really been able to talk too much about today, but you have unlocked all of them, so let's just go over them. The Asian American Drug Abuse Program, AADAP, was so gracious as to offer a lot of these products as incentives and goals for the charity stream to help boost it. So I will be, let's see, I don't know what to call this on my source. Call it that, and then so I can show you guys exactly what we're giving away, or some of the things we're giving away. And even in addition to these wonderful items, we even have VTuber Talk, who so graciously offered to donate a 30-second safer work audio recording to a lucky winner. So you can have your own little voice. If you're not familiar with them, I highly suggest you go check them out on Twitter at VTuber Talk. Yeah, thanks again. I really appreciate that, because that was, you know, I really don't know them that well, and I reached out to them just letting them know about the charity, and they just immediately backfired with, like, here, you can have this, just let, you know, throw it out there, let me know. And that kind of energy is just immaculate. You can't teach that. But getting into some of the giveaway prizes, what we're going to do here is that for every $1 donated, you get an individual entry into the raffles. We will be raffling off these items, not necessarily in order. I decided my own arbitrary order and how to order them and stuff like that. These little, like, Pom Pom Purine and Hello Kitty plushes are super little tiny mini plushes that you can just, like, hang on your desk. Cute little, like, almost like keychain size plushies. I believe the same thing with the Minion plushie, and I believe I asked for the one on the right specifically, so you'll be getting the gayer one. You're welcome. The Gudetama t-shirt, I will have you know, is only in large. It is a size large. You don't get to choose your size, unfortunately, but still a very cool Gudetama t-shirt. I know it's kind of hard to see on screen right now, but it's got Gudetama and carrots on it. I'm not sure if there's like a deeper story there or not. But we'll also be giving away a Hello Kitty visor that is adjustable head size. And then one of the awesome ones is the Chef Gudetama plush, which is pretty large. It's not like massive, but it's like at least like, you know, the size of like 2 or 3 adult hands. Like it's like that is a weird way to measure something. Why did I say it like that? It's not a horse. It's like, I don't know, 6 inches, like a 6-inch plush, maybe 8 inches, something like that. It's a decent. It's a huggable plush. It's a huggable, go to bed with you kind of plush. So these are the things that we'll be raffling off. Just some of the things, most of them that we'll be doing here. That's probably here. We'll just click out of that. And then other things that we'll be raffling off are like a VIP badge in my chat. You've unlocked that as well. And then another thing is that you also get to make me a shake. So since a lot of our donors, I think, are still in chat, I think maybe now is maybe a good time, or soon we'll talk about maybe some ingredients that I should be putting in this shake. And go ahead and be creative. The only thing I'm going to say is I'm not going to use straight milk if that's going to be one of the ingredients. I am lactose intolerant. So if you guys choose milk, I'm going to use oat milk or almond milk or some kind of alternative. And but cheese and cream and stuff like that, like cream cheese, whatever, I'll just use that. I'm not going to replace that with anything weird. But yeah, chat makes me a shake. So you guys basically just start listing off ingredients, and I'm just going to throw it in the shake and drink it. Because that's what it is. I think I'm gonna save the world's hottest hot sauce for the wings. and I don't know what the world's hottest hot sauce is. You gotta help me. You gotta help me out. You gotta be specific. I gotta be able to put this on a grocery list and go to the grocery store and be like, I just need a little bit for a shake, please. But I will make a shake list. We'll probably do that near the end. But, you know, feel free to just throw out ingredients as we're doing the raffles. And I'll read off the list near the end and see if we're all in agreement. But, okay, I see banana. And you know what? I'll put hot sauce. We'll do banana, hot sauce. Start off. A banana and hot sauce shake to start. So yeah, that's another one of the things. So what we're gonna do is, so everybody knows that this, you know, these raffles and giveaways aren't rigged by any means. I am going to get on the good old spinthewheel.com and put in all these names. This is gonna take a minute, so please bear with me. But then once we do, we're gonna get into a couple quick spins, and then we're gonna have some winners. Another thing I should mention is for those who win the plushies and like the Hello Kitty Sanrio merchandise, the way this is going to work is that one thing I do have to mention, and I am so sorry in advance for any of my international donors if I have any, but we can only ship in the U.S., continental U.S. If you're in Hawaii and Alaska, I think you're out of the deal. I'm so sorry. Again, if you're an international donor, I do apologize. But what's going to work, how this is going to work is that if you are chosen as a winner of the raffle, I'm going to need you to DM me a physical address. I am going to then forward that physical address to AADAP, and they will be the ones sending the gift out. Just to let you know how that's going down. So once again, continental US only, and I will be needing a physical address to send the gift, which I will be providing to AADAP just for the sake of getting that gift out to you. Hold on, we got some ingredients here. Protein powder. And I'm going to assume I can just like choose the flavor because I know protein powder comes in a lot of different flavors. I'm probably going to do like chocolate, but we'll see. Strawberry. Dunkin' coffee specifically, like Dunkin' Donuts brand coffee. I might actually pull for that. Put Dunkin' coffee down, just verbatim. Get those gains while you eat it. Jesus Christ and fucking yes. Okay, yeah, like literally Dunkin' brand coffee. Okay. Cool. So we got some ingredients down. That is the plushie thing. That is the restrictions to the giveaways. I hope you all heard it. So now I will go ahead and oh, what is this? Oh, Da Bomb? No, Mordor, sorry. I've had Da Bomb sauce. It's not the hottest hot sauce in the world. But if you want me to put Da Bomb sauce in it, I mean, I don't have any on deck, but I can probably order some. If I don't, I at least know a friend that has Da Bomb sauce. Like, it's got heat, but as far as flavor and stuff, like, I don't know, it doesn't even win in the heat category, and like there are hotter sauces with more flavor, in my opinion. For the shake, for something that you can get in store. Yep, nope, totally, yeah, exactly, yep. I know I can definitely get a bottle of this, or I got a friend that can just loan me a dab. But I'll cross out hot sauce then, now that we have a specific sauce. Yeah, not a bad choice. I'm definitely gonna be feeling this shake. But sorry, I'm looked at my Twitter. The last dab sauces are really good. I have really good flavors. Personally, really like Apollo and Redux. Okay, Rosca. Okay. Okay, I see you. I hear you. Very cool. Very cool. Lawler, something happened to your image, but I'm retweeting your tweet anyways. Oh, maybe that was it. Very cool. Very cool. Awesome. Okay, yes, I need to stop being distracted, and we are going to go to like spin Wheel of Names. Is that what it is? Wheel of Names? Yeah, here we go. Oh, cool. It even has all the old wheels I used to, or all the old names I put in, like my last like subathon or whatever. That's crazy that it remembers that. I almost don't like that. So once again, going over this, let me pull this up here so y'all can see what I'm doing here. So we have the spin the wheel. Let me layer this correctly again so you at least can see me too. Here. Oh wait, no, that doesn't work. Let's just set the poster off for a second. You all already know what this is. I'm going to put the names on the right here in this box behind me, and then they will appear on this wheel. I will click to spin, and then whatever name pops up will be the winner. There will be no bias or judgment on my end. Whoever gets it, gets it. If we have like a series of repeat winners, like, you know, if Fortune's pulling all the wins, I don't know if maybe we want to like switch it up a little bit. We'll see about that. But like I said, I'm gonna try to split up the names too, so it's not like all just like all the names grouped up on one part of the circle. I'm gonna try to spread it out a little bit. So we got quite a few people, thanks to all of you wonderful people and all the generous donations. This is gonna take me a little bit to type this all out. So let's just do it. And you know, thanks again everyone for stopping by and making this stream possible. One of the biggest streams I've ever done, biggest collabs I've ever done, one of the most important streams I've ever done, considering this is like my first charity stream and my first time to actually help people and, you know, do something that's just like truly selfless. And yeah, I could not be more. God damn it, I should have spelled these way better. I should have not done such sloppy handwriting. I think it was Chronogo, I think is his name. And then, holy crap, what is wrong with me? You know what? Doing my best here, y'all. Line. Go. I feel like that says sheriff, but I feel like that's wrong. I am terrible. I should have done this way cleaner. Sheriff Dakin. Okay, thank you. Was it 1R? If you heard me call off your name earlier in the stream and you know you're on this list, but you don't see your name, even though it's all freaking behind me, just let me know. Harry, and I think that's about everybody. There are there's two, one, two. Oh, there's only about two names I really couldn't read of my own handwriting. I'll look for them and see if I can recognize them in the list right now. Oh, Creed plays games. That's one of them. That was definitely one of them. That's cool. And then I think the other one is Fortune, to be honest, which is got them all. But Fortune isn't included because this is the ones that he gave away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Did I put Fortune down in his own list? I think I did. So it's actually 20. Take that, copy, paste that. So now we have 2 each, evenly separated. Okay, so those are all the giveaway raffle tickets that, again, Fortune so graciously gave away to the people in chat. Because, again, this could all literally say Fortune right now, and then some, because we didn't even put in the, by my count, 110 entries that Fortune still has. Now I'm going to go through the individual donos besides Fortune, so I can make sure that I have enough of everybody. And also, Anonymous, what is the derp and herp messages? I feel like I should know something. So we want to make sure Chaos has 10 extra entries, Soren's has 10 extra entries, and Show has 10 extra entries. I feel like we had more donors than this. It's only showing these many. Weird. Oh, well, I think I wrote them all down because Mordor, I have Mordor at 50, Taga at 40, Chaos at 10. Yeah, I think my list is more reliable. Refresh? Oh, is that what it is? Aha. So it is. Oh god damn, I gotta flip the page because of you guys. So yeah, Fortune at the 100, gave some of those away. Chaos at 10. Thorin's Blade at 10. Show at 10. I got the other 50 Fortune put down. Mordor at 50. Taga at 40. Fortune at another 10, so there's actually 120 need to add for Fortune. And then I really don't know who I'm among you is, but thank you so much, and thank you so much, Anonymous. Oh my god, I can't believe this. I cannot believe this. Yes, Mordor. Yes, I do have. I wrote down your $50 entry. Don't. Before I even refreshed, I remembered. But now that we have Soren's Blade, let's just copy and go. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I know this isn't perfectly spread out, but just, give me some kind of black or whatever. 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's Soren's extra ones. And Show also has 10. There's a shuffle function. Oh, god damn it. I'm doing this for no fucking reason. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And thank you for telling me, though. That's fucking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we got Soren, we got Show, we got Chaos. Let's do Taga next. Copy. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 7, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. 40 Tagas. Now 50 Mordors. I think I put you down just because you weren't on the original list when Fortune gave away tickets. We will just put Mordor, and that's 1. Oh, do 10 times the talk. Okay. 2. Oh, fuck. Okay, I can't think, alright, Rosca? I don't have ideas. That's not my job. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Big brain now. 20, 30. Wait, I don't think it's doing it right. Is it? I think so. 40, 50. No, that's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, All right. It looks like it checks out. That looks like 50. Oh, it really is. Okay, fine. That's 60. 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, no, these are extras. That's 50. I'm almost positive. I did not mean to hit F11. That's 51. Okay, that's why I deleted it. Okay, I'm almost positive this is 50 now, which is really hard to do. Don't yell at me. Now, finally, 120 Fortune VTs. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right? And we copy, right? And then it should be 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, and 120. Look at this fucking wheel. Holy shit. And now we shuffle. And we shuffle. Jesus Christ, y'all. All right. Got the wheel up, and we're ready. Let's get this going, shall we? We are going to... Where did I put the charity graphic? Where did it go? There is poster. I lost it. Charity graphics gone. I don't know anymore. It's gone. Where did I put it? Boom. All right. First one is the Pom Pom Purine plush raffle. The first winner. Let me pull this back down. Or that. Or the other fucking graphics. Yeah, okay. And yeah, first winner gets the Pom Pom Purine plush. We are going to do the first spin. Ready or not? As I alphabetize my sources again. Wait, what? That's a throne alert. There we are. Wonderful. All right, here it comes. First raffle winner is... Soren's Blade. And I will be writing this down. Goes to Soren's Blade. And like I said, each win is gonna take out a just one entry. But if we have like multiple winnings of like winners, yeah, we'll see. So the second one that is going to be raffled off is the Hello Kitty plush. And oops. Yeah. Hello. Dang it. My layering is not perfect. Yeah, Hello Kitty plush. Next. The mini plush. Good luck, everybody. Round and round and round she goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. Oh, and Fortune gets the Hello Kitty. will take out one of the 120 entries. Congratulations, Fortune. Once again, you will need to DM me physical addresses for AADAP to send these to. Next one is the Minion plush raffle. So let's take a look at that again, because once again, it's not going to be both of them. It's just going to be the one on the right as I requested. So it's got a cute little hat and like little gay little rainbow, like all those things at the front, those front pouches people are fanny packs. Well, yeah, fanny pack. Get a little fanny pack. Gayer than usual ones. Great. So Minion plush raffles going. Good luck, everybody. Round, 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 round. Oh, we got Lila. Lila Willow is the winner of the Minion plush. Congratulations, Lila. The next item up for grabs. We are going to do the Hello Kitty visor. I was honestly thinking, it was really hard to decide where to put a lot of these prizes for the goals, because they're all so valuable to me. You know, it's like, I was like, how do I tier these? You're going to be getting this amazing Hello Kitty visor. Good luck to all the participants. Let's get that spin. The winner is Atramentum. Oh my god. He's gonna have to change up his signature baseball cap, isn't he? That's freaking hilarious. What are the chances? He's gonna be stunning. New brand indeed. The next one, we are going to actually raffle off a VIP badge in my chat. Now, I know a lot of you are new here, but looks like you're about to get a lot cozier, because you're going to be rocking that diamond in this chat from now on. This is not temporary. You are sticking to this badge until you do something that makes me hate you or something else like that. Here we go. Good luck, everybody. Let's get spinning. And the VIP is Fortune VT. You know what? You earned it, my friend. You are now officially a VIP of this chat. I will update that tonight. Not right now, but we will see. Congratulations, Fortune. Welcome to the community. You're stuck now. All right. The next prize up for grabs is... Oops. Fucking layering, man. We are doing the Gudetama shirt. So, this one again, nice little white Gudetama shirt. It says carrots on it. I'll blow this up a little bit so you can kind of see the design better. This is only coming in size large, and I believe that's a men's large, I'm gonna assume. Still a cute shirt. You know, what I like about white t-shirts personally is, like, when I see a white t-shirt with a cute design on it, that especially one that doesn't take up too much of the shirt, first thing I think about, modding. I'm like, ooh, how can I color this shirt? How can I tear it up and make it look like something that only I would wear? That's like my first thoughts when I see like a white t-shirt that I can just get for really easy. So yeah, the Gudetama carrot shirt is next up. Good luck to everybody. Let's get spinning. And the winner is Fortune again. Rip it up, crop it. All right, Fortune. You're on a little bit of a winning streak now. So this is what I'm going to do. You won 3 of the prizes already. I'm not saying I don't value all of your donations, but I know you've given away a lot already. You seem like a pretty humble person. If your name comes up again, I will give you the option to keep the prize or to give it away. That is going to be up to you, my friend. But at the same time, you've donated so much, you kind of deserve these wins. I'm not even gonna lie. Not even gonna lie. You have made a lot of this possible, and I really appreciate you. The next raffle is I'm so nice? I'm not the one that dropped $100 dono on a stranger coming right out the gate. You're so nice. But as I was saying, the next raffle, the next gift that we're raffling off is a 30-second Safe for Work audio recording by the VTuber Talks. VTuber Talk, if you don't know them, they do several interviews with VTubers. They're a great, little staple in the community. Anybody that showcases VTubers is an A+ in my book. And they were so they were so selfless as to offer this prize as a part of the giveaway. And I want to thank them again. Please check them out, support them. Great person. Spin, spin, spin. Who's it gonna be? Mordor! Congratulations, buddy. You get an SFW audio recording of your choice. I'm not sure if you're a VTuber yourself, but that is a great opportunity to get a nice little, like audio clips of just, like, someone promoting you or something. Oh, shoot, the graphic's still on screen. Here. I didn't change it yet, so you can see. Boom, Mordor. Not lying. But yeah, if you're not a VTuber, you can just maybe get him to say something like one of your favorite JoJo lines. I don't know if you're a JoJo fan. You can tell him it was me, Dio. Be creative. It's safe for work, but that's not as limiting as it sounds. It's really just your own imagination. That's the limit. Congratulations on that. I got it all written down here. We're going to remove a single instance of one of your 50. The next prize up for grabs is the highly coveted Gudetama plush. And this is actually the last raffle, so this is going to be the last one. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. So the Gudetama plush. Before I even spin, I want to write this down because I feel like, I don't know, this is like if I was in this raffle, I had entries in here. The Chef Gudetama plush would be like the #1 wanted for mine. That's the reason why I put it on like the higher part of the charity raffle. But let's go. Who's going to get that awesome Chef Gudetama plush? Spin, spin, spin. But who's gonna win? Mordor! Twice in a row. Not only do you get a Safe for Work recording, but you also get a badass little Gudetama Chef plush toy. How about that? Thanks again, everybody, for donating. You are all amazing. Thank you for making this freaking charity possible. I cannot believe all of you. Absolute mad people, all of you. I love every single one of you guys. Oh my god, you have supported so freaking well. Thank you so much for making this possible. Again, my first charity stream, and you guys blew it out the freaking water. Holy hell, I could not be more proud of my community or the AAPI community at large. You are amazing. Thank you, every single one of you. I think this is a good time to call it here. I am still looking for more ingredients for that shake because right now I have banana, protein powder, strawberry, Dunkin' coffee, and the bomb hot sauce. And honestly, besides the bomb hot sauce, that just kind of sounds like a regular ass shake. So if you guys actually want to make this interesting, feel free to join my Discord and get in there and start just throwing in ingredients in the general chat or whatever. Please do read the rules. Please be 18 plus before you enter, as my community is an 18 plus only community. And yeah, have a great time with it. I do have plenty of socials. I don't even know if I have like a socials command. Do I? Am I dumb? I'm probably dumb. I don't even know my own commands. But I do have a Twitter. I do have links and stuff like that. You know what? Let me just go ahead and post my own Twitter profile in my chat. Because if there's one place to self-promo, it's your own space. You got to advocate for yourself. You got to learn. Yes, thank you so much, everybody. I'm so happy to be able to do a stream like this. Thank you again. Like, there's literally no word I can think of for this stream but success. Like, we did it. We did it tonight. Every single one of us. You all came out. You all fucking, oh my god. I cannot believe it. And now you guys gave me the wonderful problem of having to think of more charity goals to come up with, because we're not stopping here. We're going to keep pushing that 500 goal. Am I audacious for pushing it to 1,000 next week? Maybe, but we're going to probably have to try to get up there, because holy hell. You guys, every single one of you, all my guests, all my chatters, all my lurkers, all my donors, thank you so much once again. I know I'm doing a pretty hard outro right now, but I just want to make sure, because when I get into this raid, I am going to probably raid and run, because holy hell, I have had a long day, and I got another one planned for next week. So let us see if we can find a pretty cool person. Let's see. You know what? I'm gonna raid Poppy, because he's such an awesome creator, and he does kind of inspire me to do stuff like this. And I'm sure a lot of you know and love him. But let's get ready. I got raid messages for subs. I got raid messages for followers. Thanks again, everyone. You literally made this the best stream I've ever had. Hands down. Top 5, top 3, top 1. Easily. You are all amazing. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Don't forget to take care of yourself. I'll pepper in some regular streams in throughout the week. I'll probably be playing some Doom Eternal and stuff like that. Pretty regular stuff. But then we will be having the second part of our stream with more amazing AAPI guests next Saturday, 4 p.m. PDT. Same time, same channel. Love you all. Have a great rest of your night. And it's a Manta raid. Bye-bye.
I'm gonna aim myself. You killed me midair. I can't fucking believe this. I can't believe this. Hey, welcome in. I can't believe this. You killed me midair. I'm fucking dead. How am I alive? How am I alive? No, Zelda killed me. Oh my god! Man, Ray, how was your stream? Well, come on in. Oh my god! I didn't know that could happen. Yeah, me neither. Manta Ray, how was your stream? Welcome on in, Raiders. Hello, my name is Poppy, and today I'm joined by the lovely Typo.
Yo.
And we're fucking around with some crowd control. And let me tell you, thanks for the hype train, everyone. Let me tell you, chat is horrible. I knew I picked the right game. Yep, this is great.
Yeah, you stuck? You stuck?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no! The backwards controls are so fucked up. The backwards controls are truly fucked up. The vine booms, I know, they make it so much funnier. All right, chat, make me invincible. No, you assholes!
Hit the moon!
I void out, and you killed the cameraman.
Big quests below. Rest. Big quests below. Rest. Big quests below.